Frequencies are meant to be UV. Ultraviolet trying to see through me. I'm there when you don't see. I care when you don't see. Take care when you don't see too. Frequencies are meant to be UV. Ultraviolet trying to see through me. I'm there when you don't see. I care when you don't see. Take care when you don't see too.
time, but you're so blind, like the sun in your eyes make you cry. All of your sighs, but it's alright. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. Every time, but you're so blind, like the sun in your eyes make you cry. All of your sighs, but it's alright. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. Frequencies are meant to be, you be, you be. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. Ultraviolet, try to see it through me. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. Frequencies are meant to be, you be, you be. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. Ultraviolet, try to see through me.
I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like.
I never see the lights out. They get me overdrive. Fancy on a fast car. This is how you make me feel. Don't stress me now. I got the overdose. I'm feeling it in my bones. And if you say that I'm lying to you, these habits are killing me. I wish I could fall asleep. The problem is you. Oh, I got the overdose. Oh, you
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
It is finals day here in Masters Bangkok, and before we get into the real trophy lift at the end with a new team, G2 or T1, going to be lifting it, and a two-time trophy holder on either side on top of it, it's time to dig into the dawn of the duelist. That tagline that has just been emanating out all over the event as well. I'm Bren at Sideshow. We're joined by June, senior agent designer on VALORANT itself as well, and this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a cool one, I think.
Yeah, we've got June here to tell us more about the agent, but not quite yet. We've got to tease you just for a little bit longer. But June, you've been in Thailand for a little while. You've got the opportunity here to unveil one of your babies onto the scene, basically, in this new agent. How are you looking forward to the finals? How have you been enjoying the event?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I've just loved the city of Bangkok. I've loved watching the matches here. My favorite team's in the finals, G2, so I'm very happy.
Okay.
All right, G2 fan.
NA bias on this test.
Yeah.
I like it, yeah. I mean, we can get into as well this show match itself that's going to be played, and we will be seeing the new agent being played momentarily as well, I'm sure. And
Do you want to have a guided tour around what's going on?
I'd love to have a guided tour going
There's a
on.
player that we've seen on stage play before, a Thai player, super popular.
The guy with the sign.
The guy with the sign.
The guy with the sign.
CGRS.
Hello guys, I'm CJS. You guys remember me? We will do it again. We will go to Masters Bangkok on stage. Let's go! Hey! ผมขอเข้าไปข้างใน Masters Bangkok ได้ไหมครับนี่อันนี้คือผมเลย อันนี้คือผมเลย อันนี้เลยผมเนี่ย the best gecko in the world ไม่รู้โอเคไม่เป็นไรขอบคุณครับผมเอาหมดก่อน Hey, Zach.
Oh yes, Nicola.
You need 6 man? You need gecko over there? Any issue?
You don't need your cup, Nicola. Sorry, cup. No, sorry.
Hey, Zach. Zach.
No, bro, no 6-man, no 6-man. I play Gecko, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here.
I think in this team, we just try to enable all the players. That means you need to trust your teammates.
No.
No six man.
No six man.
No six man.
No gecko.
No gecko, no six man, no wingman, no, only six.
Six man. Yeah. Guys. Anyone? I'm ready, guys.
Hey, do you want to be on stage?
Really?
Yeah. Come on.
But a guy with a sign has found himself on the stage. He's surrounded by Team Thailand. There's a hell of a team as well, Josh. You've been doing some digging.
I have,
these
yeah.
players.
For anyone who's unfamiliar, this is Superbus, former Full Sense player with Mintuka, who's a current streamer, former Game Changers player. Primi, I'm sure you're familiar with. Lightning star coming out of Thailand and APAC in general, and then joined by Hart towards the end there, who's a Thai singer as well.
Okay.
So that's a whole mix of people involved.
Yeah.
Who are you looking at there on that team, June, as being great with the new agent?
On the Thai team, I'm just looking to see Prinny out there.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah. Hard mechanics as well. But I mean, who they're going to be going up against is Team International as well. And yeah, we've got Mr. Tens back on the stage. Viewership records broken here at the beginning of the finals for Masters Bangkok.
Yeah.
We finally got him back.
Along with Denmo, who's previously been a Raise 1 trick and moved over to playing a bunch of Initiator stuff. Kohal as well. Zeta streamer, who's previously competed in Game Changers 2. John QT, you know, you got to farm the Sentinels players for more of that. I assume you're looking at Tens again here, June.
Yeah, of course. I actually had an opportunity to sit down with Tens and show him some tech on the new agent, so I'm excited to see if you know, any of that comes out to play in this game.
Nice.
Yeah. Tens is such a nerdy little guy. He loves the tech. He loves the agent tech. We'll see if it gives him an edge into this match as well as we're leading in.
Is it a very high-tech kind of agent?
I would say very creative.
Okay.
Okay, very creative. I cannot wait to get started with this one as well. So let's welcome our two teams here for the show match, Team Thailand and Team International. And the Dawn of the Duelist starts right now.
Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let me just feel a punch. Let me get a punch. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need. You've been a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal, pal. Put when they put get back pun yao. Pop gone now, yeah, I'm a cut you like pow, 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสาวมึงพับหลับ yo how about now, bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงกูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Need the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมัน panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point of proof ไม่ควรได้ break เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ right point เขาต่อยสักชุดโกพวก All problems proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่ใช่เธอกูจะดีกว่า one punch. You whip ที่กูโดนกูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch.
see you haven't changed, T. We got work to do.
What's up, folks? It's Brennan Sideshow here to talk more about Waylay with June, Valorant Agent Designer. That's shot from the cinematic with Waylay backlit, illuminating the entire area. Is that a real key feature of the agent kind of feel?
Waylay, when we were, designing the agent, like obviously fast-moving character, and we wanted light to be like a big motif for the character in the same way that wind is a motif for Jet.
Right.
Right, or like electricity for Neon, like trying to emphasize that kind of like fast-moving, agile duelist character.
Yeah, I mean, I want to jump into the kit, to be honest, because she looks incredible, just from the glimpses that I've seen as well. I guess we'll start with a signature ability, which is the Refract, and we saw some glimpse of it in the cinematic, but it looks like a bit of a, like almost just a pullback, you can go back and not undo something, but it's almost like you can get in and get back out again.
Yeah, you activate it, you place kind of a beacon on the ground, you can go anywhere you want, you have a timer, you have to reactivate the ability within that timer, and if you do, you'll go back to where you originally activated the ability.
Okay, so if Refract, the signature, is her way of getting out of trouble, then her way of getting into trouble, perhaps, would be the Lightspeed.
Yeah, so Lightspeed is an equipped dash ability. So you press it, you equip it. When you use your primary fire button, you'll dash 2 times, and each dash will send you in the direction you are looking when you cast it. The first dash of that ability sends you up into the air as opposed to the second dash, which can't be used to gain you more height.
Right, so it's like updraft combined with the tailwind all in one kind of ability there.
Sounds
yeah.
The next ability is Saturate. And is this an opportunity for Waylay to try to set up those advantages rather than just dashing in with the Lightspeed?
She's primarily your entry duelist like a Jet or Raze, but she does have this kind of dabble or this splash into an initiator role. Her C ability, Saturate, is a projectile that drops on a timer, similar to Phoenix's Molly. It creates an explosion. Anybody within line of sight of the explosion, when it pops, is going to be affected by a debuff called Hindered. Hindered's a new debuff for Valorant, which is extremely similar to Concuss, except it doesn't have that screen shake component that messes with your aim. So you're going to be slowed, your movement speed, your jumping will be kind of anti-gravity jumping, your gun pull-out time will be slower, your reload time will be slower, and your fire rate will be slower.
Okay, the hinder doesn't stop there though, not just with that one move. It's also baked into the ultimate, am I correct in thinking as well, which is the convergent paths as well. So let's talk about that, because I think we saw a glimpse of it in a cinematic trailer.
Convergent paths equips and casts similar to other like large AoE ults like Breach or Fade.
Yeah.
But it applies this hindered debuff to that area. And also it has this like delay at the start before it rolls out. And that's really to give Waylay time to like set herself up, to be her own initiator, to make the play herself. And that gives you that opportunity to be the tip of the spear still, despite the fact that you might be like setting up, your team for an execute or a retake.
That's cool. Yeah.
And I wanted to ask as well, we're in Masters Bangkok. Where is this agent from?
They are from Thailand, which is fantastic. Honestly, I'm just honored to have been able to make such a banger agent, for a Thai audience.
Yeah, definitely. I'm feeling like a mainstay in a lot of compositions, honestly, just from the glimpses that we've had.
Well, thank you for illuminating more of the ability stuff, June. But I'm excited to see this in the hands of some very good players. Our first Thai agent in Thailand in a show match coming at you right after this. So excited to see Waylay. Let's send it over.
And we will be seeing Waylay soon enough as well when we get these teams onto the stage. But what a reveal, honestly. Actual chills with the cinematic from beginning to end. I mean, that was absolutely amazing. There's something about Riot, we were discussing it when we were watching it just then, but when they made these cinematics, they make me want to play Valorant. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be casting this right now. I want to be up there on the stage.
Yeah, well, maybe if you get another 100,000 followers, buddy.
Yeah, it's not happening.
All right, so now we can actually talk a little bit about the new agent, about Waylay. June, what are some of your most kind of exciting... What are you looking forward to the most out of this show match? What kind of skills or skill expressions do you think we're going to see from the pros?
Yeah, so I think Waylay is just a super creative character. When I was designing her, I was really inspired by Raze's satchel.
Right.
I was inspired by all the different ways that players over the years have like mastered and used that ability. And I just wanted the dash to really feel like this movement tool that you can really use on the fly at any moment.
I wanted to clarify about the light speed as well, because I feel like people won't quite get it yet, but you move in the direction you're looking, which means that you can flick your mouse between the dashes to really crank it, right?
Yes, definitely. You can, in testing, we saw some really cool plays where people would dash out and grab the spike and then 180 back through the vine TP. So cool. And
that's just mad that you can 180 in the middle of it. Like, presumably high DPI.
Yeah.
Yeah, that all hopped up on Red Bulls, I think, to try and get the most out of Waylay. I mean, it seems you were not lying, June, when you said about high skill expression. I mean, this agent is insane, but also feels like quite tied, I think, to team play to some regard as well, right? Because, you know, Jet can dash into her own smokes to try and play off of her own util, but Waylay kind of needs a bit more support in that capacity.
Yeah, I would say she's a little closer to Raze, and I think maybe even more in that like sort of team play category of character, where if you're just dry dashing out into sight, you're probably gonna get yourself in too much trouble and need to get out. But
yeah. Okay, well, the teams are ready, so let's see this agent in action.
Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch.
Team International versus Team Thailand.
It's going to be great to see these two teams matching up. So many fan favorites taking the stage. But is that cosplay at the front as well? That is awesome. So cool. That is very sick. Can you tell me a little bit about the design of Waylay overall as well? Kind of what were some of the inspirations with having the light motif and the kind of look of Waylay?
Yeah, I think a lot of what we wanted to capture, you know, which I mentioned a little bit in the interview, is just that we always try to have a power source for our agents, right? Like, what is the metaphor or motif that makes them feel like their abilities all like sort of sit together? And light is just one that we felt sort of perfectly matches Waylay, given how light can bounce, right? And like refract, if you will, through you know, different surfaces.
Mm-hmm. Is Team International getting together, discussing their strategies?
With Wingman as the fifth man.
Now, we should say as well, we should say as well, it's going to be on Ascent here. We're going to be playing a BO1 on Ascent. There's got to be some wild stuff you can do on Ascent, even if you just thought about it as a jet updraft dash, which it isn't, it's more. But even in that context, there's so much you can do on Ascent. It's a very mobile kind of map. So I assume you're expecting them to make use of that mobility.
Yeah, definitely. And when I was designing Waylay, it was definitely a sort of agenda item for me to shake up a meta game that we've seen basically remain the same now for quite a long time.
Oh, you don't think they're going to be running the exact same composition on Ascent that everybody has run for the last
hopefully not after Waylay.
Yeah, a lot of upward mobility, a lot of options to do some tricky stuff. I mean, I remember jumping into a custom game to practice I mean, should I say this? Banned in pro play, but it's when you dash into the top roof onto the A side and you get further
momentum
into the back. Don't think you're allowed to do that in pro play. You can do it in ranked though.
Yeah,
you can do it in ranked.
Yeah,
but yeah, movement expression is it's going to be very important, and we're going to see it Primi versus Tens in that Waylay head-to-head.
I mean, we've also just got some ridiculous compositions here. Why is CGRS not playing Gecko? The whole thing was CGRS Gecko one trick, and now even he has fallen prey to the Taeho meta. I'm glad that Team International have moved away from it, though. But a triple duelist composition on both sides. Okay. I expect that will not be how Waylay is normally used.
Yeah, I would expect not. I mean, they're just sort of channeling their PRX here,
of course,
you know, in Southeast Asia.
What kind of agent synergies do you see with her?
Yeah, so really any of those agents that have like supportive through walls utility or like lineups, KO, Breach, Omen, actually kind of metas that are characters that have been popular in the meta for a while, and especially now with Breach Taeho, Breach seeing a lot more play now as well. So excited about that.
Okay, well, we've got 20 seconds before we get into this one. I feel like we've got to watch the Waylay to begin.
Yes.
Like attack side Waylay, take a look at Tens, see what he's doing with it, see if perhaps he picked up any of the tech that you were teaching him earlier, June.
I mean, he might know better than me already, to be completely honest. But I wanted to give him something to at least start with, get his gears turning. When I saw him warming up in the range, I was pretty impressed with what I was seeing already.
One of every ability. Don't think he reloaded a pistol. Yep, still 3 bullets in that one, but all good.
He's just going for a single right
Primed and ready. Here it is, vulnerable to the side. Salvo's up and over towards the door! What a combo!
Oh my! That is disgusting! Into the vulnerable. Was that still without reloading the pistol?
Yeah.
And he just went for a solo one-tap with the right-click classic.
Needed to land that.
I mean, he did. He did land it. What a way to begin.
That's crazy.
I mean, there you see the refract place down at the beginning, right? And then the light speed to engage.
Yeah, and getting in there and being untradeable, right, in case someone was playing Hell or Dice.
So, something... Oh, well, let's take a look at whether CGRS can clutch this out.
1v2. It's not like Gecko. No wingman to help you out here. Smoked off, though. Oh, well, okay. Predicted with ease for 10s.
He's too good, isn't he?
Yeah.
I did just want to ask, though, with the refract, so it's your get-out-of-jail-free card, how free is it? Are we talking instant? Is it impossible to punish somebody as long as they react to it? What's the animation looking like there?
It's the same as Chamber. So you'll probably know from playing Chamber that sometimes you do get killed despite having pressed the button.
Yep.
That's 15 milliseconds of time. That's the same here on Waylay.
This one. Go on. So there is some outplay potential, potentially. It's not fully get out of jail.
Yeah, for sure. And you'll notice he kind of had to like 180 flick, and that gave Tens enough time to like get the kill there.
Why do I feel like we're going to see Primi with a shorty dashing up or over somebody? In he goes.
Maybe missed up the movement, I'm not too sure, but a refract to pull it back. Demo's already in there as well. He's drawn first blood, and this should be an easy cleanup.
Are they going to try to...
A little bit awkward.
All good here.
That's all cleaned up.
I was going to ask if they were going to try to farm up the convergent paths from Tens. I do really want to see the ult in play. It's such an unusual ult as well, because you're almost like... I don't think we really got to see it in the video that well, actually, but you create like a light version of yourself that casts the ultimate whilst you can start moving already.
Yeah, exactly. We wanted to sell this like delay that's baked into it, so it had some like, you know, in-world reason, right? That it doesn't just instantly roll out.
Sure.
And you know, given that the light motif on the character, it just seemed like a cool opportunity to like sort of show you like laying up for yourself, being your own initiator.
It's very cool visually.
Yeah, and it gives you time to like equip your dash, ready your refract, and just be ready to get out there as your ultimate's rolling out.
I like that punish from Team Thailand. Hunting the lurker. Casa goes down before the rest of the team can go for that exec on A. And CGRS is all the way pushed up the tiles.
That's deep information in through mid. See if Team International have got the, okay, discipline, but no, I mean, Pyramid! And the rest of the squad put it on a squeeze through mid. That's flawless.
That's very nice. All right, another question. How long does the refract last for? Because we saw Primi there place it down to take a duel in mid. You know, if you're thinking about Jet, you pop your dash, and then you've got a certain window of time, which is really not that long to work with. Is it similar?
Yeah, it's similar. On Waylay, it's 8 seconds.
8 seconds.
Yeah, so, you know, if you are pretty confident that the angle you're holding, you know, you want to commit to that for your 8 seconds. If you're on defense, you can. But ultimately, it's not quite like Jet in that you can't really use it to escape. It's
oh my goodness! I mean, this is fast reacts. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that was just off the rip aggression. I was not expecting the double light speed off the rip. And still, yeah, I mean, it's a bloodbath, isn't it?
He's farming.
Primi's opted into it. Wants to try and take a few more. Casa steps up to the challenge, removes it. Bit of spam from Hard, okay.
It's a big kill. It's going to force Kohan and Casa to back up, reassess. Now, Primi, I think, beefed the refract a little bit when he first took that fight. Forgot to place it down, and it was just kind of sat in a main. Hard with another one.
Hard's kind of owning.
I didn't know what to expect from Hard.
No.
I'm not super familiar, but I was reading kind of the bio. All right, he's a singer from Thailand, contestant on Survival. I was thinking, all right.
Well, this guy's incredible. It's just
he's frying people.
Hitting all the check marks in terms of being talented.
Yeah, we saw Prinny there maybe interact with the ability maybe more like you would on a Jet, right? Where you putting that ability in safety is going to be key.
Yeah.
You can't just like put it where you're standing because you're not going to travel very far and you're going to be vulnerable when you come out of it.
But also, crucially, what I wanted to point out is that even though Primi kind of beefed the refract at the start, he wasn't forced to take it. When the cooldown runs out, you don't just zip back to the refract position. You can actually choose not to enact it.
Yeah, that's right.
And then he was also able to get another one afterwards. So here he is, putting down the refract, kind of in a bad place.
Yeah.
Uses light speed to disengage, but then because he got 2 more kills, he was able to get another refract to try to take a fight from a safer position. So, I mean, even when you make mistakes, if you're Primi, it's fine.
My brain folded in on itself to try and figure out what happened in that engagement in main. Like, genuinely, there was a lot going on. The light speed dashes.
Yeah, you got 2 waylays dashing around. Lots to keep track of.
It got chaotic quite quickly here, Primi. Outlaw in hand. Won't be seeing any tags up through mid though. That's going to be the dimensional drift. Demo trying to set up the rest of his team now. Spotted now, no one's out onto the side, so open ground to be taken. ISO ult, preemptive. This ban from John, and an attempt by Subas to catch that timing, refract him back. He's going to be safe. Then posted up, 4 position, but out through heaven, Mintuka.
Very clean from Mintuka there. Team International left scrambling after Hart got the kill inside of the ISO ult as well. After winning the pistol, attack side on Ascent has been difficult. It's going to need something incredible from Denmo.
Casa trying to play off of it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Denmo's barely alive there, just trying to scramble and run away. Does have the spike. Options.
See if Denmo feeds the kill into Primi. That would put Primi 1 away from having the conversion
That's what you're
pass
looking
online.
for.
That's all I'm
You're not
looking
even
for.
worried about the clutch. You're just, you want to see the ult being used.
I want to see the ult. I want to see Primi get a kill and a defuse, and then, I mean, it does. I would assume starting the round with a conversion pass doesn't make too much sense.
You never know.
Never know.
Do some aggro main control. What kind of usage did you see, June? I think like playtesting, iterating on the agent.
For the ultimate?
Yeah, just for the ultimate in general. Did you see it much in like playtest, people using it off the rip at the beginning of rounds? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think you would play it typically how you would expect, right? With like Sova Dart, Fade Eye, contacting off, like, you know, contact off a drone, things like this. The main thing is that the places you're going to want to use it, they're going to have to be more like, it's not quite as large of an area as Breach or Fade. You have to call your shot a little bit more than that. It's not like the whole bomb site, right? It's just one piece. So you're going to want to have information before you cast it, first of all. And second of all, the supportive casts of the ability aren't nearly as strong, right? Because you want to be following up on it yourself with your dash and trying to like pick that player off. So I think on areas in the map like, you know, Cat going into Tree where it's like fairly narrow, fairly hard to escape, and it really does affect that whole area, I think it'd be really quite good there.
So Primi's 1 away from the ult at the moment. Just to recap how the ultimate works, it applies a debuff in an area and a buff to yourself. Does the debuff affect teammates as well? Is that something that you have to be worried about, like Breach?
Yes, it does affect teammates. It does not affect Waylay, though.
Gotcha.
So when Waylay is dashing out, even though the ultimate's like rolling out right from under you, you're still good.
There's that refract. Back to safety. And Ten's trying to punish with a light dash, but punished in play, and that's an ult turned. Convergent pass, ready and waiting. Primi, you choose to let it loose. Just the arm again. It's going to try and pave the way and clear out most of main.
And they're going into the waiting hands of Mintuka, who gets killed, but then...
Yeah, not dead yet. Still swinging wide!
God, who is this guy? God, Hart is frying. I got to tell you, I underrated the Thai team.
You can't be handsome, singing, dancing, and surviving, and you can't be good at Valorant as well. That's just not fair.
Oh, that's ridiculous. By the way, Mintuka, current streamer, former Game Changers player, currently top fragging on Clove too. You might have been looking at this thinking Superbus, former player for Full Sense, or maybe Primi would be up at the top of the scoreboards. At the moment, they're just here as the supportive cast.
We did use it at the end. Slow start to this one.
They're finding it tough to be able to get into the sites.
Yeah.
The Thai team is looking to try to take fights as much as possible. Like, for example, Mint inside this smoke.
Full aggro.
She's going to be able to hear some of what's going on.
She could definitely do some damage. Same could be said of Primi. Oh, he's got to be careful of that one, but okay. Just spotting the shoulders out, and as the opposition removed and out. Light speed in and out, and oh my god, a head take clean off. Carl's going for it. Flash into the face though. This is potentially a thrifty win. Look at this, 2v4. Team International.
Gun here.
Open access, site granted, on the way, so they get the plan down.
Going walkabouts in the post plan here as well.
No one on site.
No.
Everyone's just...
I mean, set up for the
gone.
Showmatch Ninja Defuse.
Ugh.
G2 and T1 going to be watching this.
Feeling inspired.
Yeah. For the next time they play Ascent, which is not going to be today.
Not for a while.
Ammunition.
They want to go for this though. Team Tide trying to take it. Paranoia in the face, going to be slowing down at the approach. Cage on top of it. It's all a little bit too predictable here, but the smokes obfuscate. Delay, but a random spam. Dismissive forwards, I respect the play, but yeah, that time is ticking. That spike is imminent. The Team International grab themselves a third round.
And a big thrifty win there, despite the fact that they all go down. So it's not like John gets to keep his weapon towards the end, but that's a big one. Now, Tens is still one away from getting his first ult online. I'm going to need him to step it up.
What is
You won last time you were at the first Masters of a year.
Well, I mean, he is doing his job. He's getting in there with Waylay.
That's
you
true.
know,
He is getting in there. Unfortunately, he's also dying once he's got in there. He tried to go for a big punish onto Primi last round. Does he take the orb?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Here it is.
Here we go.
Here it is. And Dimensional Drift to set it up. Here we go. Send out the util. Light speed up and over. Spot him down into the Hell player, but quickly removed. And this is a 3v5, but inside there's smoke. There's the refract. Coming out strong there. Back to safety. Both Waylays.
Now, does that go through Hell?
it does not. It's line of sight.
Gotcha.
No plan down, hold on. Open to the door, Tens. Gonna try and win this fight out, just can't quite wrangle it. With the rifle in hand and CGRS. Okay, need Gecko to perform apparently. Damage center, Dumbo. Could be that first line of defense before they get into the side with a flash repeat on top of it. Good clean up there, so 4-4, nice and even.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, they found a player in Hell. Tens decided to commit the conversion paths for any players that might be trying to flood in. So he ults over to the left
He's still
side.
got it.
Did it land onto the player in Hell? Oh no, he didn't use it. Sorry,
it.
my apologies. I thought he used it on the exec. I mistook the animation.
All good.
Because he went for the light speed.
Yep. So far, one conversion pass with. John just stoked to be here. Yep.
All right. Potential for a massive clash in B main.
Ooh, suppressed though. Won't be any of these being used just yet. Bit of pre-fire onto the drone. There's a refight as well from Team Tie up through mid. They want to try and put the squeeze onto these players in through main. There's a convergent path, and there it is. Double dash in, trying to take the fight, and it is damage done at that still.
Be right back.
Instant trade-off. Harbus is there, still active and kicking, and returning into the fight and into the fray. Fighting tooth and nail. Shield maybe scattered away for John, but still doing the damage here. And Team International trying to sync this one up. Super Bus! Lighting up these highlighted players. You haven't got the reload. Oh, okay. All good. Empress in play into the 1v1. This is scattered. This is chaotic. The spike's been dropped down and they've swapped places.
Demo doesn't have a gate crash. Doesn't have an ult to be able to work with. Knows that Superbus was around B main last time. He saw him. Superbus has gone for the big, long wraparound, and Denmo has to be careful here. You gotta favor Bus in this situation.
Denmo's like, why would you leave the spike? Why would you run away from it? What's going on? The full loop around.
30 seconds
Going
left.
around the world at this point. There's 30 seconds left.
They're both worried about each other getting timing. Denmo at some point here has got to make the first move though.
Yeah.
Shuts the door. He's got to be thinking about Bus coming from spawn here.
Yeah, through lane. It's a crazy timing. Com-esque. Super Bus. Oh, you've got all the time in the world. And Demo, no! He's none the wiser. That was just ridiculous. Oh.
Let's wind things back to the start of the round though. 10 sends in the convergent path. Doesn't catch, I believe, onto the player that was over towards stairs. Now, if it had caught this convergent path, walk us through what kind of debuff Hinder is. Because it's a brand new one. It's different to like Breach's Concuss, for example.
Yeah, so hindered, you can kind of think about it as like a nearly universal player slow. So it's fire rate, reload speed, your jump gravity, your movement speed, your gun pullout time. Really just everything about your gun and your movement gets slowed.
Do you still have the screen shake that you do with Concuss?
No, you don't. So you'll still be able to, you know, I mean, if you can hit your first shot, then, like, I personally don't usually just hit my first shot when I'm shooting with the Vandal. But,
Me too.
you know, but, you know, you kind of get this, like, advantage duel, right?
Gotcha.
Demo spotted it out. It's a lovely flash as well, and a peek with the Bucky. Rolling back the years of that, I remember seeing this guy in the raid. He was doing filthy things with the shotguns in hand. Still doing it. Super Bus trying to contest and tangle with these players in through main, just making it nice and awkward. That's a 3-2-1 swing! Pulling discipline like that out.
They need to take down Team Thailand.
Yeah, all the stops. It's a very difficult retake. Primi, no more util.
Oh, so
nerdy. Off to the sides. Yeah, look at this. Tripled up into the smoke. At a moment's notice, they flash through and they take the fights.
That's, I mean, G2 and T1 should be looking at that. Look at
They should. This is ludicrous for a team that has just joined together. What kind of coordination is this?
I mean, also, they've got player from Canada, Karsa's from China, Denmo Korean, Kohal, they're from Japan. I mean, they're syncing up triple swings through smokes with flashes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I don't know that, none of them speak like the same language, ostensibly, right? Except for...
they speak Valorant.
Yeah, they speak Valorant, yeah.
Valorant really is a language.
If they can do that with no comms, then, you know, get with it.
I know. Rank players have no excuse.
Going walkabouts up through mid here, Bus. Trying to make something happen on the eco. Yeah. While Team International take a main control.
Ooh, spotted out though. Karsa, steady aim, eventually gets it. Good open and pick here. Back inside the smokes as well, though. These players are being picked apart, picked to pieces.
Yeah, there's a bait and switch set up, but it's going to get broken by the Cypher ult. There's the dash again.
Lovely util combo. There's no players onto the side to receive it, though. Be on the receiving end. What the hell? Oh, my. That's Primi Bucky.
Karsa just got cooked.
Still 3. Oh! What is going on?
I mean, we've got to see that replay from Primi's POV. He goes for the light speed dash into Karsa's face with a Bucky, so that's really difficult to dodge, and then gets knifed in the back on the refract.
How many shotgun abusers are there in the Q&A team, June?
Oh, I mean,
using Waylay.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few players who are in our daily playtests who are big shotgun enjoyers.
I mean,
this is
I feel for
There are some
Karsa.
people who are just like reactivated some pretty awful memories seeing that, I think, on the dev team. We did work pretty hard on the counterplay side. That was a pretty unusual case. I mean, you know, you have to keep in mind a lot of these players are playing against Waylay really for the first time.
So what would you say the counterplay is to somebody who's trying to dash around with Buckies?
Yeah, so as you play against the agent more, you'll find that the paths that Waylay can take.
Primi straight in there.
Yeah.
Don't mean to interrupt, but...
Oh, no, please.
It just left Cole up through the devices. Primi! Oh my, he's getting away with murder here.
Phantom abuse. And a 6-6 half. It looked like Thailand was going to run away from it, though. Credit to Team International for getting 6 on the attack side. Sorry, June, though. Just before we interrupted, you were talking about counterplay to people who are going to try to get up in your face and use close range weaponry.
Yeah, so I think in general with the dash, it's quite loud. You'll be able to hear each dash distinctly. The audio is distinct between the dashes, and also the visuals are a little distinct between the dashes as well. So all these together give you a pretty good sense of being able to track Waylay. Additionally, in that situation, right, this player just like hadn't really like played against a Waylay engaging in this play pattern that much, but I've actually, over time, especially, there's a lot of people who are abusing this on the dev team internally, and over time, actually, you actually just kind of see them get put down now, so people kind of stop trying.
Nice. Okay.
You know.
I like that.
And is that because the pathing is very predictable?
Yeah, they're straight lines. It's not like Rays where it's like so squirrely.
Gotcha.
And they also have fixed distances. So your ability to improve and track that will grow pretty quickly once you get a few games in against Waylay. And also the audio is just loud. You can spatialize the character pretty well, I find. We worked quite hard on the production side to make those audio and visual things there to help you out.
Well, this was a 3v5 post plant that's very quickly gone back even.
Yeah, deep squeeze though from the door, and Primmy's, oh, he's left on an island there. Difficult spot to be left into, but I mean, it is nice to hear about, I think, the goings-on and the development process as well for the agents, because it's definitely, I think, when people see Waylay introduced in this show match setting as well, because you've got to remember, all these players are seeing Waylay for the first time, they're probably thinking, oh my, I don't want to be sat at backside bind, and there's just a shotgun in my face and things like that, but over time, you learn the counterplay elements, you're saying, because of the sound cues, and I know there was that one pass as well where they you guys tuned up the raise volume as well for the satchels and things. So
yeah, and also, you know, it's a live game. Like, if we get feedback that, you know, people are having trouble tracking and predicting it, we'll definitely act on that. Like, the point of this ability is not to be stealthy. This is not like a your situation, right?
Yeah, I figured. All right, a force buy, dash out!
Oh my! Oh, he probably still got the one! They're trying to take this one straight to him. 2v3 in the blink of an eye. I mean, we are channeling that SEA ranked experience here, Bucky in hand.
Both teams did pick 3 duelists.
That is true. Yep. There's only one way to play that, and it's sending it.
CGRS is going to bring this back to Paper Rex.
It's like, guys, got something magical for you. But CGRS just setting up the team for success. It was a nice little 3-piece. 7-7, it's so even between these two teams.
And getting good value out of the force buy there. I got to imagine Team International were hoping that they would just be feasting on ecos as they dashed in. Oh, the team blind as well. I didn't even realize that Ten's got a bit unfortunate with that. It was a vulnerable setup, flash setup.
Yeah, overshot that ledge too, right? If yeah, more time on the agent, a little more practice, I'm sure he would have been able to land atop that ledge and like really take advantage of it as well.
Just to go back to what you were talking about earlier, you were saying that one of the large differences between the satchel movement and the light speed movement is that you're not as swirly-whirly in the air like you are with Raze, and a bit more unpredictable. What are some other ways in which Waylay differs from Jet and Raze? Because those are definitely the two space-taking duelists that people are going to make the strongest comparisons to in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I worked really hard to really think through what makes each of those abilities special, right? Like the Jet Dash and the Raze Satchel. But one thing I wanted to capture was sort of, I didn't want Waylay to be like quite as strong on the off as Raze, right? For example, or as Jet, or even Raze. I think Raze, as we've seen as time goes on, people have mastered the satchels. They've gotten a lot better on those as well. And I also want it to be like an equipped ability. It's not something you can do instantly.
It's not like the old Jet quick cast dash that
was... Yeah, or even satchels where you get some quite instant movement.
Of course.
Out of the satchel. So I think I wanted it to be something that was a little more premeditated than either of those abilities.
Do you see her getting used as an offer? It does seem a little difficult to disengage, because you're only able to dash forwards, at least the way that you're looking. So if you did kind of proc that, you'd have to be unscoping, swapping away to an alternate direction.
16,000 DPI.
Yeah, and it's not like you would really put the refract down to go for the op line, because it only lasts for 8 seconds.
Correct, yeah. And you have to put it in a safe place where they're not going to be able to just run you down. So I think in general, Waylay is a decently weaker offer than Jet or Raze. I still think it's probably fine, especially if you can like DP into a safe place and then like dash away. You know, thinking of like, I don't know if you have B-main control on Ascent and you're across the entrance hiding. You can probably have time to equip your light speed and dash away after taking a shot. And but in general, it's a lot more difficult.
With all of the odd characters, it helps if you hit your first shot as well, so that first person isn't trying to run you down immediately.
Correct. Yeah, we actually saw they're pretty utilizing the timed drop of Saturate, Waylay's grenade. It's similar to Phoenix. It has a timer when it's in the air, and when it expires, it drops straight to the ground. Tens was using this on attack to hit back dice.
Yeah.
So you can throw it on a lineup, and it lands in pretty predictable positions.
Yeah. Well, seems like a nice bit of solo setup for the duelist, right?
Exactly.
Being able to play off it. I mean, we literally just saw it from Primmy there. So.
Yeah, exactly. And I also, you know, one thing about duelists that the design team thinks a lot about is like they're characters that put their body on the line, right? We don't want you being super nerdy with a lineup, throwing out hindered across the map for your team. We want this to be something that's affecting local space, and you're the one who's trying to capitalize off of it.
Definitely feels that with the kit. I mean, you're following up off your own ultimate, you're following up off your own saturate as well. And then you have the abilities to get in and get out.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Like, these things are sort of like tuned for Waylay in that way, but I would say that like Waylay brings something really unique to the team that Jet and Raze doesn't.
Tens missed again.
He hit it last time. He was up and over onto the top, but it still fights being taken in a dismiss back and a refract back, but you're out in the open, son. Not long for the world is Tens. Primmy's been sitting on this convergent pass, doesn't need to use it though. Caster's the last one left alive.
I mean, do you, because it's a show match, do you run him down? Yeah. I mean, normally you'd see teams go for a free plant, I think, but yeah, your 4v1, just run at him. One of the things that I'm noticing, okay, so when we saw Jet kind of develop, Tens was actually one of the first players that figured out dashing into smokes for an exec was super powerful. A lot of the Korean Jets then kind of innovated by, as you dash in, flicking to one side for information on your entrance. One thing I'm noticing is that when Waylay is using Refract, I think you're missing the info during the Refract, right? You're not seeing player positions there.
No, so we hide player positions and util being used. You're really only seeing the level. That's really to help you spatialize where you are in case you forgot, right? So you're like kind of aware of your orientation when you're coming out of that teleport. And additionally, it has some gameplay texture that's pretty interesting where, you know, if you're dodging a Vice ult or a Breach ultimate, because you're sort of teleporting for more time than someone like a Chamber, you actually can dodge the ultimate like quite cleanly with that ability.
Right. Demos backside.
Yep, all the way back in. That was a gate crash to get back into the back of the side here. Demos locked away here. He's getting no support, no help out, but still manages to land a kill at least before the trade comes through. And Primmy, that suppressive fire.
Oh, that's huge.
The line of lead in the air. Here it is. Convergent path slowed to a crawl. And Primmy, it's time to take over. Leading the charge here for Team Tai. Still a jar with a movement. Tens trying to get tricky with it, but too much to overcome in that spot there. So a 2-round lead now for Team Tai.
Another thing about Hindered that you'll experience when you're in-game is you are very, very, very slowed for the first, you know, quarter to half of the duration of the debuff, but it does trail off pretty naturally into your normal, into your normal movement and shooting speed and everything. Really, that's trying to signal to you that, like, hey, you need to seize the opportunity here. And you can see there, Prinny was not able to hit his first or second shot.
Here we go, fast play.
Yeah.
Out to A main
Don't
again.
slow down, is it? And there it is. Convergent paths again, spotting it out to Emmo. He's been slowed down. Oh, dangerous lesson to learn, yet still manages to find the kills.
That's huge. Tens unfortunately missing the light speed, but Denmo had it on lock already.
Almost just fighting for his life in through the back of the side, but Primmy on the heels. How the hell has Dortmund found that one? Still Primmy's there. Not dead yet, but he's the last one left. Refract out in the open, but you do not want to take that. Not sure where it's landed back to safety. Spike dropped down behind. Tens and John rolling back to years. See what they can do side by side. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, world's first Waylay ace right there.
Well, he's 23-12, absolutely dominating, and that was off the back of a gorgeous set play from Tens and Denmo at the beginning of the round. When he completely caught Bus and Hart.
Oh, so the hit, there's just a little bubble around your heads if you're going to be hit by it as well, right?
Yeah, it'll look similar to Concuss. It's just more of like a light bubble effect to show you that it's a different debuff.
Yeah.
So of course, if that was Tens following up on his own, he wouldn't have been caught by the hinder.
Correct.
But Denmo, because he's come out of his ultimate a little too early there.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see some of the mastery here that's not quite there yet. You know, give these guys a break.
Mastery?
It's their first game. So, but as time goes on, I think we'll see those plays look really cool once people figure out the set plays you can do with Waylay. And I really built Waylay with team play in mind. I wanted it to be an agent that, if you put in that little bit of extra effort in your ranked games with your duo or just in pro play where that level of coordination is very high, Waylay really, really shines in that coordinated context.
All eyes on Primmy.
Yeah, all eyes on Primmy again. He's going to be sending it deep into the sides. Okay.
Gotta like that, Casa.
Through the back. Yeah, it's just a little bit messy, but all good. That's Team Tai up to 12. Home field advantage for them, but there. really just running away with us at this point, all off the back of largely Primmy. I mean, see the scoreboard, he's 24-12.
He is feasting, but the other players on Team Thailand are not doing a bad job either. Mint was at the top of the scoreboard for a hot minute, and yeah, as soon as Primmy got onto the attack side, he's just found so many opportunities to be able to get in and take his fight.
Yeah, really cool to see Tens there use it in kind of like a chamber-like way where you're able to like get that pick and get out basically untradably in those moments. So you can still be aggressive with the refract on its own, even if you don't have the dash and the refract together to be kind of a lock and key.
Gonna need to see Team International step it up 4 rounds in a row to take us to overtime.
Butcher pass. No one going to be in the line of side angle for that one. A lot of volts and a lot of abilities where that came from. Casa, bit of spam down in through the smoke on top of it. It's a Neurotheft to point the way and pave the way, potentially. Primmy's here, door closed in the face of a few of these players. Just moving around here, light speed, up and over the top here. Tens! This is it out against the counterpart. Still needs to take a solid fight, but a refract in time. Pulls his way back and plays Casa in. It's traded though. It leaves Tens in a 1v1 to survive in the show match. Quick reload, soundbait, and CGRS. Head swiveling, but I think he's just been spotted yet. Just a barrel. It's barely enough for Tens to get a hold onto him.
That's lovely audio bait there as well. Tens jumps down and then Silent jumps back up, making the drop noise, making the reload noise, completely baiting CGRS, thinking it was coming from a different direction. Great 2K as well from Casa.
Yeah.
Playing around the smoke. I don't know whether those were just blind spam kills or what, but found a lot of success. There's the first of 4 that Team International would need for us to extend the game further. There are so many pings on the minimap. Team Thailand is going for something wild.
They're all over the place in mid. Okay. Salvos is the first wave of it. Clears it out in case somebody was hiding.
Still a trip here. Still a paranoia off the trip from Kohal. They're ready for it.
Who's going to be swinging? That's the question. John QT is getting close to the corner. It's broken. Trying to take the swing from either side. That's going to be the refract out into the open here. Shield, propped, popped up. Quick side step to saturate. Not going to be called by that one just too quickly. John!
He got someone.
Oh, he did with the kill contract, but he's out into the open here and he needs Demo to bail him out. And Bus just won the fight anyway. Demo. Oh, popped off. It's still a die, isn't it? 12-9 at this point. Body blocking the players before he can try and get in. There's an upgrade for you, but it would have to be a 1v3. And Team Thai looking like they're on the verge of potentially doing this one. All locked up onto the site. Trying to look for these openings. He's found a first kill. Popped up onto lane though. Primmy! Yeah, just sidesteps it. 13-9. Here for Team Thai. They are the winners. And I believe there was someone on the line for this one. I think the losers might have to eat a bit of spicy food.
Yeah, we'll have to see this at the end. There were rumors and hints that there was going to be some kind of forfeit. But also, yeah, I heard the forfeit was eating spicy Thai food, which if Team Thailand lost, that's just, we feed them lunch, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a lot more on the line for international, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a great opener. Primmy had 341 ACS on a brand new agent when he also didn't even take any tips from you, June.
No, he didn't need it, clearly. I wouldn't have offered him anything useful, I think, based on what I've seen here.
Well, what a great opening to our Masters final here. The Thai crowd seeing a Thai agent, Team Thailand winning.
I mean, listen, I don't know if that picked up over the cinematic, but they were going crazy in here.
Yeah.
They were going absolutely nuts as well.
As soon as Waylay said the first thing in the cinematic,
that was it.
They were pogging.
Yes, there was rumbles throughout the arena, all around here. So Team Thai, your victors here in the show match here. I mean, what an opening as well for Waylay. That's going to be one of the most memorable agent openings that we've had, I think, just in terms of Waylay's definitely going to be a mainstay.
I would imagine so. I feel like the fun factor is so high that people are going to be, at the very least, trying her out. And she does look viable. It's always very hard to say at the beginning.
I'm going to feed so hard on this agent when we get back. Oh.
Yeah, you know, we always try to make our characters viable. We always try to launch them in a state where we think they're going to see play. Sometimes we hit the mark, sometimes we don't, in either direction, right? Yeah. We're not releasing agents overpowered on purpose or anything like that. The intention is always that players
For sure.
I feel like they have a fun new tool to play with.
Yeah, they definitely seem fun. I think you guys have knocked it out of the park with Waylay being fun to watch and play, it seems.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just looking forward to seeing how good people get with the dash.
Yeah,
The fact that light speed has fixed distance, but how you angle your mouse is going to then affect the distance, because there's going to be some vertical component to it as well. There seems like there's a lot of precision there and a lot of outplay opportunity and skill expression that really does remind me of the Rays in particular, to be honest, more so than Jet, I think.
Yeah, I think really the possibility stage of the ability is a little closer to Rays, but I was really hoping that it had more accessibility than the Rays Satchel, right? Like with Rays Satchel, you got to spend some time in a custom, right? So
I
really get that
have
thing
not spent
figured
the time
out.
in the custom, and
Yeah,
I'm not good with the Rays Satchel.
I didn't before I worked on this agent, but now that I have, I spent a lot of time casting Rays Satchel just to try to understand it all better, and hopefully you get some of that creativity that you would have from Rays, but it's a little easier to access in this character.
Okay, I want to ask you a final question here as well, I think, before we get ready for the interview. We've got two teams playing later on, G2, T1. Is there a player on those teams that you think would be incredible with this?
I mean, Giacomo. G2 is my favorite team. I followed them since they were the guard. I'm just so excited to see them here today.
It is an awesome storyline. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, well, that is going to do it for the show match here, and what an introduction to Waylay. We're going to be sending it down to the stage for our Verizon post-match interview, and afterwards, don't go anywhere, because the grand finals is going to be coming up after that.
And what a lovely way to welcome our latest agent into the agent pool. Now, to celebrate our first ever Thai agent, we decided to keep things spicy and heat it up with the spicy food interview. Now, only the losing team's IGL has to eat it, so hence, that would be you. Primi, if you want some, you're welcome to. Would you like some?
เอาไหมครับผม
Now,ครับ
Okay, he said no. Okay, Tense, don't be scared, because we have ice cream on standby for you. So take a bite, please.
แล้วสำหรับแฟนๆชาวไทยนะครับผมนี่คือยำมะม่วงนะครับผมบอกเลยว่าเผ็ดมากๆนะครับผม and all for the fans out there this is mango salad and it is very Tense, you are doing an amazing job. I would love to know how does it taste like อยากรู้รสชาติเป็นยังไง
I see tears. Hold on. You okay?
It's fire. Oh my god, it's hot. It's hot.
เผ็ดมาก
Right, but I gotta get you talking though.
ต้องสัมภาษณ์แล้วครับ
What did you think of the new agent, Waylay?
The new agent, pretty good. I mean, I think I was showing people what not to do. I was doing a lot of crazy stuff. Yeah.
Who do you think will be really good on this agent?
Ooh. I mean, I'll say from like Americas, I think Zekin, Jajimo. I think Premi's gonna be good on it. So I need like duelists that's aggressive and can utilize the movement. They'll be really good with it.
All right, Sarah, translation please, and somebody
For
get
sure.
this guy some ice cream over here.
ระหว่างที่เทนนะครับน่าจะต้องพักนิดนึงนะครับก็จะแปลเมื่อกี้นี้คิดยังไงกับเอเจนต์ประเทศไทยบ้างและคิดว่าใครเล่นเก่งที่สุดนะครับผมก็มีหลายชื่อที่ถูกเอ่ยเหมือนกันเป็น Sentinel Second มีจอกิโมนะครับผมแล้วก็มีพรีมี่ของเราด้วยที่น่าจะเหมาะกับตรงนี้แล้วก็ที่สำคัญเลยก็คือว่าเป็นเอเจนต์จากประเทศไทยและบอกเลยนะครับว่าสำคัญกับวันนี้มากๆจริงๆครับผมเลยอยากจะถามพรีมี่ต่อเหมือนกันนะครับผมแต่ขออนุญาตเป็นภาษาอังกฤษก่อนนะทางที่บ้านจะได้เข้าใจด้วยนะครับผม so I would love to ask you know as a Thai representative here what do you think about the Thai agent คิดยังไงกับเอเจนต์ประเทศไทยบ้างครับ
ก็คิดว่าเป็นตัวละครที่เท่ดีครับ แล้วก็มีสกิลที่โกงครับ
yeah he just thinks it is cool very OP skills so yeah let's see how it goes แล้วที่สำคัญเลยคิดว่าเอเจนต์ตัวเนี้ยใครเล่นเก่งที่สุด
น่าจะแอดพาร์ทครับ
ใครนะครับ
แอดพาร์ท
ขอใหม่นะครับ
แอดพาร์ทนะครับที่
แอดพาร์ทนะครับผม and of course I asked a very similar to you tried it too okay I asked a very similar question to Jen who do you think is gonna be very good on this agent and yes it's but like how is it Jen now I'm interviewing you
I can't talk. Well, yeah. Good?
Good.
We all good? Thank you guys so much. Have fun watching the grand finals, and I'll toss it over to whoever's on the other side.
ครับผมแล้วเดี๋ยวเราไปเจอกันต่อครับ
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Bangkok. It's our grand finals, and of course, I'm Golden Boy here with two very special guests here. You might be familiar with them. It's the global head of Valorant Esports, Leo Faria, as well as our studio head of Valorant, Anna Donlan.
Hey,
guys, thank you so much for joining me here today.
I have never been happier to not see a bowl of spicy food.
I like spicy food, so I kind of want to try it. So if we can get it up here eventually during the course of the day, that would be absolutely brilliant.
I think it's great that you
By
do
the way,
that.
Anna, did I notice something there with a scent?
I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you always coming at me with the questions?
Oh, okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And I'm just here. I'm just a little guy asking questions. That's all I am.
Take a shot.
I had to try. I'm a journalist after all. Now, in any case, though, let's talk about this. Weili looks awesome. I mean, she looks like just an absolute beast when used properly. For you, Anna, what was the plan always to, because this is a Thai agent,
Yes.
correct? So it felt like divine intervention. This was like meant to happen here.
Yeah, you know, like a lot of different things go into how we decide where an agent comes from. Some of it's play style, some of it's like, what have we done before? Where's the community really growing and thriving? This one was one where we were literally sitting and looking at the calendar for the year. We've been trying to move our calendar around a lot for a while.
Yeah.
And just trying to figure it out. We knew what this agent was going to be all about. And it just, the synergy was 100% there. Like it was 100% there. And I don't want people to think we're going to do this every time. I think that would be really predictable.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I think when there are moments, to create a moment as special as the one that we just had.
The reaction, how was that moment for you?
Like, I think the community is starting to understand that I'm a big baby, and like I am like
I am too, don't worry about
I
it.
cry at everything. Makeup had to redo touch me up because like I did, like it's something about putting there are hundreds of rioters working on this game, you know, and they put a lot into these agents, and we take a lot of feedback and we hope we get it right. But when you're sitting with the players that you make it for, and you did something to honor them, and they have the response that they did, like in the stadium, that feeling, yes, I did cry like
and believe it or not, it was the first time we launched an agent at their
first
country,
time.
right?
Yeah, I was thinking about that because I thought we did that for Gecko, but I was wrong. Like we didn't.
Gecko was launched in Sao Paulo, lock-in, and we launched Sunset.
That was
in
the
LA.
map. We launched
That's
Sunset.
right.
That was the first time.
Wow, that is really cool.
And it created a really special moment. You could feel it in
Yeah,
here.
you definitely can.
It was amazing.
The sound was deafening once it was revealed. Super cool. How did it feel to see the agent play out on stage for you guys? How about you, Leo?
Man, I actually can't wait to see because it's going to be available to play at the start of stage 1.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was
Who do you think's gonna pop off with it?
I like a good duelist with flashy plays. We all love the highlights and the big moments. So yeah, it'll be.
I think she's definitely going to be one to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it seems like she has so much potential to have the flashy plays, but also can create some really fun dynamic moments here. It's really cool to see Weili being played out there, and I'm pumped to see any. We heard Tens earlier. Anyone on the America side? 'Cause, we're a little America's bias in this one. Who you think?
Second.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. I just want to see second. I just want to see second. I want to see Buzz on it. I want to see some of the best of the best on that agent. It's gonna be dope. Now, speaking of players, though, okay, something that we're doing real special here, and might as well reveal it, is our MVP bracelet. And this is just a really cool thing.
Look at that.
Place it right there. Look at that bad boy. It's super cool. I've been working in esports for well over a decade now. And, you get the MVP award given to you in a variety of different forms. Why did you guys aim to make it a bracelet? What was there a specific reason behind it?
Look, first of all, MVP, it's a 5th year of the sport.
Yeah.
And now that we're here, we started reflecting.
Yeah.
A lot of what we're doing is building legacies and building stories, right? And what better than celebrating not only the best teams by raising a trophy, but celebrating the best players who rose above everyone else and giving them something that feels special and unique. And we've been debating for a long time now, what is the right piece of memorabilia to celebrate that. We've tried a bunch of things. We did this survey with the players, and all they want is something flashy to show.
That's it. That's all they wanted,
That's
just
right.
something flashy to show.
That's exactly right.
And what better than a bracelet? And that is quite flashy, by the way. So is this something that the fans should be expecting every every big event that we do from here on out?
That's correct. That's the plan. Yeah. We started with Champ Soul, then we did it at Game Changers, and now every global event from now on will have a.
And then I'm wondering, once someone gets multiple MVPs, right? How do we create like a buckle that then, is like they're like Wonder Woman, but on steroids, you know?
Not a bad idea, but the plan is just stack them up, baby.
I love it. I love
it.
it.
Like a lot of the players actually look to NBA and the NFL and how some players had like a handful of rings.
Yeah, that's true. And
that's the
now
idea.
You kind of have that like vibe
with the bracelets.
Yeah, yeah. And for you guys here in Thailand and being a part of this event, how is it for you? You've gone to all of these different. We've done this a few times now, as a matter of fact. What has made this event particularly special for you?
I think it's the community, honestly. Like I say it all the time, but like every country that we go to brings a different type of energy.
Yeah.
They're so very specific. They always bring something really authentic and genuine. The Thai community has just been exceptionally welcoming and warm and lovely, and I think it's brought. I don't know. The vibes are always hype. Like the vibes here are like super hype in the stadium. Just even outside the stadium, just meeting people, it's just been, I don't know, it's been an incredible energy. And this isn't a region that we always hoped that we would pop off in this region.
Yeah.
But we did right out of the gate. Like this was an area that took to Valorant really, really quickly. So it's just been really special to bring a big event here, honestly.
And the food is so
and the food
Always,
is
man.
very good.
love.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I've been eating my body weight in pad Thai and Thai tea. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
It's
sir.
delicious.
No
It's delicious.
insects though. I know.
No, I can't do that. Had it one time back in the day, never again.
I can't do the bugs.
Yeah, I can't do the bugs, but I respect it. I
do.
respect it.
I do. I respect all of you.
Well, if we got a little bit of extra time here, I do want to ask just about the year as a whole. How obviously we've had a bit of a crazy year with LA and all that stuff and the fires, but just getting the league off the ground across all the different regions. Leo, how has it been for you this year? Because it really feels like this season we're coming into more of a form with our players and our teams and our fans and where we're going. It really is incredible.
Man, it is. Look, it's a special year for us, and I'll let Anna speak to that. But the whole theme of the year is we've been iterating and we've been trying different things. I feel like, to your point, this year feels like we're finally getting to a place where we feel good about a number of things, right? We extended the calendar. Champs now in October. We no longer have a 5-month off season.
Thank you for that.
Of course.
I believe we spoke directly about that a few times.
I got you.
Yeah.
We made changes to the format, so now the groups are easier to understand. We made changes to championship points, so now more teams are rewarded for doing good at Masters. All the top 4 teams are going to be awarded championship points. We're also doing a bunch of new things, innovating on the esports hub, being client, and the broadcast and our website that definitely deserves some love.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, it's just the overall evolution of the VCT that we're feeling really good.
It's a really awesome thing for sure. Well, guys, real quick before we go, who's going to win the grand finals?
Oh. Are they allowed to say?
Look, I would say G2.
Okay.
It's a better story,
But-
right?
but-
T1's a good story too,
no,
though.
T1's a great story.
But look, I gotta be honest, I was not a believer in T1.
Now you are.
But they have just
That's
proved
true.
me wrong
He's become a
time
T1
and time
stan
again.
for sure.
All right, well, you heard it from Leo, you heard it from Anna. There you have it, folks. But let's go ahead and hear from one possible MVP contender. And I thank you so much for both
you
of
for
your
having us,
time,
Jimmy.
as always. Let's do it in another country next time, all right? Now, of course, we spoke to One Leaf about making the grand finals in this Omen player moment.
Hey guys, G2 Leaf here, Sentinel for G2 Esports. I'm feeling just kind of tired right now after making grand finals. We've played many best of 5s as a team, We played one in kickoff, we played multiple last year, even at the international stage, and we all we came up short up until this latest kickoff, so we just need to make sure that our focus is just at an absolute peak, and we'll let the game come to us.
Quick with it, support from Simon, and G2 left in towards the ult. It's down to 3v2. They're going to force out the ult as well. Simon taking no chances here. They want to bulldoze forward. Oh, I told you about these stingers, and maybe it's true. Smoggy has to pull this off himself, and the time is ticking. G2.
I don't want to celebrate making it to grand finals, to be honest, because if we lose, then it's just what was all that celebration for? You didn't even finish the job. But like, I definitely want to look forward and like kind of manifest like the win kind of, and just like the celebration afterwards. But you know, I need to get there first. I know online we have a lot more supporters as the tournament goes on, and you know, we're just gonna make sure that we don't let anybody down.
All right, everyone, and welcome back here at the Grand Finals of Bangkok, Thailand. Of course, Golden Boy here, now joined by my incredible analysts. We have Kakuka as well as Mimi, and we're gonna break everything down. But before we do that, though, today's MasterCard fan poll is pretty straightforward. I mean, you guys kind of know what I'm gonna say here. Which team is lifting the trophy today? Scan that QR code, cast your vote. We'd love to hear from you because we love your faces. Also, tell us who's gonna win using the hashtags Valorant Masters and VCT. And today, I'll give you permission to only send us okay stuff because we gotta get everyone in here. You know, okay, good, whatever. Just, you know, not the bad stuff. In any case, though, folks, guys, real quick, before we go jump into anything, Waylay.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be very interesting to see how it merges and if it will be possible for Jet to be replaced, especially now that Ascent is back. We also saw some changes there. And
I don't know what you're talking about. Anna didn't mention anything.
Oh, yeah, and definitely some players that were very good, I believe, last year with the Neon and whatnot. Like, for example, I'm thinking of Miniboo that didn't have a good start in EMEA this year. I think that could be his saving grace.
Good to see another agent with really high skill ceiling, a lot of room to play with the micro on that. Super excited to see more and more pros get their hands on it.
Yeah, that's just going to be another agent that I won't be able to play because I'm trash. So we're going to have to Boomer Stone for me, baby. But hey, look at this. T1, well, they made it here with one hell of a lower bracket run. Taking down Vitality and EDG along the way. This squad, Mimi, has looked incredible despite the fact that no one thought they would be in this position to begin with.
Most people had this team ranked dead last. No one gave them really a chance heading into this event, the second seed from Pacific, but they have been so good throughout this tournament and have come into their own in the playoffs, playing a unique style with the double duelists, finding form for individual players, and now for the organization, making their first global final in Valorant.
Absolutely, and they've played so much. The road to get in here has been so difficult, and throughout the way, they've been taking down the Titans from every single region, but today is the final boss for them.
It truly is, but it's also a big demon for these two guys to overcome in Buzz and Stacks. These are two players that have a massive milestone opportunity ahead of them here, Mimi, because they can hoist that trophy, something they have not been able to do.
They've already made history making a finals. Their previous was top 3, but they always fell short with DRX. Missed out when the first Asian team lifted a trophy last year. It was another Korean squad, Gen G. But now they're here with a new jersey on after a very long career in Valorant with a chance to make history for themselves and win their first ever trophy.
And when we speak about Buzz and Stacks, we're reminiscent of like the good old days when everything was still up for grabs and we were still trying to determine which was going to be the region on top. But for them too specifically, the last time that they won a grand final was even before we started this whole partnership era. So it could be so different today.
All right, but then over on the other side, you got G2. They're looking to make history here as this is their first global final and they could be the first Ascension team to win a global title. I'm a big fan of G2. I've always been a fan of this squad. And Kakuka, this is a massive opportunity for this team and organization.
Absolutely. For them, as we're saying, winning to Ascension, demonstrating that this entire plan, this whole ecosystem can work, utilizing from the beginning of the year every single tool that they had. Last year was good, but what we're seeing this year, how they're ramping up, how Juggernaut is fitting so well onto the plans, is really good to see how well the system works.
The journey for this team is so cool. It was just 3 years ago that 3 of these players came to a Masters 1 as the guard. They bombed out there, but since then, they stuck together after having offers to go into Tier 1. They played that extra year of Tier 2, earned their spot in the Americas League, and now have earned their spot in their first ever global finals. No matter what happens today, it's going to be a new squad lifting a trophy. It's going to be new players earning the accolade for the first time, and it's got to feel so good for G2 G2 to have done that together after all this journey that they've been on.
Yeah, what an incredible story both teams have undergone to reach this moment here. And folks, no matter what happens, history will be made on that very stage today. It's G2 versus T1, a best of 5 for the trophy. The Masters Bangkok Grand Finals starts right now.
G2 on the verge. Valen takes away nobody at all on G2 now. And the time is singing the tune of G2 right now. And he knows it. Time to face the music. Time.
The core team of me, Valen, and Trent, our goals have always been aligned since the very beginning, all those years ago.
The Guard, literally our youngest average team. And we unfortunately say goodbye to the Guard. Didn't feel like we saw much at all.
We've always had what it takes to win.
The Guard, you're Ascension champions in the Americas region.
But Valorant, it can't be a perfect game.
And the hopes and dreams of G2 have come to an end.
G2, the Ascension Dreamers, reaching new heights, locking in the Grand Finals.
Having the opportunity to stick together through this whole time and finally bring home a trophy would just mean everything to me.
이 순간을 제가 항상 꿈꿔왔는데
For Stacks, somebody who was absent for so very long from the global stage.
Stacks has to stand and accept his fate.
이 순간에 이제 오면은 항상 어떨까라는 생각도 많이 해왔었고
For DRX, their era of dominance, that has long since ended.
DRX에서는 좋은 시간을 많이 보냈지만 그래도 만남이 있으면 이별이 있는 법이니까
DRX cut down a statement win. This T1 team, the Usurpers. T1! They smoke Vitality.
Who's the best team in Korea now? The wildest dreams coming true. T1 are going to the finals.
I'm proud of the boys for getting the win versus EDG, but now comes the bigger test.
인생을 살면서 가장 힘든 순간이 상대팀이 트로피를 들었을 때인데 트로피를 두 번 다시 놓치고 싶지 않습니다.
We both worked hard to get to the finals, but believe me, we worked harder.
저희 T1은 여기서도 역사를 써내려갈 것입니다. Will you? Let's see.
Sawasdee ผู้เล่น VALORANT ชาวไทยทุกท่านยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ Final Match Master Bangkok และนี่คือ 2 ทีมสุดท้าย ขอเสียงตบมือต้อนรับตัวแทนจากโซนแปซิฟิก T1 อีซูบอสและนี่คือคู่ต่อสู้ของพวกเขา ตัวแทนจากโซนอเมริกา G2 เจ้าเกโมเทรนวอร์เรนโจนาพีลีจอชอาร์ที
It's time for the grand finals here in Bangkok, Thailand. G2 Esports, T1, two teams that fought tooth and nail to make it to this moment. And now it's an opportunity for either one of these teams to make history.
It absolutely is. G2, the first Ascension team to make a global final, a chance to win a trophy as well. And T1, they've been on a miracle run, but that means they're coming from the lower bracket and they're facing a two-ban advantage.
And there goes your series layout. Lotus, Haven, Abyss, and Split Pearl if necessary. Kukuka, what you make of this?
I make of this that I thought the G2 was going to be banning the Haven. They decided to go for no buy, giving T1, Lotus and Haven, the two maps with the three sites. Not only that, G2 has decided that we are going to start here on Lotus. This has to be a power move. They're not here to just win on the AC basis. They want to prove that they can outgo
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Both teams undefeated on that.
That they are, but with very different approaches.
Not T1.
Fair.
He was close though.
Close.
Almost there, yes. But for T1, this map has looked so good. It is the ultimate way to see the style clash between these teams. The Breach, Teo, Yoru, the meta that G2 has been defining versus T1, playing the double duelist that no one else is really playing, but it's a meta they've defined for themselves and have made such good on this tournament thus far.
Exactly. The styles, as you're saying, Mimi, are very different. And if we look at the individuals, as also you were mentioning, Trent and Jonah P, the way that they combo everything, we've seen so many things. Right now, Trent is leading with 13 kills with those salvos. Very, very further away from even the second place, which would be nobody with 7. And with the little amount, well, compared to the rest of them, of rounds that he has played, it is amazing to see this kind of combination between the two.
A familiar spot for some of these players. For Meteor, his third Masters final he's made in a row. Austin, the last one, trying to make good on that here. Agent Select is no surprises. The ISO Rays facing up against the Yoru, Breach, Teo. And I think the biggest thing to watch out for is how both these teams are going to brawl for a lobby. G2 has a ton of util to overwhelm with their double initiator comp, but T1 with that ISO shield, combos with the undercut, they have ideas to fight for that space heavily as well.
You mentioned the ISO. I think of Meteor. He was in every single grand final of Masters that last year. And not only that, every single one of them went to the final map, went right to the final map to just get an answer on who was going to be the winner.
All right, folks, our teams are locked in, and it's time for the first pistol round of this grand final. And this is going to be one for the books. And we've got just the casters to tell this story, and I'm so glad I get to send it to them. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you, GB. What a road it is to get to this moment. Not for us, but for these two teams. T1, their first grand final as a franchise here at a global. G2, the same story coming in from that upper bracket.
And there's so many interesting storylines between both of these teams. They have so many players who have fought, who have clawed their way to finally get to the opportunity to lift a trophy. And this is a big moment. Both teams have one player who have actually lifted a trophy, so there is going to be a little bit of that experience on both sides. However, it all comes down to this, 5 maps potentially to see who is going to be your first Masters winner for 2025.
Barriers drop, G2 on the attack, on the prowl, pushing forward. Sylvan here at the ready, around the corner. The Paranoia going to be sent to fly. Blind, however, going to greet them there, but now the door opened up. The crunch coming in from T1. Meteor able to find a kill, gets a reset on the shield. Continues to push forward, ends up getting cut down, but Izu, the fadeaway, able to find 2. It suddenly gets left into a 1v1.
Buzz, early flank here. So much pressure. He was able to get on his horse. Is Leaf going to be ready for it? Using smoke to obscure himself. Seems to be somewhat aware.
Has to suss out a bunch of different angles here, but Widely looks to just try to stay tucked along the wall, but the timing there from Buzz. Leaf tries to get the flick, he cannot. T1 continuing to improve on their pistols, continuing to dominate in them. We'll find the first round here, the grand final.
Yeah, this is interesting from T1. They set up a crunch around Mound. The last time that G2 had a pistol against EDG here, they set up for a trap at Mound. This time T1 are going to be the ones to collapse through. Meteor pops the shield. Try to use that aftershock to block that angle, but can't quite get there. And a big swing in from Izu. Find a couple kills. And Buzz with that quick rotation, able to catch a timing against Leaf and get a crucial opening round win here for T1. G2 going to buy up on this eco right away. They're going right into those stingers to try to see if they could take the wind out of T1's pistol victory. A little bit of damage done here, but G2 being patient with that U-tilt. Desk was talking about it. Something that T1 excels at is control this space.
T1 has to anticipate these stingers in play. Little bit of damage off the salvo there onto Sylvan. Tucks back behind Rubble once again. Viper wall falls. Buzz going to be taken down. Sylvan only going to be good for another, and here comes G2. Meteor on the floor, clear onto the stealth drone. Stacks gonna have to just try to backpedal. Still, it's quite a bit of damage. The flank being noted, being dominated. G2 on the force up, looking to just go ahead and immediately tie up this scoreline.
Completely catches T1 off guard there. See if Stacks can find any more.
And it's just gonna be clean. Cannot find another elimination. Jogamo, the only one taken down. Weapons scooped up. What a play call here from G2.
And this isn't something that they've done a lot during this tournament. They've generally kind of gone into the ecos and played them fairly straight. But this time around, it is all stingers, and it works a treat, and they are so clean with them. Almost as good as rifles, it feels like, in their hands. One of the calling cards of G2. And it comes into play, and it gets them a big round win early. And that's going to swing the momentum their way as well. As T1, one Sheriff for Meteor. The rest is classics. Izu forced back by some of those concusses. Just going to willingly give up that space. Meteor trying to rotate in to help. Jog, such an annoying person to deal with on this map. The way he plays the Yoru is so unorthodox. He'll find those timings for TPs that just catch you completely off guard. He works off of the Viper smokes really well. This time around, though, just creating some attention, forcing the rotations out from T1.
Cam was getting checked for earlier on. Never were able to go ahead and clear this one out. Valen's still going to be tucked just around the corner here. At least see that there's no one playing around that mount side, so rotations beginning for T1. Sylvan going to be taken down, smattering of damage there on the Leaf. Stray shots in. Buzz not quite getting tagged up there. Push in towards Tree, however. Now he's going to be taken down. Jogamo able to find that, and it's going to be a quick pivot across over towards that C site. Meteor with a nice shot. Does get rid of Leaf, but now Izu getting ready to be overwhelmed as the salvos fly his way, trying to find a safe space. Just here on the corner. Push in and somehow wins out the fight versus Valen.
Time to jump.
Isn't quite ready here for Jaw, but
30 seconds left.
Meteor and Stacks just to try to see if they can deal a little bit of additional damage. Shock dart goes flying through. Push out, and Stacks getting a couple headshots across. See if they'll find a kill on the Jonah P. Meteor looking for a timing, swings the corner, gets a shot into the shoulder, but cannot find the kill. Jaw with the finisher will get G2 into the lead.
Well, for what it's worth, T1 does damage, but G2 here working the map really, really nicely. They start on the C side, they make a bunch of noise. That gets the rotations out of T1. They go over to A. It takes a little bit longer than they probably would have liked. They clear out Sylvan pretty effectively, but then they catch some of the players, or at least assume that some of the players went over to A side after the toxic screen goes up, but they're ready with the TP with Jog, with a couple players on the other side of the map, rotate back over to C. Izu does a nice job holding on, finding a kill, but Already, G2 showing a lot of variation in how they're going to approach this attacker side compared to maybe some of what they've done earlier. A lot of times they're happy to brawl against EDG. They fought for A Rubble relentlessly.
Get into the first real buy round here. Already some damage sent out, Buzz. Bounce those paint shells forward. Pushed away, Jonah P. Moving forward and trying to fill that space. As Buzz just going on the offensive. He goes diving forward, but gonna be met with a headshot. A solid shutdown. Where's the Armageddon gonna be dodged out? The player advantage once more for G2 as they get the plant down on this B site. Shock darts flying, not finding much. Sylvan needing to be able to break through this connector door. Recon quickly cleared. No info gained here for the side of T1. Sylvan on the peak, able to find Jogamo. Still a player on the hard angle, and he's able to break through. Leaf taken down, swing on the corner, Valen trying to keep them in this. As another round of salvos going to be sent out for Trent. A 1v3 just trying to play for time. Gets a headshot on the Sylvan on his stacks. The tap from Meteor. The time dwindling, ticking. Trent playing it beautifully. He will fall, but the round is theirs. What a monstrous clutch to keep G2 in the lead.
Oh my goodness. Trent has been so good this event. And a lot of the things I was thinking about with him isn't just his individual mechanics, it's the way that him and Jonah P pair their utility. And this time around, it's the Armageddon there that cuts off the rest of T1 from flooding in with Buzz. Buzz tries to get ahead of it, pays the price. Sylvan does a hell of a job to break through there. Great recognition of the angles of the close quarters fight that he was gonna be in. But Trent spamming through the wall, finds two heads with the Guardian. And T1 left stunned. A Guardian and a Vandal of their own, some Sheriffs, so a little bit of a buy-up. Jogamo gonna go on a walkabout. Not gonna see much until he gets to C.
Shifting over, stealth drone as well there to just go ahead and further spot out easy. Rotations starting to come through as he applies the pressure. Cage is up, but ends up getting blinded, and Meteor's there for the catch. Maybe anticipating or just happening upon that gate crash. Either way, happy little accident there for him. Buzz with the showstopper. Able to find Valorant. Leaf quickly shuts him down. Meteor off screen, however, able to find Trent. Now we go into a 4v2 as T1 off the back of the Red Bull clutch from G2. Trying to pull off a Thrifty. Meteor just here along the outskirts. Finds the first, finds the second. Instantaneous with the headshots. And with minor investments, T1 will answer back.
Man, Meteor's all over the map on this round. He finds where Jogamo is gonna come out of the dimensional drift, clears the teleport even, throws the ult right before the showstopper comes out. And he's got the Tejo, he's got Trent locked in there. And he's able to work his way through the Viper smoke to find those fine 2 kills. And Stax is letting him know, good job. And that was just a really proactive round there by T1. Good reactions to some of that pressure that G2 was trying to create. Some big ultimates there being used on both sides. Viper's Pit gonna be there for Leaf if they can get there.
This gives them a big upper hand as far as the economy is concerned moving forward. So G2 once again back to a couple stingers. Not the full send across the team. Always have to put respect on that weapon when it's in these players' hands. Somehow, some way, they just managed to make it hit different.
Dude, it is unreal what they can do with Stingers. It is so impressive, and it gives them so much versatility. I mean, one of the most impressive things about G2 is just the wide range of guns that they're able to employ. I mean, you think about Leaf with the Outlaw, the Stingers across the board. They're great with Sheriffs, they're great with rifles. They have so much that they can bring at you, and they're so aware of negative space. One of the best things about this team is just understanding when they've left space open. Just look at Leaf right now. He's double checking C. He's re-clearing Mound.
A paint shell from Buzz here to try to delay. Swings onto the corner. He's good for 2. Trent, however, answering right back as Buzz and Sylvan will hit the floor. It's going to be a weapon. 2 weapons, in fact, that can be picked up. It's a bit more even firepower for G2 as he look to maintain this lead. Izu's still a world away, wary about that late lurk potentially there from Leaf, but he's here on the site. He's catching Stacks completely off guard. Here.
Spike planted.
Tucking back, swinging around over towards this drop side. Slides down the ramp. Double face. Jonah P there to collect. Now everything on the shoulders of Izu to try to tie it up at 3-3, but he's got to get a 1v3 to make that happen.
player's weak. Has an opportunity if he can get Leaf.
He cannot. A MasterCard Thrifty. G2 keeping themselves out in front.
Well, it wouldn't be a T1 match unless they were dropping against Thrifties. That tends to be something that has happened to them. To be fair, it was often against EDG. Both of them trading a lot of those Thrifty wins, but this is something that G2 excels at, winning in Thrifties. Again, it comes down to the way that they play together, the way that they can utilize some of those weaker buys. And they're able to brawl on Rubble. Trent, so good so far on that Tejo. 8, 3, and 4 right now across the scoreline. This is going to bring a timeout from T1 early to try to reassess the situation. I mean, some decent ideas, but you got to figure out how you can avoid some of that damage from the stingers and things like that. And G2's working the map. I would say T1's actually moving with them pretty well.
Yeah.
But they're getting beat at the punch. They're getting beat in firepower.
These last few moments in those rounds, that clutch from Trent. This one here, the 2 kills off the back of Buzz's heroics there at Rubble. T1 just letting these moments slip through their grasp.
And he's so dangerous in so many ways. I mean, I just have been floored with Trent, watching him in Americas, watching the way he plays in this event, whether it be on Sova or Tejo. He is so destructive because he's so good with his utility, and him and Jonah P combo the stuns and the damages. I mean, you've seen so many aftershock kills from Jonah P because they're able to combo off of Tejo's stun into that. Things like that that are just so well orchestrated, and they talked about it in one of their interviews that they just do it on the fly. They just figure it out because they've been playing together for so long that they just know. Just got that mind meld going.
Get the hive mind online for a team. It's when they become the most dangerous team in the world, when they can become the best team in the world. G2 certainly want to prove here today. Quick exit there from Jaw. No damage taken. Stacks just playing forward here. Trying to catch somebody off guard on a bit more of an open angle. Izu hearing that stealth drone moving forward. Plays forward into the smoke. Now we'll look to reposition. Jonah really teasing this corner. Looks like it's going to be Jogamo to try to lead the charge, though. Stacks cannot line it up. IGL going to be taken down. One of the Guardians purchased out of their hands. Still decent firepower available to T1, but G2 continue to play this very slowly.
That's going to let T1 figure out that B is a little bit empty, so they're actually rotating back to A. They have no idea. They've had no contact at C either. It's just a pause here from G2 that opens up the space they need to take this site cleanly, force T1 into a retake with bad numbers and a Viper's Pit to boot.
Yeah, as that util flies, T1 get the bad news. Meteor trying to go on a timing, but Jogamo locks on. Now the Vandal on the floor. 2 Sheriffs, a Guardian. Against a Pit and a full 5 stack from G2. Pretty much impossible task for T1. The cam quickly gets cleared out. No vision gained. No advantages eked out. Done picked up, but just spamming up in towards upper. Able to find one. Sylvan will be able to answer one back, but Trent quick to reply. So not a flawless, but damn near one. Is Izu gonna see if he can find a little bit more. It's a nice headshot on the Jonah P, but G2 just overwhelming. Willing to just slow down the pace and constantly make T1 doubt to rethink their reads.
Yeah, I really like the game plan that G2 has come in with today. Something that T1 can kind of be guilty of is overcommitting or over-rotating. So if you play really patiently against them, reminds me a bit at times of what Vitality did to them in the opener of Swiss Stage. It throws them off guard. You know, they're not really winning these Rubble fights when they take them. They maybe come out even at best. And on top of that, they're just getting out-rotated at times. Valen going to be able to TP safely. No real congestion from the side of T1. A little bit of util thrown that way. This time, though, they've shifted Izu over towards A, left Sylvan onto C on his own. 3 players at B. Is this going to be some kind of attempt at a lurk here for Meteor? Or are they just going to try to crunch right outside of the doors?
Came over the top. The Armageddon to displace Izu. Tries to shift away. Staying tucked here for the moment. Stacks desperately trying to catch anyone here with this Hunter's Fury. Sylvan does find the late lurker. Leaf going to be taken down. Call to pivot. A lot less likely now. As Meteor does find Balin. Jaw thinking about going for the push, is able to do so. Breaks down that shield, finds the headshot. Trent answering one back. But now finds himself here on his lonesome, spike in hand. Just sandwiched into tree. Paranoia flies his way, avoids it, but thinks he confirms the kill. It's a little bit of a double take. Offsets the aim, can't get it. And T1 answer back with a third round win.
Yeah, I like what T1 does here. They willingly give up that space, let G2 use some of that util early. Great anti-lurking here from Sylvan. Good awareness, and Meteor able to get the refresh on that shield as well. Hiding around that corner. And the crossfire is really nice. Stacks his ult. Even though it doesn't really catch any damage, able to buy a lot of time for T1 to get into place to stop that execute from even happening. Now you've got another kill contract for Meteor. Rolling Thunder there for Jonah P.
Another dimensional drift for Jaw. Salvo's out. One of the trips getting cleared, the other one still situated there in front of Waterfall. Makes the call, says sights all opened up. Looking for that double damage, and Izu does play off a nice spam. As here comes the kill contract. Balin, the fragging IGL, can he find it? The answer is no. Meteor able to pick him apart, and now T1 full forces here. Leaf on a very late lurk, needs Jonah P to buy some time, but Buzz is here with a backstab.
T1 already very aware. Izu's been watching this angle for quite some time. Stacks as well from Waterfall, keeping his eyes in this general direction, and it's actually going to be Leaf who wins it, down to 10 HP.
Yeah, eats quite a bit of damage though. And that's likely just going to lead to the call to go for the save, hold on to the weapon. Cash-wise for G2, it's not strong. So need to try to retain this one. T1, left. I think given who they're going up against, more than happy, even though he's down to 10 HP, to not go hunting.
Yeah, I think this is one you can let go. Leaf has been way too good this year. Don't want to challenge that. Unless you felt like maybe Buzz, you could send him out to get the ult orb with the extra cash that he has. But still, T1 also in a situation where a few of the players, the money isn't great. So just hold on, get this round. Try to see if you can get things back to even here. But this has been a great back and forth so far from both of these teams. And again, T1 playing with tremendous patience, letting those hits come, and before the spike can get planted, that's when they start their attack. That's when they throw out the vulnerable Izu combos with a spray through the smoke to find the kill, to kick things off, and that completely slows everything down. And then you're not able to get that rolling thunder going because you got another player who's grabbed in the ult from Izu, or excuse me, from Meteor. So everything kind of just crumbling piece by piece there for G2, never really able to get that execute that they were looking for off the back of Jog's ult.
Well, now timeout call from the side of G2. Clearly not happy that T1 getting back into the driver's seat here, making this a bit more contentious. Knowing that they need to have that advantage from the attacker side before they shift over to the defense. And this has been such a strong map for G2 throughout this year, not dropping it. They don't want to start here today, not in the grand final.
Oh, they've got multiple maps in this pool that they haven't dropped yet this year. The crazy thing is that actually these two teams, their map pools square up pretty nicely in terms of what they like to play, what they don't like to play. I mean, the fact that Fracture is a ban here for the side of G2 is like crazy. You know, T1 has to be thanking themselves, you know, thanking their lucky stars a little bit. That has been one of their worst maps this year, to be frank. But the rest of it, the way through, looks really good for both squads. So this should be a very, very tough fought match. Tooth and nail the whole way through. So far, it's been living up to that.
You can already see the parity between the kills for the most part here. Meteor, Trent out in front for their respective teams. Once again, T1 eyeing up this fight over Rubble just a bit. Not heavily committing to this one. They just do stay back a bit as Valen swinging in. Tries to put that singer to use, does take Sylvan so very low, but can't quite confirm that kill.
They're so fast with them too. Jog just gonna TP back. Jonah Pete watching to see if anybody's gonna be chasing. Paranoia there to clear space, and here go Meteor and Buzz thinking about making a push. They're gonna pack off.
Got the undercuts out as well. Leaf just setting up that poison orb, clearing out the tripwire. Izu once again alone here on the C site. The stun. He's getting the daze. Flash gonna be avoided. Everything kind of flying his way. Swings around the pillar into the cyber cage once again. Izu. He's been so successful with this, but this time it's red and shut down. A Rolling Thunder at the ready over towards Waterfall, and that's gonna connect to just about 2 players, and Leaf turning back towards that defender's side access. He's able to find Meteor. G2 off the timeout call. Looking to turn the tides here. The showstopper from Buzz is able to find Trent. He and Stacks. Long time cohorts will both die together. What a shot from Jonah P. Jaw of screen, picking up the 3K. And G2 getting themselves up to 6.
And it's the pace. The change of pace here. A lot of times when they've been rotating, they've been a little bit slower. They've been taking their times. They've been methodical. This time it's just go, go, go to C. Right after a bit of a contention for the A side. They didn't like what they saw. Immediately rotated the other direction, put some pressure on Izu, and T1 figured it out a little bit too late. And Izu couldn't find much value. He bought a little bit of time, but at the end of the day, G2 just swarmed him, took him out. Got the plant down, used that Rolling Thunder to buy some extra time, some extra space, and even got a showstopper out of T1 to end that round. That is a big, big victory for them. And the money gonna be very weak here for T1 if they can't win this round. Buzz on 0 credits, a few players at 100. So this is a very pivotal round. It could end up being an 8-4 for G2 if they win this one to start this opening match of Masters Bangkok.
Similar setup here, Buzz. Just about able to find the shots here, but down to 5 HP. Somehow dances around those bullets out from Leaf. Paint shells just go ahead and shove G2 back in the opposite direction. For now, they're gonna fan out. 2 towards Mound, 2 in towards B. Cam set up on the corner inside of this B site. Izu doesn't have any eyes or ears. Out over towards C. A note there on the Stacks, the stealth drone pushing forward, not spotting much of anything. Buzz trying to go for a timing with Leaf, just a little bit faster, able to find it. Scales forward here into the site. Gets himself over towards that connector door.
30 seconds left. Poison's off.
Shorty in hand. Push onto the corner, and Sylvan not ready for it at all. Gets cut down, Izu frantically dancing around, 10 HP remaining. Just trying to bait here, trying to buy some space for Meteor. Push into the smoke, Fallon gonna be caught off guard, but Stacks cannot hold the line. The B site now open, the plant can come through. Izu swinging all the way around over towards upper, and now he has everything to do. But with just 10 HP, does he just opt to go and save this weapon? As they get ready to go into the last round here of the half. Does manage to snap on to find one. Trent eliminated, but looks like he's just gonna take that kill and get out. G2. Back-to-back rounds, they guarantee an advantage at the half.
They're spreading the map so nicely here, and it's really confusing T1. Even though T1 wins the early fight, G2 is able to take a lot of space towards B and towards C, and they're never really comfortable on figuring out exactly which way they wanted to go. And then Leaf able to best Sylvan this time around in the lurk battle. Opens up a huge crossfire towards Stacks. He is left on an island. Meteor trying to get through to help him out, but can never really find the comfort when those doors towards B are opened. So what is this buy gonna look like here for T1? Looks like a Guardian for Izu. Kind of curious what else they're gonna be able to scrape together. Nice paranoia. The initial shot's just a little bit off for Buzz, actually. Gave Jog a chance there. Leaf so good in this round. So ready for the angles that T1 was gonna want to take to try to reinforce the other side of the map. Just shutting him out pretty well. And a little bit of a pause.
Yep. Looks like we do have a tech pause. Our best detectives are on it. Hopefully, quick one so we can get into this last round of the half. G2, like you were saying, potential for that 8-4 start here on Lotus. T1, they can recover it to a 7-5 on the defender side, given the composition. I'd say that it is still pretty well in hand pretty well possible.
It'd be well within their grasp, for sure. With the way that we've seen them play this map, with how well they really played on the attacker side yesterday, in particular against EDG. I mean, I think it was like a couple maps where EDG was only able to get, 5 rounds on their defender side total. It was just really oppressive what T1 could do there.
Well, just a little bit of a heartbeat issue there. Seems like everything is good to go. Now we go ahead. See how this half is going to conclude. Dimensional Drift available here for Jaw. The buy, as you were talking about, kind of all over the place. A Glass Cannon Guardian here for the side of Buzz. Looking like something on Bind from last year.
They're not willing to contest Rubble at all. Checking to see how far up exactly they pushed with that Boombot. Stealth drone to check. Sometimes Buzz likes to go onto the other side of the Rubble there, so it's wise to clear that space before you move through. Just a little bit of a TP to see if they can bait out some players of T1 to make an aggro risky peek, but T1 this time going to be disciplined. One of the things they're going to really need to dig deep here today with what G2 has shown so far. They're playing patient, they're playing slow. T1 needs to be able to match that. Or find ways to just turn the screws on them and just turn up the tempo. Sylvan just going on a fact-finding mission. Jogamo gonna respond in kind with the Dimensional Drift. He's going way deep.
That lurk from Leaf. Still here in case they want to go for the pivot. It looks like they're gonna try to do that. Smoke over onto upper. Snakebite out. Leaf with some spray. And Meteor just gonna be overwhelmed trying to escape. Mizu able to find one. The Neural Theft now gonna be invested 4v4. Stacks able to get himself a weapon upgrade. With those ping reveals, no real way to try to play off of this information. You want able to just cursory idea of the positioning here from G2.
Buzz is gonna have to go huge here. Still 2 blast packs to open up some space, but G2 has given up that space to set up these crossfires.
The time is ticking. They're still not even really stepping into the site. Buzz now trying to start to go for it. Trying to play anti-flash here. He's just keeping his eyes over towards that connected door, but as he swings back in alongside Valen, Buzz is going to be taken down, and Valen is taken over. 3 kills from the IGL. Secures a 4-round lead for G2 at the half.
Just brilliant game plans coming in here for this attacker side for G2. Patience pays off. It pays dividends as G2 has an 8-4 lead going into the half.
T1 maybe starting to sweat a little bit. You know that this is your opponent's map pick, but it also is a strong map for them. Need to be able to rally back on that attacker side. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it, see if they can pick up another pistol round, but 4 rounds after closing a pistol, not the scoreline you want to be seeing if you are T1 rather. But now, as we go into the halftime break, we have a very special guest standing by. You always love to see him. It's the one and only Ben Kai.
สวัสดีครับโอ้โหกลับมาอีกแล้วนะครับผมในช่วง half time นะครับผมหรือว่าพักครึ่งแล้ววันนี้เรามีแขกรับเชิญพิเศษอีกแล้วครับผม Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Ben Kai คำถามแรกเลยที่ผมอยากถามเบงไคนะครับผมอยากรู้ว่าเมื่อกี้เนี่ยเขาเพิ่งมี walk out มาใช่ไหมก็คือว่าเป็นการเปิดตัวนักแข่งถ้าเกิดว่าใครดู VALORANT มานานจะรู้นะครับว่าเขาเป็นคนที่มีศิลปะเรื่องนี้มากเลยอยากรู้ว่ามีคำแนะนำอะไรหรือเปล่านะครับผมเบงไค as we all know I think I consider you as one of the players who have the master of walkouts. You know you've mastered the art of walkouts. Is there any recommendations or advice for the walkouts just now?
I mean, the last time I played against G2, I walked out as a penguin, so I thought that would inspire them or something. But it was so like, I don't know what to think about their walkout.
Alright ก็สำหรับเขาบอกว่าครั้งที่แล้วที่ไปพ่ายแพ้ให้กับ G2 นะครับก็เดินออกมาเป็นเพนกวินเนาะก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าทำไมไม่มีอะไรประมาณนั้นนะครับผมเป็น walk out ที่ธรรมดานะครับผม and yeah just one more question which team are you rooting for อยากรู้ว่าชนะคิดว่าทีมไหนจะชนะนะครับ
I mean I'm dressed very appropriately because I came to pay my respects to G2.
Wow โอเคนะครับผมก็ใส่ที่แต่งตัวเรียบร้อยมานะครับผมก็เพราะว่าอยากที่จะให้เกียรติ G2 นะครับผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าจะหมายความว่ายังไงนะครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามเดี๋ยวเรากลับไปเกมครับผม Ladies and gentlemen that will be it for now we'll go back to the game
Always love to see him. We'll see, though, if it's going to be respecting G2 as Masters winners, or if it's going to be putting them 6 feet under.
Well, it's a very strong start for G2. Let's see what T1's got dialed up here. G2 already looking to really gum up the works, either towards B or towards C mound, and that's the direction that T1 is going to be leaning. You've got both the Breach and the Taeho util available to slow this hit down. Stacks wants to check with the recon, but the smokes out front dissuade T1 from continuing down that path. Izu, in the meantime, has taken a ton of space, but that's going to get checked and cleared.
Stealth drone will shove him back. Now, Salvo's pushing him into the open. Izu just going to be picked off, even some damage there. Now on to Buzz. Already the round well poised to go the way of G2.
Those combos are so good. The way they set those up, the timings they have on the fly, just so brilliant from G2.
One shock to back sight, nothing there to receive it. Jaw, however, on the corner. A one tap on the Meteor, finishes off Buzz. Tips of the spear, eliminated Stacks. Finds one, but is immediately traded out. Now it's down to Sylvan. He is greeted by Leaf on the flank, and that is going to be a pistol going the way of G2. 1-1 in that regard, but after closing out the eco round in the first half, they're so well poised to claim Lotus as their own.
There it is again. Just the combo utility from Trent gets you a free kill basically, and it was right at the moment that T1 was trying to come through the door to help Izu out, and it completely stalls the space take from them, and then it just all falls apart. G2 is able to get into those positions to deny the plant, and T1 is left with just a Sheriff for Meteor as their buy.
Val at this range, somehow he's still so very favored. Put Stacks down to 40, Meteor trying to intrude on that B site. Met by 2, quickly falls.
And the Stingers are annoying against ISO as well, because they're going to deal with that shield very quickly. So in that regard, G2 has a bit of an upper hand. Jog with the Outlaw. Usually you see Leaf with it, but with him being on the Viper, gonna go for the Duelist instead.
Can he get him on the peak? He absolutely can. Snappy there from Jaw. It's a little bit of damage, he's able to exit. Sylvan cannot find a catch. Leaf stays alive. Orb is gonna be picked up here by Buzz as he tries to get that showstopper online. Hugs along the wall. Manages to collect them both. Wow. Leaf Trent gonna be eliminated, but now Buzz, a recovered Bulldog, asked to do absolutely everything, and Jaw's just stomping on him.
What a round from Jog. Doing great work with the Outlaw, and then breaking Buzz's ankles at the end. He is so tricky on this Yoru. One of my favorite to watch in the world, just in terms of how he's able to TP around you, how he's able to use information against you. A lot of times you're seeing him work off the toxic screen. This time, he's just waiting. Gets the kill. There's a smoke there. TP's right back. I mean, Buzz is kind of ready for it, but it didn't matter.
Ooh.
He was bunny hopping his way towards him.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I agree.
Even the coaching staff, and that's the thing, Jogamo gets going, no one is ready for him. Hard to get a read on what he's gonna do because he doesn't have a plan. He just sends it. And oftentimes it is working out for him. And so Salvos once again, so much value. Sylvan at 41, Buzz 29. Meteor not gonna be able to get any kind of reset here on that double tap. Buzz around the back, trying to watch this position. Scales forward in front of the smoke. It does manage to actually catch Valen off guard. Down to 6 HP. Zizu tries to break things open through this connector into the B site. Dodges the stun, forces Trent away. They've got Jonah P. He's out here within the smoke. The fake out pops just in case, and Jonah does get taken down. Continued spam here. Maybe Izu anticipating that Jaw was going to be pushing off the back of his own fake out. Comes away with a free gifted kill.
I like the tap of the door here to sell that you're still going A. That's kept G2 planted, looking that direction, while T1 moved in the other. They're screaming over towards C. B, though, gonna be checked and cleared by Leaf. Buzz just holding there, looking for the potential lurk. Izu going on a bit of a walkabout himself.
Double
T1
flankers available here for T1, but Leaf is now starting to get himself in position.
Really
Still just that stinger in hand, does get smoked off here at Waterfall.
took a long time to get here, man.
Paranoia now sent. Buzz on the move. Izu just gonna rotate back across through main. There's the salvos once again. They try to delay. 8 seconds remaining here. There's the push. There's the spike dropped. And I don't think they have the time. They need the stinger right now. They just can't get it done. Everyone is dying, falling to the wayside. Stinger Vandal doesn't matter. Leaf is just different. G2 get to 11.
Unbelievable stuff from G2. But it's the time that works against T1. They're able to pretty effectively sell a fake, but they don't have a ton of information on what's going on the other side of the map. So they slow walk almost the whole way from A to C, and that buys enough time for G2 to get the read, to get to the other side, and wipe T1 out of this round, probably out of this map.
Bracelets.
They all want the MVP. They all want the MVP.
We'll see. Right now, still very much up for grabs. Still a lot more Valorant that needs to be played before somebody can claim it, but G2, they want that 1-0 start. They want dominance. They want to send T1 reeling backstage from a devastating loss.
Wow, this is so tough now. Oh, Jonah P, what a position.
No way to read.
Down A.
They are everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Omnipresent on the map. Izu answers one back, stops it from being a flawless, but that is as good as it gets. Map point now for G2.
I mean, there's just nothing that T1 can do well. They can't win the rubble fights. The util just too oppressive. The crossfire is so good. And even with the paranoia hitting, Sylvan takes such a tight angle around rubble. He gets cut down instantly. Well, the rest of T1 fall like a house of cards. G2 huffed and puffed and blew them away. And this has been quite a shocking start. It looked so good. It was 4-5 at one point. It looked like it was going to be a banger back and forth. And then since then, G2 has just run away with 7 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. 7 rounds in a row, the fans here passionately cheering for G2. Final timeout call from T1 to see if they can get anything that they can then glean and try to push forward into the second map here of this series. But economy, once again, not going to be in a very strong place. There's a showstopper, a neural theft. Jog him on the opposite side. Dimensional drift.
It's a bit reminiscent of the way things went against EDG for T1 on that split, where they were just kind of getting blown out, and then they were able to string a few more rounds together, get some confidence in the next map, make it a series. But right here, right now, you know, it's all about just that momentum, just trying to find a few round wins, you know, a big play from one of your big playmakers, Buzz, Meteor, who knows, Izu, Sylvan, everybody's got the potential. A little bit of a congestion towards the back of rubble, but so far, no real play off of it for G2. They're tucked firmly behind. T1 should just accelerate here. They have met 0 resistance.
And they are going to go pushing forward. Trent is pulling back, trying to get everybody rotated into position. Izu trying to go for a lurk. About to walk forward into B, but Leaf once again swoops out, finds a kill. That much more pressure here on Izu to try to deliver. Showstopper, point blank. Trent going to be taken down. Valen able to find one. It's now a 3v3 with the dimensional drift in play, but Buzz takes down the opposing captain. Jaw trying to lead the charge here, but now realizes that he's all on his lonesome. Goes pushing out, trying to go for the shorty. This time, Buzz is well prepared. T1 will break the round win streak here from G2. But from here on out, they now need the streak 7 in a row to get it into overtime.
Certainly seems like a almost impossible mountain to climb for T1. Good round here. Able to, again, just make some good decisions off of the space being given up. Just make a confident play, get in there, send Izu on the lurk, kind of simplify the round a little bit. They're able to come through with a pretty clean win. But Obuz
Just has to continue going forward. There's the spam out. The recon from Stacks revealing so many, but with Buzz dead, there's no one to try to play off the information. Jonah P now lingering here within the smoke, backing off, anticipating a retap on the door. Going pushing, guiding Meteor forward through connected Trent on this right side angle to try to intercept and shut down. Shifts over towards upper. Push under the corner. Some damage going to be exchanged here. Looking for the stun, and he just re-peeks it. Meteor desperately trying to get away, but cannot. Oh, this Trent looks to hold this down. Make it unassailable. Just Stacks and Sylvan remaining. A 2v5. A desperate bid to try to keep this map going. Sylvan will find the first, but he eats so much damage. It's an easy grab for Leap as he looks for the second and final kill here on Lotus. A bit more fight here, it would seem. And Valen will go ahead and put them down. 13-5 G2, making a statement on their map pick of Lotus.
Absolute destruction here. They had T1's number so well throughout this.
T1 needing to rally back. They have their map pick of Haven coming up, but G2 have clearly been doing their homework. We'll see what happens when we come back after the break.
Nice try. NT. Let's go. They're already shook. It's a marathon. Take advantage of it. Guys, not even close. Go, Jonah, go, Jonah, go, Jonah, go. Just let me work. I'm gonna go. Nice, Jake. I'm in the game, baby. Bracelet, bracelet, bracelet. Bracelets. Wait, I need...
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hi guys, Jen Lee here with Josh RT. Now Josh, first global grand finals for G2, so far so good. Now this time you have Giacomo with you, the guy that's been there, done that. So, what do you think he adds to the game, especially in a big one like this?
I think his demeanor, his calm, honestly his vibes, like he always makes it kind of fun. Him and Jonah especially are kind of just making it just like a normal day of practice in a way. So like I've been telling the boys, like, yeah, we feel the energy of a grand finals, but let's just take care of business.
And also about that Lotus pick, power move?
Sort of. We felt like our Lotus is just stronger, and it showed. But T1's an excellent team. I'm expecting a counter punch right back on Haven. They have a really good Haven, so I expect a really, really tight Haven match.
All right, thank you for your insights and good luck on Haven.
And now it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment, and this one is going to go to Trent, and G2 picks up the win. Looking rather good in the process, and Kukuka, gotta say, Trent looking like an MVP player out here.
Absolutely. We've been talking about it every single day, how good the utility is, how much impact they have, and actually, especially on this post plans, G2 was extremely effective. They only lost one, and it was on that pistol round right at the beginning of the map. That was also a round that T1 couldn't convert into the second one. It wasn't a first good map for T1, let's just say that.
Yeah.
G2 showed a very different game plan on this map of Lotus versus how they played when they beat EDG. When they played against EDG, it was all about the A-Rubble fights, dominating with superior utility in that space. But here they had a read to give those A-Lobby fights, go for a lot of mid-round re-clears, and aim to finish B a lot. That was a weakness that I think Josh RT found in prep, and it paid off big time for a strong start for those Ascension underdogs.
Indeed, it did. And there you can see Trent there. We talked about it before, making the case for an MVP award. But on the other side, though, Giacomo stepping up big time in this one, guys.
Yeah.
An absolute barn burner of a performance for Mimi. And one thing is for certain is that if he's outputting like this in the series, everyone on T1 needs to watch out.
This is why they picked him up. Jaw is a big game player. You heard it from Josh. He adds a certain aura to the team, being a guy who's been there, done that, lifted trophies, which no one else on G2 has done before. And after having a solid tournament, to see him returning to peak form in this finals just makes sense.
Yeah, and having him potentially joining Sassy and winning champs and also a Masters title today, and also with the performance that he's been having during the Swiss days and most of the tournament, he hasn't been the #1. Oh my God, this is the guy I'm going to look at. Exactly, because he hasn't needed to. But I think he really understands the way that T1 plays and the playstyle that they have, because back in the day when he was in EG and all of that, they used to run that double duelist on split. They also played a lot with the duelist and the chamber, which we could also put the similarities there to put him with the duelist. So he really knows how to play against this playstyle.
Yeah, and he was also almost always playing Raze back when he was on EG. He was that hyper proactive dive player. Now he's on the Yoru, has to play a lot more for the team, has to take more 50-50 teleports, where he's sacrificing himself to give G2 winning positions, but he's still putting up performances regardless. And he's going to go back to the Yoru on Haven. And like you mentioned, this is another stronghold for T1, another double duelist comp for them here.
Yeah, that's right. There you can see the series layout. If you're just joining us here, 13-5 conclusion from Lotus there for G2. And you heard Josh RT earlier talked about how they felt confident in that map. They knew that they could take it, and the proof was in the pudding. But they also know that Haven is going to be a challenging one. And speaking of, let's actually send it over to Jen Lee yet again, who's standing by with Coach Autumn.
Hey guys, Jen Lee here with Coach Autumn. Now Autumn, Abyss has been T1's permaban. You don't have to tell me the truth, but how many times have you guys actually scrimmed Abyss? Or how much practice did you guys have on this map after you got here in Bangkok? 감독님, 어비스가 고정밴이었잖아요. 이제 해야 될 텐데 얼마나 완성도가 있는지 궁금합니다. 뭐 스크림이나 연습 어느 정도 하셨을까요?
일단 당연히 어비스란 맵도 꾸준히 연습을 하고 있던 맵이기도 하고 중간에 이제 메타 변화가 있었을 때 저희가 그때 사실 어비스만큼은 좀 조합에 대한 갈피를 못 잡았어가지고 저희가 사실상 밴을 하게 됐었는데 오히려 이제 G2가 결정이 나고부터는 G2는 이제 조합 컨셉이 사실 저희가 옛날에 쓰던 조합과 유사하기 때문에 그거에 맞춰서 저희가 짠 조합이 있는데 그 준비가 좀 어느 정도 돼 있어가지고 그렇게까지 큰 걱정은 하지 않고 있습니다.
We've been consistently practicing and scrimming on Abyss, and of course, when the meta kind of changed around Abyss, we kind of struggled to get the hang of what suits us and what was working for us. So we have been banning Abyss for a while, but looking at G2's comp and what they run and how they play it, it's kind of similar to what we were doing with our Abyss before. So we had a great counter to how they play, and I feel like we have a great chance against G2 on Abyss. Now, thank you, Autumn, and good luck.
And that is going to be yet another one of the challenges that this T1 team has to overcome. They've been banning Abyss all throughout, but we'll see how that plays out going into map 3. For now, set our attention to Haven, map number 2, because on Haven, this is where you got to feel good about what T1 are going to run with this ISO.
Yes, you do. Meteor is a master on this agent, and I think when you look at the defensive side for T1, one of their biggest keys is the cross-map support. They do a really good job of sending Yoru ults, ISO ults or Sova ults cross-map to support players on top of undercuts, paranoias. They do a really good job at aiding their players in these brawls, and I think that's something G2 has to look out for.
And even though G2 has not yet to lose this map, they haven't had as many reps as T1 has on this. But on the first map, I saw T1 scared of taking some of those initial duels and leaving everything for the later round. But that also comes with a lot of conditioning coming from G2. They have to do it from the attack right at the beginning.
Couldn't agree more, ladies. This best of 5 is far from over. Let's go on and get into map number 2. Send it back over to your casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, T1, plenty of reps on this map, but that is plenty of tape to be studied by G2. And for T1, the composition the G2 is bringing to the table, not one that they're going to be the most familiar with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though it looks familiar in terms of what's the meta on a lot of different maps here on Haven, it is a little bit off kilter compared to what T1 is normally going against. And a lot of that util that comes out early from the breach, from the Taeho, so oppressive, able to take space off the back of it, stacks on an island here. Gonna see that arc rose, gonna go for a check. Oh,
after shock as well. Kind of doing him a favor, stopping them from extending a bit there, perhaps. Yeah, stealth drone getting a catch. Shock dart going to be lopped down. Trying to be does eat the lion's share of that damage, down to 33. Sylvan set here behind the box. Push forward, though. Valen able to find one. Dogamo getting another. Jonah P, despite the HP disadvantage, still coming away with a kill. Now a 2v4.
Spike planted.
Buzz swinging around. Does he read this angle? Classic could devastate, but he spots him out. He's able to find the kill. A tap there on a Valen, taking him down. So very low, just to a sliver. Can't quite confirm it now. Everything to do here for Buzz. No flashes, just a gate crash. The timing, not on his side. Needed to hit the headshot and cannot. G2 winning another pistol.
And it's once G2 is able to get to the site, they just flood around the box, start knocking players down. Jogamo's all over the place, jump peeking to set up his teammates. Valen gets that kill. Then there's a Razor Vines at the entrance from Link. That slows up Izu, so he's not able to get involved in that firefight either. Tries to wait it out, can't do much. Buzz a little bit unfortunate with the timing with the gate crash, but another great start here for G2. And pistol rounds so devastating to give over to G2, not just because of the way it plays out in the economy and in the map and everything like that, but because they're so good at converting bonuses.
Done for a reposition, gets himself back plat. Pick out there. Not a deep gate crash here. It's actually one bit more defensive setup for Jaw. Be back around the corner, out to safety.
They're super concerned about some kind of lurk coming through. You already have Leaf checking for the long A push, for the mid push, and eventually T1 will go there, but have they been able to kind of be patient enough to catch G2 off guard? Doesn't seem like it.
Able to confirm that presence, but T1 now well aware of Leaf's position, but still going to be heavily relying on Izu to try to stem this flood into the site. The push forward, and yep, Jogamo just going to be able to pick him off with ease. Leaf on the reposition, hearing the footsteps coming his way, and Stax is not prepared for it. Well, I was hoping that somebody's going to come pushing forward, and Leaf is just piloting this absolutely gorgeously. Meteor, however, does tuck back up into the window. Leaf losing track for a brief moment, but still has a very strong suspicion. As they play Ring Around the Rosie here at the spawn, and Leaf will still have the timing, still have the kill. As Buzz swings the corner, a shorty in hand, nothing to be done. G2 start off T1's pick of Haven with a flawless anti-eco.
I mean, again, it's just the antis. The reads here for G2 are so good. Now, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Sylvan got spammed through a smoke.
One enemy.
Trying to come in to bail out Izu, but nothing doing, and just Leaf. He has been brilliant this tournament. He was brilliant on map 1. 21 kills for him on Lotus. And is doing circles around T1 to start here on Haven. T1 gets guns in hand, but after that flawless, G2 gonna have some fearsome firepower. A couple stingers, a guardian, a bulldog, and Leaf with that phantom.
Take flight.
Stacks. Gonna see a couple trying to call for some reinforcements, and it is gonna be another mid push out here for T1. Meteor gonna try to get on these flanks early, but there is that Vice wall to slow him up, or at least give the info over to G2.
Stealth drone cleared here from Stax. Tucks into the cubby. Several players available now here from the side of T1. Stax going to be giving his life to try to go ahead and get that trade out, but it's traded back a bit. Leave around the corner, the fake out, drawing the attention here for Buzz, but swings to the backside and quickly takes down Jogamo. The damage, though, already quite palpable here. Jonah P still has an opportunity to deal more, if not clutch out this round.
Buzz just gonna plant his feet by the spike. Send out a gate crash just in case he can't get the initial duel.
Situates it there in hell, the swing, and he's gonna be taken down. 27 seconds. Izu repositioning. Fault line, not quite getting him. Jonah P trying to play every single angle. Izu just gonna be tucked into the corner. A singular flash, all that he has available, and as he tries to go in, he will fall down. But that is still a damn good bonus for G2. T1 will get on the board, but it's just Izu as the lone survivor.
That's just a brutal combo, though. Stax is just stuck in the corner. He does well to even get one, quite frankly. Here, Buzz thinks he's got the kill. Has to swing back, but does a nice job finding two. God, Jonah P, he has been just so brutal at times. I mean, the firepower, outrageously good for G2, on top of just brilliant util usage to boot. That's what's got them here. That's what got them through as the top dog, as the team that's allowed to pick the first 2 maps to ban. Now another A hit. Smoke deeper for Valen. Stax has to check over it. G2, they're anticipating this.
Go for a push here. Does get a headshot on the Jogamo, putting him down to 5 HP, but Valen there, that covering fire, gets him the advantage in the round. Gonna try to push him out. Spots one, hasn't necessarily read that Buzz is inching closer and closer. A flash out here from Jong, swing onto the corner. Buzz will be able to collect one, but advantage maintained now. Extrapolated upon. His Meteor had no idea about this lurk here from Leaf. Gets himself in around the back. And T1, barring a miraculous clutch from Sylvan, are not going to be tying things up. G2 looking for an early lead once more.
I mean, I think Sylvan's should be considering a save at this point. Just brilliant, brilliant reads from G2, understanding the tendencies of the T1 players, understanding that if Stax doesn't see anything off of that drone, he's going to want to check with his eyes, check with his gun, see if he can find a freebie, and then the attempted re-clear of space by Buzz and Meteor is dealt with. They've got the utility there. Jog able to back up Valen, even though Valen falls. And that's it. That's all T1 can find. Sylvan's going to try to hide in their spawn.
They're very suspicious about these potential positions here. Salva's a check, Spike will detonate. No one gonna be encroaching, so Sylvan will be able to hold on to this weapon. One survivor, but this time not off the back of a round win. G2 move up by 2.
Well, and it feels like T1 is generally playing very passive at the beginning of these rounds. I think you need to call for some kind of aggressive hit towards the top of A. Even if G2's not there, you need to find a way to take a little bit of map control, get better reads quicker.
Weapons up, comes open.
And try to shut G2 out of the rounds before they can even begin. It's like the desk was talking about, once they get into those post plants, they were immovable objects on Lotus. Dog, exploration again.
Dimensional drift, spotting out a couple. Rolling Thunder going to be available here for Jonah P. Izu lurking forward into the smoke, finds one, picks up the weapon, but now he's just going to be flushed out. Draw on the backside, able to find one. Buzz. Classic somehow comes away with 2. And that leaves Stax now on his lonesome. Weapon can be collected. As everybody else from G2 scattering. Trent, Jogamo sprinting towards that A site.
Dude, Jog is all over the place on this Yoru. He is just making it so difficult to track what's going on. In the beginning of the round, he's at the back of C, and then he's TPing back to Cubby. I mean, he's just so cagey, so smart. And even though T1 has plenty of experience playing with and against Yorus, the way Jog pilots it, quite a different affair. And they're going to just take 2 players, send them down into the sewers. Stax still has the recon, still has the shock, but I think Trent's going to make the loop all the way back around and catch him in the back.
Isn't planted for long, but there's still so many angles that Stax needs to check. The time continuing to whittle away. Quick peek down into sewer. A recon going to be set, but there's the salvos to buy more time. Trent here. Behind the bricks, the stun connects. A 3K, and Stax will fall, and G2 continue on their merry way.
Wait, look at the way he plays this. He gets behind him. They've got the aftershock combo there as well. A grab well to boot, just to set Jog up to clear the back of sight. Then he's going to be TPing back to the other side. Buzz gets a couple.
Nice and cold.
I mean, that's a good way to put it.
I like that we linger here for the sip, because there's a timeout on the opposite, so we have plenty. Go ahead and see what Josh thinks. But yeah, another early timeout necessary for the side of T1. There's a reason why Jen did that, that during that interview with Autumn was asking him not about Haven, about that Abyss, because it is that third map. She knows, the players know, we know. If T1 cannot find a victory here on this Haven, and we go into that Abyss, they're going to be staring down the barrel of a potential 0-3 loss here in their first ever grand final.
No, it feels like a must-win for T1 here on Haven, no doubt about it. Their Abyss was okay in the offseason, I will say that. T1, when I was preparing for kickoff in kickoff for Pacific, I was like, their Abyss isn't that bad. They really don't want to play it. It looked pretty okay at Red Bull Homeground and some of the other tournaments, but they've been hiding it. I mean, Autumn has alluded that they might have something prepared, but that is neither here nor there because you don't have any on-stage experience with it in 2025, and that's a huge gamble to be taking no matter what. Especially if you can't win your map pick here on Haven. Trying to set up Buzz for the op.
Seems like G2, though, very much ready for this. Avoiding this A lobby position. Flash down towards that sewer. Just pushing him off the angle for a brief little moment. Then the TP out. Joins in with the rest of the players. Leaf wanting to try to push forward in towards Garage. Two players watching the angle for the moment. Stealth drone gonna move up, try to check out this site. Nothing seen quite just yet, though.
Oh, Leaf, if he finds the right timing.
Gate crash into the back. No, just right there in front of the box, in fact. Armageddon to try to clear. Izu, however, holding close, finding one, repositioning. Dodges out the Hunter's Fury now, coming through off the back of that Neural Theft as they frantically look for some kills. Counter spam, however, Jonah P gonna be coming away with one as Izu gets taken down. Buzz on a deep line outside of A lobby. Looking for the spot out, doesn't fire. Trent able to confirm that position though.
Look at the awareness.
Again, eats that full flash. Has the dimensional drip for a potential exit, but it's just going to be swinging into multiples.
30 seconds left.
Mask now on, playing it safe. Sylvan able to react, finds Trent and Valen. Applying back, Jonah P. Going to be taken down. And now Valen sandwiched in. Shorty around the back from Buzz will be able to put him down. T1, the timeout call. It works a treat, it gets him the round victory. The 3 ultimates had to be invested.
This is more T1 Valorant. If you can get him in the mud, if you can get him spreading the map all over the place, keep him guessing, it's going to give you a little bit of confidence. That's where they thrive. And Buzz there, under a lot of pressure, plays it nicely. And a big, big win for T1. You're going to be able to keep that operator. Have to buy down to a Guardian for Izu. But still, big sniper rifle available once again. Similar push out towards Sewer to set Buzz up, but this is looking like B all the way. They're even going to set up the Cosmic Divide. Still
pacey hit. They know that Hunter's Fury, it's been expended, so no chance to really just spam that across to try to interrupt this.
Yep.
A Paranoia will fly. TP up and over the top. Sylvan going on a peak. They do manage to go ahead and interrupt this, but now Rolling Thunder called in, connecting on the 2, forcing them back. Strogamo this time can go ahead and stick in for the plant. Flashes up and over the top, able to find one, but Zach with the crossfire, takes him down. Valen trades up for Sylvan. The defuse starting to be held, the wall to try to escort this forward. They're just going to be trying to stick for this one. Izu holds it to completion. This Buzz, a last little kill there on the back end, and T1 retake the site as quickly as G2 were able to snap it.
Yeah, that's just a great call here from Stacks and company. Wait for those ults, and then rush in. And it's also Stacks who plays that anti-flash. He's awaiting Jogamo's flash in the peek around the corner. He's gonna be the one who steps up and kills him. Nice timing from him. Valen getting a couple big ones. Those Razor Vines don't matter too much once you're already sticking it. Buzz, Stacks keeping it light. Vulnerable, back him up a little bit, and the shot goes wide from Buzz.
Swift breeze right past Jogamo.
But they've already gotten past. They're already on the other side. They're into long. 3 players were able to make their way through. Drone not going to get a ton of info, I don't think, here.
Does manage to spot out, I believe, Isu perhaps might have been behind the box. Hard to tell from just the mini-map alone. Either way, Leaf just going to try to stay planted here. Sylvan, however, more than ready for it. Reads the setup. Finds the punish as soon as that nebula goes away. As soon as that smoke goes away. Wow, what a shot! Buzz has been so clean in this tournament with that operator overall. The Trent just doesn't give him the time of day. Now a 4v4. Spot out Izu, eating an immense amount of damage through that spray. Sylvan similarly getting tagged up, is able to find one, tries to readjust, cannot get Valen. Stacks. His presence is now going to be known. The Meteor out from long, able to find another.
30 seconds left.
The ult available, does he send it? The answer is going to be no. Spike not quite planted yet. Repositions, wants to try to make sure that he's not going to be punishable. G2 exploring outside of the site now. Izu hearing the footsteps. Tries to go in for a timing. Ends up falling down. Does he get the pull? It does! Spike, I believe he might just have it.
One enemy remaining.
He's got the play of a Meteor. Brings it to a 1v1.
Oh my God.
Just a wall. Noise made. Jonah swings with Meteor! What a shot! What a play!
And when you need your big stage players to show up, T1's Meteor finally does his 3rd Masters Finals in a row. And he's not going down quietly.
What a Red Bull clutch.
Oh my God.
Oh, the barrel just sticking out. And Sylvan had the idea, but didn't even need the read. Info was provided. Good from Jonah P. Knowing that he was going to have just a sliver of time to try to get that through, but Meteor clearly also not quite believing in how crisp that was.
And the timing on Meteor's ult is milliseconds from just ending that round anyway. Well thought out there by Meteor. Immediately, my thought was once he got that ult online, just save it, just save it. They have him planted, and he reads that so well. Crazy, crazy scenes.
This is a lot more of the action that we've wanted to see that we didn't really get there on Lotus. Now tied up here at 4-4, G2, their first timeout on Haven. Looking to once again just course correct the last timeout call that we had from G2. It's right there, just before that round 10. That's when that 7-round streak began from half to half.
And that's something that Josh RT has been so good at as the coach for G2. Going back and watching this event, you look at when he takes timeouts and look at what happens after that. Look at the score lines. Generally, it's G2 going on a tear. He's so smart. Understands exactly how to get his team back into things, and Valen does a great job processing it, understanding it, and implementing it for G2.
Singer here for Jogamo. Vandals across the rest. Push forward, trying to just walk into garage. They end up falling down, and Sylvan sticking around, finds himself a second kill. Paranoia sent cam, situated here on that B side, Meteor. From that A connector angle, slowly scaling forward, getting aligned with the wall.
They know a lot of times T1's gonna play off angle. That's a good Nova Pulse.
And Cuss is here, recovering fire is as well. Sylvan will find a third, given his life. Buy time to buy space for Isu, but through the door, Jonah P. A solid shot, but now a 1v3. The fault line set. Buzz with the off shot will be able to put him down. T1, for the first time in this series, having a lead for themselves.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea here from G2. Challenge the garage space. This is a great pivot point for T1 on this map. You know, Izu, Meteor, Sylvan, going to be some of the players you're going to have to potentially deal with in that space typically. And they love to play those off angles through those doors, hide players behind the box or behind the doors themselves. Kind of find those timings where you try to take that space and they just rip it away from you. Keeping my eye on Buzz and that operator again, but mostly full weapons. Trent with the Guardian. Seems like G2 is a little bit wary of what happened in that previous round with the eventual push out from B, but the way those trips are set up, they're going to clear one of them. Very aware of the way Izu likes to have those placed. Gives them a little bit of opportunity to take a pause and think about things, slow things down. This is what gave T1 a bunch of trouble on Lotus, on their defender's side.
Very big shift though. T1 ushering multiple players over towards that C site. As not going to be able to get that tag. Buzz not going to be able to escape. There comes the push, and he won't be able to get it himself. A point-blank shot. G2 just far too quick. Buzz overstaying. And now suspecting that they have these rotations back across to reinforce the A site.
Who's next?
They set their sights elsewhere. Jiggle out there from Izu. I believe he does pop that vice wall.
This is a great read, though, from G2. They haven't heard a damn thing over here. And now Jog's going to get the info. There's only one.
They're pushing forward into the cage and wins out the fight. Only down to 85 HP as well. Not much. Dealt as Meteor absolutely handled on that attempted flank. The 2v5, the fight, it's called off. T1 not willing to lose any more members, knowing that there's some critical ultimates just about to come through here for the side of G2.
Yeah, absolutely the right play. They're going to be able to scoop up the operator potentially as well.
Stacks, not known for his opping, but puts one through the gut of Jonah. We'll be able to hold on to it. Looks like the remaining members here from G2 not going to be going on too deep of a hunt.
Just wanted to get the ult charge for Jonah P, get the Rolling Thunder online, because the rest of the team, the economy, not so good. Going to be able to bank up a little bit coming into this next round. And just the patience again. This is what is killing T1 on this defender side sometimes. Just a great understanding that if they can get that stealth drone, Buzz doesn't TP right away. He opts to try to clear it with the op. At that point, it's too late. It's already caught, not able to use his util. They punish it.
Gets that solid interruption And everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him. Another op is afforded. Still do have that as a factor here in the round, but right now G2 full cluster up on this A site. Potential for just a very quick send. They can get forward at long, at a Rolling Thunder. Just crash across, escort them in. Flash out, a turn, an aftershock, and a forced peel back. As now the Steel Garden gonna be called in. Not many safe positions. A lot of weapons gonna be lost here. Now the site very much in the hands of G2, and if they can save the Rolling Thunder for the post plant, this round is as good as theirs.
The wall there to identify the lurk. TP over by Sylvan. Izu's gonna try to wait it out a little bit longer.
Cosmic Divide now at the ready. Rolling Thunder ready to go towards that B connector side. Sylvan able to find one. Meteor on the peek out. Finding Valorant and Buzz down into hell. Draws to the shorty, finds Jonah P.
Last player standing.
And now suddenly, this round has somehow gotten away from G2. Trent still alive. Looking to try to clutch it out, has been ping revealed. Quick little push and pull the wall into his face. Steadies for one, looks for Meteor, tries to take him down. But the spike defuse held there by Sylvan. Ensures that T1 get themselves back into the lead as they look for a 7-5 half. G2, an opportunity to keep things neck and neck.
Well, that's just a classic Flood retake here, but it's the ability to get past that wall initially. God damn, Meteor. Unbelievable. But the way they get Sylvan past that Vice utility is what allows them to start picking apart the flanks of G2 and opens up that first kill, kind of sends them into disarray. So nice read there by T1. And a great retake despite that Steel Garden giving the space that G2 needed to get into the post plant. Oh my, that's a lot of pings.
Allen just caught scattering off the back of that. This time Buzz, good for the kill. The Astra dead.
Fake teleport.
Just gonna have to be a brute force from G2 to really try to get themselves into a winnable position to tie things up. The dimensional drift now in play here from Buzz. Meteor trying to play off of that, but Jogamo has other ideas. Brute force indeed. 2 kills found, point blank, catches a fake out. Does have a shorty in the backup, looks for the shot, cannot get it. It's chaos incarnate. But G2 are the ones persevering.
Jog is just so slippery, man. Getting out of there. I mean, I thought G2 was in trouble. Jog just bails him out. Izu still maybe a chance, but on a 4v1 with all these crossfire positions, with the late deep lurks, he's got one.
Snapping for the first, the swing back in, finds his second. The neural theft gonna be sent out. Getting worried about Leaf there from behind. Holds at the half, looks for the shot, but Jonah P. a bit faster, a bit crispier, and that means we are tied up at 6-6 at the half.
Well, definitely a better showing here for T1, but still G2, the trickery, oh, what a transfer from Jog. Leaf finds another lurk. I mean, seems like it's a repeating story. We're on loop, we're on a turntable that's stuck. I feel like I'm just saying the same things. It's like Jog does this, and then there's all these awesome things that G2 is doing, but T1 able to punch back.
That they are, 6-6. Well, let's go ahead and hear from another classic. We got 10 stand by for an interview.
และก็กลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้ว ตอนนี้โอ้โหพิเศษกว่านี้ก็น่าจะยากแล้วครับผม Ladies and gentlemen, with me here today is Tens! First of all, we met just now. How are you now? How was the mangoes?
It was really good. I recovered, so it's better now.
What do you do to recover?
I drank milk, ice cream, Pepto-Bismol, Tums. I took everything I could.
Sounds like me too. Just now สำหรับคำถามนะครับก็อยากรู้เหมือนกันว่ามะม่วงที่กินไปเมื่อกี้เป็นยังไงบ้างนะครับก็ถือว่ากินทุกอย่างไปเลยนะครับทั้งนมทั้งไอศครีมทั้งอะไรก็ได้นะครับที่ช่วยตอนนี้ไทยสันโอเคแล้วนะครับไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงเนาะ Of course this is grand finals of Masters. I want to know who do you think is going to win?
My brain is saying G2 but my heart is saying T1.
Oh คิดว่าใครจะชนะ Grand Finals 10 นะครับบอกว่าโหสมองคิดว่า G2 นะแต่หัวใจมันคิดว่า T1 นะครับผมมา And of course you're here in Thailand we see so many fans you know they really love you so much I just want you to give a couple of words to all the Thai fans and of course all the global fans who's watching back at home.
Yeah, thank you to all the fans. It's been amazing in this event so far. And yeah, I love Thailand, honestly. It's one of my favorite places to be, actually.
ว้าวเนี่ยก็บอกว่าก็บอกว่านะครับรักประเทศไทยมากคิดว่าเป็นหนึ่งที่ชอบมากที่สุดแล้วนะครับผมก็ถือว่าน่าจะมีโอกาสได้เห็นเขากลับมาที่นี่อีกครั้งหนึ่ง and of course Tens I really thank you for this but that is it for us from now and we'll get back to the game.
Bat chest 6-6 here at the half. Fully tied up. G2 currently having the leads there on pistols, 2-1 in that regard. T1, how do they start off this half? Buzz has been impactful, but we haven't been seeing those same hits. Yes, that incredible clutch from Meteor. It's not quite hitting as hard as we have been seeing from him in the days leading up to this grand final. Can he get online here in the second half of Haven?
Absolutely, they're going to need that. And the other thing they need to do is shut Leaf down. He is just running all over these maps. Great pick from Izu. Oh, almost finds a second.
Let's get that hit there. Jaw down to 70 HP. Trent at 20.
But they're rotating back into this. Maybe just making sure that there isn't a full commit to this push out. Yeah.
Portal closed.
Maybe just off the call that Izu said, look, I've absolutely
there's
destroyed
a lot.
The majority of them. Looks like they're going to try to fight into this. Salvo's at the ready to ensure that things get chaotic. Fallon down here at Sewer. Jump across the way, though. Sylvan with the right click, going to be able to find one. Trent now entrenched and flushed out. Shock dart at his feet. He falls. There's the undercut. They get that double damage through a reset on Meteor's shield. T1 decently well poised to try to get this pistol win. Leaf still alive, however. And as always, is insanely capable of being the X factor, but now down to just 54. Stacks behind the box. Sylvan to his right. Can he find it? Swings in, does get some damage done, but cannot find that kill. T1 tie things up as far as pistols are concerned. Take a narrow lead once more here on Haven.
Yeah, this is such great work by Izu. Doing so much damage on that swing out. Sylvan there, playing quickly off of Meteor's peak with the shield up. Able to keep them rolling, steaming forward towards that A site. Able to get the plant down relatively effectively. And this is certainly a big round. You normally wouldn't say that going up against an eco, but T1's had some struggles against them, and G2 has had some success.
Yep.
No force buy up this time, though, from G2.
You're not going to be seeing the Stingers. Sheriff, Ghost, Classics for the rest. Majority of the G2 players clustered up here around that B site. Cam out into mid for Izu.
This is classic G2, and I love this cam position. They love to get aggressive out towards window. See if they can get into your flanks early. With that cam there, should be able to get a decent read on it. Izu just keeping track just in case. It's a slow march forward for the rest of T1. Try to see if they can get through Leaf cleanly. He's not even gonna mess with it.
Yeah, has to just back away. G2 probably figuring that the best option is going to be some stray shots through the smokes, otherwise a death ball push into the site. If not, just a call to fully save, just go down to the spike. Smoke and Heaven going to be dissipating, and they're going to look to go for the push. Meteor, however, able to find two. Look at that Phantom, the decent use, but turn to the Classic. Finding another. Stacks cannot steady the aim.
Your biggest mistake is that
Two weapons going to be carried forward, but still some decent damage dealt here by G2.
So much util there. Dumped to the back of the site into hell to try to clear T1 players, and it looked like they were going to weather it, but then the aim gets a little bit off. G2's clean. Meteor doing what he can, but look at that. The fake out, the salvos, everything in the kitchen sink. Nice shock dart from Stacks. You can see, though, they're just a little bit off at times today.
Good job, guys.
We haven't seen that T1 that was just starting to steamroll. It looked like they were crisp, they were accurate. Here today, they're getting beat by G2 in a lot of those situations.
Feels like one of the things that needs to be beared in mind. The lead up into this grand final, another best of 5. 10 out of 11 potential maps played by T1 in their series to get to this point. They have been non-stop competing for the last 4 days.
Oh, and then think about what they had to go through in Pacific as well.
Yes.
They had to play 2 best of 5s. Went the full set both times. Barely beat Gen G. Lost to DRX in the finals.
Oh boy. 3-player cluster here in the window. Buzz tucked down just below.
Oh.
Salad on the peek out is instantaneous.
What a read.
Utterly fantastic shot. This Meteor
Thorns activated.
locked in from the Vice Wall, locked in position from the Thorns. Wall to try to lead the charge. Sylvan forward into the site, going to be taken down. Leaf here in that cubby, able to find one, finds 2. Stacks now eliminated.
Down A.
And the rotations are already here. G2 have already taken this site back over.
Destabilizing.
Izu finding one. The spike here on the floor. Izu finds a second Meteor. Now in to try to clutch it out, but it's going to be Valen who shuts this down. Bonus conversion cannot come to fruition. G2 shorten the gap once again down to just a singular round.
What a great round from Valen. Love the way he plays this. Just knows that Buzz is going to be there. Did his homework. Got an A+. And then Leaf tucked into that corner. It catches T1 off guard.
Oh, it's okay, a little whiff.
Even though they try to fight their way through, it's really good reads here from G2. To be fair, T1 doesn't really make it that confusing. But once that wall goes up, that traps Meteor behind that smoke. He's stuck while the rest of T1 just has to wait it out. That allows all of G2 to get over there. Maybe that's a round where you can pivot as T1. You can try a different angle. I know you lost Buzz over in the garage. Yeah, but with that wall there, and you gotta know that G2's got something tricky with that wall that close to that ramp.
It's much more proactive timeout here from the side of Coach Autumn, to say the very least. That massive win streak on Lotus, no intervention until we had seen G2 get up to map point. Wants to prevent that, wants to get involved very early on here. Which I find surprising considering that round still very close for T1. Clearly not happy with everything that he's seeing. See what the change-ups look like here for T1. So we get back into the action. G2, things weakened a bit after several casualties in that previous. Feel like a stinger still in the mix here. Trent making up his mind. Buys down for a Bulldog, so still good firepower for G2.
This looks like G2 wants to contest A, wants to lure T1 into a trap. They've got all that Vice util there again. They've got the Tejo, they've got the Breach in Link to set up for the stuns or things like that, but this looks more like the pistol round a bit, except this time thinking about B. There's that Vice wall there in front of Meteor. Stacks checks garage, smoke to cover in towards the window.
He's not seeing anything. As the salvos go flying by. Izu thinking that he was going to get a catch, but Leaf is there. The damage widely shrugged off, not too much dealt. Pivot cross now into that C site, opened up at G2. 5 players to be in a decent position to go for a retake. No ults online for the moment. But Leaf just a kill away from having that steel guard. Valen from having that cosmic divide.
Meteor's got the kill contract. Gonna be crucial, the positioning that he fires it off from and who he can catch for G2. Long lurk again for Leaf. The rest of them setting up for a big, big retake through the choke point.
Sylvan, deep lurk back around, try to re-clear over towards garage. Quick exit, the gate crash coming in. Sylvan not going to be able to find the timing. Leaf gets his way forward, and Meteor, he's the one leading the charge. Didn't want to try to invest the kill contract here at all, it seems. But now the spammage is coming through. T1 needs to try to counteract this, but that Hunter's Fury is far too late. It's already over. G2 have absolutely robbed them blind as Trent comes up with 4. And whatever was discussed during that timeout, it sure as hell went out the window.
I'm just very confused. T1 does find the open space. They're able to work the map nicely. A little bit whiffy here from Izu, but there's 2 players there. They're covering for this push out. The Hunter's Fury way too late. there's a kill contract there. You can sit in cubby, wait for them to try to go for the defuse or something like that. Slow up that retake attempt from G2, but it just feels like T1 maybe starting to crumble a little bit here under this pressure. Now they're back down to Sheriffs and a Guardian.
For everybody on this T1 squad other than Meteor, it's the biggest stage they have ever been on. 897 days since Stax and Buzz were eliminated in third place at Champions Istanbul. Now here, desperately trying to fight for a potential first place finish. But you have to suspect those nerves are going to be working against them in a major way.
Now they're going to be able to get the plant down most likely. There's a few stars there. See if there's any delay that comes through. No. Just going to try to set up for the retake. Steel Garden invested.
For the most part, Meteor with that Guardian. So for the rest, Sheriff's in hand and Buzz playing off the reveal. Finds a second through the smoke. Weapon recovered. Draws down the Phantom. Finding himself a third. Pucks back in towards Hell. The shots just going whippy all over the place. And somehow, T1, they managed to answer back. Finding stability after that baffling previous round. And a lot of it comes down to Buzz. He's playing off his util, showing that crisp, raw aim.
They're going to need more of that. Finally able to dig deep. And again, it just gets so chaotic, so scrappy there around the entrance to the site. And that favors T1. They're really able to get those crossfires going. Some good damage done by Jog.
Damage done by him, but damage taken as well. This thing's already starting to get very chaotic. Neural Depth getting the ping. 3 players going to be noted. Double tap shield's going to be taken away. Stack's able to find one balance, bouncing forward. Gets rid of Buzz, gets rid of Izu! Oh, it's Fallon in this window. Is a man to be feared. Will eventually be put down. Strogamo going to be caught on a timing. Trenton out. A 1v3. Meteor. Not going to be going for the push. Stax re-swings the angle. I thought he would wait for contact from the rest of the players.
A little bit tough there.
Bit of an opportunity. Sylvan going to have to be repositioning here. Push out of the smoke. The crossfire set up. Meteor with 3. Closes out the round. Once again, scrappy, chaotic. G2 so very close. T1 are able to get up to 10.
But again, I said it earlier, that's where T1 is going to thrive here. They just need to drag G2 down with them. They need to run at them sometimes. They need to bully them. They need to use that oppressive firepower that this team should be capable of bringing to bear. The snappy reactions, the quick decisions. You know, G2 wants to take their time. They want to be methodical against you. They want to set up that util to smother you out of positions, to make the rounds borderline unwinnable. And T1's comp is built to brawl. They need to get in there, and they need to throw some punches. And they have. They've started to. They need to keep it up. They need to keep G2 off balance. But G2, again, these timeouts generally have gone okay. So let's see what the answer is going to be. And it's been tough for G2. When they've tried to play retake other than the one round, it's actually not gone great for them.
Sure.
T1's held the line really nicely. So do you try to just put a little bit more trap plays early, try to see if you can get that man advantage, try to find those picks, you know, maybe at the top of A or out through garage, things like that? Or do they just want to shore it up, play a little bit more default, just try to wait T1 out, play a little bit smarter? Because when things get scrappy, that's when T1's been winning.
Full arsenal afforded here for the side of T1. G2 desperately looking for this round victory. Economy just going to be broken again if they can. TP forward for the check on that C site here. Here's the grab. It's going to be Jogamo pulled in alongside Meteor. And he's rushing forward here. So there's the fake out. He's actually escaped.
It just grabs the fake out.
Oh.
Today I learned.
Yeah, TIL. Literally have never seen that interaction before. So our bad, but hey, we learned something new. Either way, Site opened up a bit. Buzz gonna be taken down. Jonah P. Able to find him there, just banging through the box backside. Shot starts at their feet. Jog him out. Tagged up a bit. Has that regen shield and is able to find a freebie. Stacks just randomly getting picked. Sylvan now dead. Meteor backpedaling. 2v3 trying to hold the line. The salvo's flying forward. Izu trying to wait the push up there at Lumber. Finds the first, finds the second for 3 overall in the round. I feel like I'm losing my damn mind with the things that are occurring in this map. But T1 managed to scrape by.
I'm just done trying to make sense of it, just trying to enjoy it. And Izu puts on a show for us. He's been so good for T1 and able to hold the line. I think there's a few mistakes here though in this post plant for T1 that almost gives G2 the round win. I think Sylvan over peaks there around the corner of the C box. Oh, leave, you're just done.
Absolutely destroyed. Double tap shield now. Pop, push forward into the smoke. Valen falling to the Y side very similarly. 3 players about to be noted by a tripwire. Well, we'll be able to bounce over it. There's going to be another in their way. A cam out in mid to spot if they cut over towards garage.
Portal closed. Camera taken out.
Great diligence shown by Izu. Clutch in the previous round, this round, the util there to make sure that all of G2 is tracked and identified. G2, I think, just looking for some exit frags at this point. Meteor right around the corner, has one, can't find a fourth in the round.
Yeah, but does put Trent down to 5 HP. 4 players still alive. They opt to try to go for anything. Well, that'll seal the deal on it. Trent likely to just try to go down here. The spike, see if he can get any exit frags there with the salvos to try to slow them up. And will not be able to do so. T1 get themselves now up to map point.
Match point.
Well, I think T1 starting to feel themselves. They're just going at them. And even though this is an eco, that's been working. And Meteor in particular, able to be the tip of the spear to really break things open. But it's going to be a ton of ults that G2 has in this round. Everything but the Steel Garden available. So this is going to be tricky. Stax does have that Hunter's Fury again. If they can get to the post plant, keep him safe, maybe there's a world where you could just win it on that. They're going to have every advantage in the retake, our G2, if it even gets there. For now, Cam placed in towards short. The majority of the forces of T1 going to fan out for long. I think he saw 2. And you saw the 2 duelists, so feel pretty likely this is coming. Stax is going to let it loose and try to clear the site.
Just Fury, yep, just trying to spot him out. Buzz, so very low here at Hell. Will eventually get taken down. Jonah P at 31 as well. That's Chalk, 45.
Oh, the Armageddon.
The Armageddon. It's going right toward him. They're not going to be able to escape.
Spike down.
They're running into it.
Delay!
Somehow hits the transfer, gives him an opportunity. Looks for another, cannot make it happen. Izu. Can he go back to back? 43 seconds remaining in the round. The spike's still going to be dropped. Enough time for him to try to potentially go for a counter rotation.
Spike.
It looks like he's just going to play this forward here.
You know, if he waits this out like another 10 seconds, he might be able to pull a player from G2 away, but just going to keep pressing forward.
G2 going to play it wise. They want to play together. They don't want to give the opportunity to get separated. Now they have it all confirmed. The tripwire there, cleared out. Plant having to be stuck. Weapon drawn down. Camera for the spot. Tucks back around the corner. Knows that they are just absolutely stacked up. Wants to try to divide and conquer the jump out. Nearly finds Valen, but cannot. G2. Another scrappy round. A lot invested. But it keeps them afloat here on Haven. The map not over yet.
Just gorgeous timing on this Armageddon from Trent. Catches T1 where they have nowhere to run. They are stuck and they are dead. Absolutely beautiful. So well read. And Jonah P just being so annoying with that breach util at the point of attack. Sets him up perfectly, gets the flash as well, and Stax. Meteor cannot get out in time. Well held. They need 3 more to send it to overtime. couple of those all-twos. Still have the Dimensional Drift, still have the Cosmic Divide for G2. Easy with the Neural Theft. It's going to go back to C for T1. This one's been working pretty well for them. Some spam there to check the orb. One away from a kill contract for Meteor. So absolutely something T1 would like to get into his hands.
I'm not going to spot anything. Curious if this entrenches G2 further, or if they're going to look to rotate off this A site. Jogamo playing about within that cyber cage, but ultimately not going to find much. Thorn's now going to be popped, stopping T1 from advancing forward into the garage.
They're really taking their time, trying to suss out the positions as best they can, but man, G2's done a great job of hiding. Finally, spot on the jog.
Spot on the one. Just that stinger in hand, Jonah P. That Guardian sends out a shot, pulls back, and yeah, nearly has that kill. Flash sent forward. There's a fake out, popped. John once again just trying to reposition. What?
What was that?
I don't know. Just spamming his knife. I think you know where he ended up there. Either way, Jonah P going to be taking down Trent, eliminated. T1 now fully in control.
Spike planted.
The Guardian picked up, but so very low on HP. Nowhere to go. He's just out into the open. He's instantly dead. Valen good for one, but now it is all on leave. Cordonov from the site by his own Astra. The wall will fall. Stacks out to the open. Taken down, but Sylvan on the counter swing. Gets them the win. 13-9. We have a series on our hands as T1 tie things up here in the grand final.
Well, if there's one thing about this T1 team, they do not give up easily. You gotta stick around for this one, guys. 1-1. Let's see what Abyss has in store for us.
Nice! Nice, guys! Let's go! Let's go! Nice! 총, 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 총! Nice! Woo! Nice! Holy shit! Nice! Nice! Ooh!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Frequencies are meant to be UV. Ultraviolet trying to see through me. I'm there when you don't see. I care when you don't see. Take care when you don't see too. Frequencies are meant to be UV. Ultraviolet try to see through me. I'm there when you don't see. I care when you don't see. Take care when you don't see too.
know I tried every time, but you're so blind, like the sun in your eyes make you cry. All of your sighs, but it's alright. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. Every time, but you're so blind, like the sun in your eyes make you cry. All of your sighs, but it's alright. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. Frequencies are meant to be you, feed you, feed you. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. I'll try to see it through me. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. Frequencies are meant to be you, feed you, feed you. Living your life, baby, I'ma live mine. I'll try to see through me.
T1 out of the series 1-1, and that brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment. And this one goes to Meteor, an absolute playmaker in the server, doing some, well, let's just say the Lord's work with that ISO, holding it down, and he is definitely been on fire today, Mimi.
What an intelligently played clutch from him, stealing the planter with the ice wall, almost just winning it straight up on time, but finding the duel at the end here to close things out as well. Meteor has been incredible for T1 all tournament long. It's his third Masters final in a row, and playing like this puts him on a good pace to win that second trophy.
We even saw later on Jogamo using the fake clone to try to bait out one of the ults later on and catch it, but Meteor couldn't be denied. Just the impact that he gets with this patient style of play that T1 has is wonderful, and it's so successful against the Breach Taeho because they give so few cues as to when they're going to exec.
Yeah, it really has just been an absolute beauty to watch here. But another thing as well to keep in mind is that Meteor is going for something pretty big here, right, Mimi? He's going to be one of the first players, the first player to reach 3 Masters finals in a row. This guy has achieved something incredible, and if anything, it goes to show just how far he's come.
And it has to feel so good for the rest of T1 to be around a guy like that. They have some pretty inexperienced players. This is Sylvan's first international tournament that he's attended as well. You have Izu, who's only made it to one event before at a global level. He didn't win a match there. His first global win was this event, and now they have a chance to lift a trophy here as well and give Meteor his second. He doesn't want to feel that feeling he did back in the Masters tournament they fell to against Sentinels last year.
And he's doing a great job of it here. One of the things that I really feel like has been pushing them forwards is their success in the Thrifties. They've just had so many moments where they've been able to tie together with low eco and put insane amounts of pressure onto their opponents. And you need players like Meteor to be able to hit shots in rounds like this. You see in a round like this one where they turned the game around. This was 8-8. It's a Thrifty for T1 and they get the win. They've got an insane eco win rate overall. Meteor's the only player with a Guardian. He's also got the ult to be able to work around. And at the end of the day, what gets it done is that G2 give them the site. And then from that position, T1 are able to hit shots and win in the post plan.
This team is so interesting too because they're winning so many Thrifties, and some of them are just off of incredible individualism from some of these star players. But you also have rounds that are just well constructed, being willing to risk ults, to invest a lot into making something happen on these eco rounds. They are winning some of the most Thrifties of any team we've seen at the global level in quite some time.
And I think one of the reasons is because they actually come into it with more game plans than others, and they treat them as winnable rounds. They don't treat them as throwaways or rifles. They come up with specific game plans and have plans to be able to get the best out of their small util.
Oh yeah, and it's also, you know, that MR12 format, every single round is going to matter in this situation here, especially on that stage there. But that takes us, though, to our Mastercard fan poll. Earlier, we didn't get a chance to show it. Now we want to show it to you guys. Reason why? Because you all overwhelmingly voted for T1. Now, is that a matter of, you know, the fans just being into the underdog story, or a genuine belief that this team can win, especially after what we saw in Haven?
For a lot of people, I think it has to be a genuine belief. That belief has been building all tournament long. But to remember that this is the team that was swapping their assistant coach into play, then swapping him back out for Sylvan, was having weird things going on with their map. Vito was losing matches regionally to now be here in the finals with a chance to lift a trophy. It is such an incredible turnaround for T1.
The score's tied at 1-1, and we're going into the most difficult spot for T1 though, Mimi. This is a map that they have just been permabanning the entire event. And G2, they're doing all right on this map. They're doing pretty well, actually, but it's not their best. It should be one, though, where they have an outsized advantage playing Jorgamo on the Yoru, playing Leaf's Chamber. It'll require a lot for T1 to overcome them on Abyss.
Autumn said they had a plan cooked up for this map, that it had special practice, and it's going to be a comp change. Double duelist!
What is that? The Reyna is coming out for Meteor?
Feast or famine, bro. Honestly, though, Meteor pops off with the Reyna. Anything's possible.
The biggest thing they're going to have to deal with on their attacking side is Leaf's Chamber. G2 have a ton of different looks for him, getting aggressive with different Chamber TPs, setting him up with Jonas fault line, being able to take fights that no agent can safely besides that Chamber.
You're bang on the money, though, Golden Boy. This is going to come down to whether or not Meteor can just feast. Is he in tournament-winning form? Is he looking to lift a trophy? Can he will himself across the line?
Buzz is 10 kills away from breaking the global kill record that Durka already claimed this event. He's never won a trophy before, but he's that close. That's how good he is, and he's going to try and break that record on Jet.
A lot is on the line for both of these teams. Let's send it back over to your casters to call all the action. It's Achilles and Paper Thin yet again.
All the action, and based on what we're seeing in these comps, there is going to be so much of it. Reyna, something we haven't seen all tournament long. Got a first glimpse of it on this stage earlier when Superbuzz was playing it in the show match, but that's about it. Meteor has not played this agent much at all.
It's the second time ever, as far as I can tell. This is completely unexpected. I, honest to God, thought they might run ISO on this map and just send it and just see what happens. I'm very, very interested. This doesn't look like what they did on the offseason. They had the Cypher on this map when they were playing it a bit, but this is the real danger, man.
Yeah. Aforementioned there from the analyst desk, Leaf on this Chamber. One of the few in the world that really still makes Chamber look like he's absolutely busted from the olden days, but Buzz now 8 kills away from claiming that kill record on the global stage. Comes up with 2 quick ones here. As immediately Trent forced to just tuck back. Valen steadily making his way over in towards tower. Has been noted, Meteor and Reyna put down. A lot more work to be done here. Buzz at 10 HP.
Ooh.
The Shuktar was available, he would be able to do it, but we'll just get him with the classic, it seems. Turned himself down to 5. And as he goes to swing out, he's just getting encroached upon. Will be hunted as T1 reclaim the lead in pistols and get the opening round here on Abyss.
So if I could theory craft a little bit on what's going on here in T1's mind.
By all means. And good luck.
Yep. No, I mean, look, no matter what, I'm trying to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. But my guess is that part of this is the Leers can keep Leaf off balance. Like, you can clear the way that he holds A. Like, a lot of times he's going to be peeking out a little bit even deeper than what we saw in that previous round from A in towards main. And this time, G2 just wants to brawl. They sounded a fault line early. Stacks with the drone, stacks with a kill.
He's going to be taken down. Getting quite the reveal here. Yep, now the call to just try to bail off the side of the map has been made here from G2. Trent could not escape. And we'll just be flawless here for the side of T1. G2 inventing the play, sticking around with it would seem. And overall, do not mind it. You do not want to be funneling these ultimates into the likes of Buzz to stacks.
I mean, because here's the thing for T1. A lot of what G2 wants to do on this map is control mid. Use those double TPs, whether it be Jog, whether it be Leaf, to kind of work that part of the map. Get up behind that box that's in the center, kind of push out from vent sometimes, things like that. But with this Reyna here, I think they're just going to try to abuse the heck out of these chokes in front of A and B, try to brute force their way through onto site, and see, just let the chips fall where they may. I mean, why not? The mud's worked, let's do it.
Again, those salvos to try to interrupt and find some damage. Once that rendezvous comes through, Trent, nice headshot on the swing of the corner. Raise one back there on to Buzz, finds another.
Oh, Trent.
Stacks eliminated, dart in. Looking for the shock setup as Meteor able to find Leaf. Back into a 3v3. Spike still not yet planted. Now committed to. It's pop flash out. Meteor off the flank, able to find one. Takes the dismiss back, pulling the corner. Headshot is found. Jogamo going to be eliminated, and Trent's out of bullets. T1 convert the bonus. 3-0 start on G2's pick of Abyss.
This is madness. I mean, Autumn said that they had something special prepared. And so far, he's been absolutely correct. I mean, Buzz just getting ahead of the game there. Jonah P with util in hand. The dismisses can work around these boxes so nicely on site. I mean, you're gonna see similar scenes on B, assuming that T1 eventually goes over there. And immediately a timeout called here by Josh. He loves to get into things early, especially if his team is down like 3-0, 3-1. He wants to make sure that whatever's going wrong gets corrected immediately. And my guess is you're gonna have to play a little bit further back. You're gonna have to give up a little bit of space towards A main, because with that Reyna there, with the Leers, it's actually gonna be quite difficult to challenge it.
Man, as quickly and as deep as Buzz is getting in at the moment. Looks like he's playing the brand new agent here. Just so fast to scale forward into the site and take that space.
It's like, you mean I don't have to play Yoru or Raze?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
A rare change up for him. 3-0 start, certainly not what G2 were anticipating at all. Maybe for themselves, but certainly not for T1. Call's gonna be a couple more singers back into the mix. See if they can swing things here with a thrifty attempt. Hunter's Fury off the back of Trent's heroics thus far is gonna be online.
Yeah, now my eyes are on to Sylvan. He's looking to take a little bit of space towards mid, see what he can get done. That's something that G2 does so well, is control that space, and they're all the way over, putting 3 players onto the A site.
I was gonna say, look at this conditioning.
Yep.
So they stack things up here. T1 immediately pivoting over to that B site for the first time. Just looking to try to catch them off guard. It's talking about deep little peek.
The classic.
EP's back out, joins in on this side of the map after not seeing anything. Quick to reinforce here, RG2, making the right call to get into pole position, but that haunt. Dealing 2 players here, it's Valen pushing forward. Unable to find the kill himself, but Trent will be able to do so. Lined up the fake out. So far, just that 1-for-1. Hunter's Fury off the back of the ping. Meteor previously weakened up, ends up falling down. Izu gunned out by Leaf. Stacks pushing forward, however. Catching a glimpse, but Leaf over the top. Headhunter collects. And Sylvan now once again asked to clutch for T1. Swings, finds the first. The hold coming through, and he just faces forward. Red Bull clutch, Sylvan bails him out and keeps G2 off the board.
It's scrappy, and G2 reacts pretty well to the B pressure. Nothing A, and they are on their horses trying to get over to the other side of the map. And they're able to cut down a lot of T1 members. A great Hunter's Fury from Trent. But Sylvan's still alive. Sylvan in the back lines. And Sylvan has come up huge for T1 since coming back off the bench. So many assists. The assist leader coming into today. Him and Jonah P neck and neck in that regard. And he's been instrumental in a massive clutch for T1. This time, a little bit further back. It's already pinged out. T1 has figured out already how Leaf wants to reposition. Since he's not going to play aggro in front of A main, he likes to play around the right-hand corner. See how they want to try to get him out of there. Maybe just a prowler to check.
Sure is that there's no one playing forward.
It's that operator.
Another prowler to check. Tries to wait it out. Eventually has to take the rendezvous. Buzz once again into the back. The paranoia's there. Jonah P is going to be taken down. Smoke's now popped. Plant coming through. G2 getting situated. Trying to go for this retake here. So he's not going to connect. They have no idea. Positions here from T1. Recon going to be sent down. Buzz moments before getting flashed up. Able to find a kill. Dashes into the corner and snaps on the Trent's head. Pushes forward, looks for the shorty kill. Cannot find it, but it won't matter. The rest of the team has his back. 5-0 start for T1.
And the diligence here. I was crediting G2 for some of their homework. T1 now getting an A+ as well. So aware of how they want to set up on this defender side. The Leer into the paranoia. Good luck, Jonah P. And Leaf has no choice but to TP out. And Buzz is just a monster, cleaning out players on the back of site. And it is full throttle. And believe it or not, a second timeout for G2. That's both of them burned within 5 rounds, the 6th coming.
Not something you want to see here for the G2 faithful. Believing in this squad. The arduous road that they have had to get to this moment. From ascending for everything that had happened with their previous organization, getting picked up by G2, getting into Tier 1. They're close, but no cigar finishes last year. To now being in a global final. And on this map, that so many people would have said dead to rights, this is the one, Abyss, where they should be able to smash T1.
I mean,
it's not coming to fruition quite just yet.
All I could think of when I saw this comp was what in the paper Rex is T1 doing? Because this is just madness, but it's working. And again, it's leaning into the strengths of this T1 team. Double duelist, create chaos, create space, let your fraggers frag. And they've been so good. The coordination in the heat of the moment with T1 is unparalleled so far this year in 2025. This time, we try to put a little bit more pressure here with Jonah P. Aftershock to dissuade the push. Do have Jogamo there as well on the Yoru. Try to cause a little bit of chaos.
Another chance, another attempt here at a Thrifty. On point blank. TP out, Armageddon, forcing Jonah P forward. Once again, paranoia up. Regains some vision, but Buzz still able to go ahead and find one. Swings back through, Trent to go ahead and collect. Meteor dropped. Some solid trading here for the side of G2, but now player advantage in the hands of T1. Weapons not recoverable. Leaf slowly creeping his way over. The tour de force committed in. He needs to put it to good use. Look, they try to go for the close angle. Spotted the leg, finds the shot. Izu going to be put down. Slow field there, weapon recoverable. Just the stinger still. Sylvan. Oh, down. Out of the smoke, but Stacks with a reposition. It's not red! They get so damn close, but every single time, T1 denies them the win. Another Red Bull clutch, this time from Stacks.
I mean, Jonah P is just getting brutalized outside of the A door. And they're throwing so much utility to make sure that's clear, and Buzz is always checking that angle first. God, Buzz, excuse me, Stacks as well, just...
It's so smart.
It's so unbelievably smart, and that's those years of experience that they've had. So many international tournaments that they've been through. They want to make the most of it this time, finally getting to that grand finals. Jog, TP out, another push forward towards A. Be clear to the drone. Smoke immediately goes up. Meteor's still gonna push forward.
Clear out, over the top, Buzz drifting, shot out of the sky. Jonah P through the smoke, able to find Izu, the best opportunity! And what is that, the Colette? Silva take it down. This time, damn near flawless in reply. G2 at long last. Break the win streak from T1.
Yeah, like the ideas here. Just gum them up at the choke and just spray him down. Don't let him keep getting through there for free. Buzz, the flank angle attempted to be created with the up and over, the Blade Storms immediately shut down. Nice work by Jog. Jonah P there. Catches, I think it was Stacks or Sylvan trying to run out of that smoke and just gets him shut down. And yeah, you can see it's easy, guys. Just spray him down through the smoke.
Let's do that every time. Because the rounds have been close, G2 have broken down the economy a bit here from T1. Oh, okay, yep.
He's good.
Waiting for a little while longer than felt comfortable.
Just jog things. Loves to get that early info. Can check a few extra angles with those peaks that you normally can't get any. So let's see. He's gonna tuck into the corner again. This time though, T1 gonna leave. Just Izu.
This is shifting them across over towards that operator.
Yep. They have no info on this side of the map.
Go for another one. Does go ahead and catch a glimpse. Does that keep them interested enough? Just the one player. They've been playing off these prowlers, off the haunts coming through. So for now, G2 not going to be rotating anybody over.
Exactly. It's the fade. That's what's going to sell this. That TP might give it away.
Quick little check. Zalir comes in, Leaf looking for the timing shot, Buzz up and over. Gonna be seeing too much. G2 needing to get clustered, but now rotate into mid here from Izu.
30 seconds left.
Can he find a timing? Can he find a kill? Create that pressure here on the flank. He's watching to see if anybody goes pushing forward. Out from the spawn side, but Sylvan just goes up into heaven. He comes away with 2 eliminations. Draw committed here forward on the site, but is not ready for the flank. Buzz sticking around, takes him down. The Rolling Thunder committed, meaning absolute jack. Buzz looking for that next kill, cannot do it. The Nork and Trent. 3 players surviving. Basically a thrifty here from T1, not allowing for G2 to get back-to-back wins.
That is brutal, and that is going to set Buzz ahead of Durka for the current kill record at international events. What a player, and he is showing off on this jet.
And no one else from the top 5 is here. And let me tell you, the gap from second to third, monstrous. Buzz looking to push about 350 kills ahead of Aspas.
Yeah, let that sink in. I mean, that's just how big consistent, those Vision Strikers, DRX teams were. Now this T1 team might do something they never could.
This time Leaf able to find the backstab play here from G2 is absolutely gorgeous. Tearing them asunder as Stacks tucked into the corner. But well, Red, headshot, Stacks fighting back for one, fights back for another.
Spike down, B.
It all comes down to Meteor, and he cannot find the first. Gets that kill on Leaf, maybe you start believing, but G2 getting themselves his second round win.
Huge stuff from Leaf. I mean, he's just been nasty with snipers. That's part of the reason he's so good on Chamber. Oh, just saw the dash from Buzz and was able to adjust.
Spike down, B.
And a great read here from G2. Start taking advantage of the mid space being given up by T1. Something they've done to a lot of other teams, but because of, I think, the pressure and the pace that T1 was coming at them, they never really kind of figured out that that was going to be available. And now T1 aiming to try to re-clear that space themselves. They're the ones pushing up a little bit towards mid. Shot and a miss. Leave TP's out. Now they're grouping up. Jog there. That one ain't real.
Still taking 0 chances. Checking around in towards mid. Trent obviously not going to see a damn thing. Once again, that Hunter's Fury online. Second one does get cycled up.
Double stars right at the door. Could be a grab well there. A little bit tricky. Use the Armageddon.
Sends that over towards tower. Buzz drifting up and over the top. Tries to dash his way up into tower. Cannot do so. Hunter's Fury from Trent able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down. Buzz now just sat here waiting for the timing. The bow drawn out. Swings the corner. Looks for 2. Gets a head on the Leaf. But cannot find the kill. Leaf able to find that elimination. Joggerbolt spraying down one. Izu capitalizing as he runs out of ammunition. Stacks just trying to play around here. Around the sides of that Nebula. Finds the first. Just a sheriff in hand. 3 bullets. The Cosmic Divide sent out. Leaf perched above. Finds the kill. T1 not able to find the round victory here, but still getting ultimates out of the hands of G2 with 2 more rounds to be played here in this half.
I think the biggest thing right now for T1, finding a way. Yeah, Meteor again caught by the Hunter's Fury. What a shot from Leaf.
It's a completely different story. Buzz able to find that one.
Yeah, and
good on Leaf.
You got to get this operator out of his hands. You got to find a way to shut this chamber down, and they've been playing a lot more passive than usual with it, and it's working a treat for G2. So for T1, this bull rush that you've been attempting had been working, but now it's starting to get shut down. Now G2 is starting to find their timings to cut you off, starting to get the reads, starting to get their feet underneath them. What can you do in response? This time they're going to send the drone over towards B.
Oh,
TP.
Yeah, Joggermo up close, but not going to be fast enough there, Sylvan. Trying to find that punish, but Izu catches Leaf, just trying to push forward. Yeah, that's the operator now on the floor.
I have the spike.
What a kill to be found. Nightfall online. Want to go for the push here onto the site.
That's one way to get rid of the op. Jeez.
Sylvan showing some presence here at mid. VALORANT still continuing to scale forward. Jonah cutting back across over towards tower. Nightfall going to be sent through. Trent pulls all the way back, able to avoid that. Shots ring out. Those Liddy's going to be situated here.
Nice seize.
All this blind spray. Buzz catching Jaw right as he tries to set up the pop flash out of the smoke. Valorant around the back being noted. Stax watching on the angle. Buzz tries to keep himself covered. Cannot. Stax wins the fight off screen. And now it's just Jonah P. He finds one, but nothing more. T1 looking to lock G2 out of the remainder of this half. Potential for a 9-3. Unless G2 could get one more round win.
And Leaf is going to be one away from another tour de force. Going to be scooping up a Guardian, it looks like. They thought about an Outlaw there, but knowing that the money is flush for the side of T1. I love the way Buzz plays this. Gets that kill, gets the spam, knows he's dead. Throws a smoke and tries to jump off the map to break their angles so that his other players can step in to get those kills. That's a really, really smart heads-up play from him. Leaf gets this one kill. It could be a very different round.
Absolutely. Empress now popped. Blind shots into the smoke from Valen. What a timing. This Meteor. It's a little bit of damage. Kill and assist, obviously, can devour to get his health back. Leaf just going to be shoved away from the window here at Heaven. Meteor chasing forward. Considering a push out of the smoke. No more Lears available. Prowler not spotting. Gets recon down. Gets tagged down so very low. 15 health remaining here on the Reyna.
New trend.
Izu noted up close. Trying to reposition, but as
flank.
Like I said, yes, Jonah P working his way around through their spawn. And right now, no sights on this whatsoever. Stax jumps back across the opposite way, but all eyes are tied toward the side. Jonah P able to find two, leaving Stax now on his lonesome. And they will just look to try to run him down. They nearly align, but he cannot find them. And a 3K from Valen will get G2 a 4-8 scoreline in the half.
Absolute madness. Can this work on the defender side? I have no idea.
We have no clue what this is gonna look like. We're all gonna find out together, so stay tuned.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back, about to jump into the second half on Abyss. Score at the moment tied up 1-1 across the series. T1 pulling out a brand new composition after keeping this map tucked away for so very long. We saw G2 starting to understand it, starting to be able to break it down in the latter bits of that half, but is this enough damage from T1 as they move over to the defense? An 8-4 scoreline. Will that get them a victory here on the map that everyone had them written off on? And how do they use this composition on the defense?
Yes, I mean, I think my mind immediately drifts to the middle part of the map. How are you going to control that? You know, you're going to just have to throw bodies at the problem potentially if it starts to become an issue. Flanks are something that G2 loves to create. We've seen it all the time. Leaf's going to be potentially lurking on you, or somebody else, even on this squad, could go for that. Jog does it from time to time. Because of the TPs you have available, T1's gonna force a bunch of players in towards that middle area. I mean, this comp's meant to brawl. So they're gonna
Players set up.
Go for it.
Clear on the recon, Meteor. Up close. Break on the door, Buzz desperately trying to escape. Meteor gonna be good for one before getting traded up by Jogamo. Tuck back as Trent down to 35 health. Izu on the swing though, what a shot! Finds one up and over the top, but Jaw's still standing! Sylvan eventually able to shut him down.
Ooh.
Trent finding another. Is it still going to be chaotic? Stacks at 22 health, needing to get the hits across, and he cannot. G2 tie us back up 3-3 in pistols, and they take their first step. It's getting back into the driver's seat here on Abyss.
G2 had this read from the get-go. You can tell with that fault line in particular that they knew what was going on. They knew something was up. Jog does a great job to find one, TP back, find another. Buzz tries to dash in, but Jog is ready for it on the third. Nice. Huge round for him. The duelist for G2 coming up big in a pistol round that they desperately needed. And they found some success. They found some breathing room. Looks like it's all classics.
Goodbye. Anyway, GG go next. Yep.
That's fine.
Just taking a little, taking a note page out of the notebook here from G2. Quickly go for the reset. Some people might not like it, but I, for one, am happy to get back into the action.
I truly do not care. I just don't. It's a valid strategy.
I mean, look, T1, you know, they've been very good at getting thrifties overall across this tournament, but they said, yeah, this one's going to be a bridge too far. Let's just get some rifles.
Yeah, there's no reason to feed any more orbs over. Jog's already 3 away from a dimensional drift. Like, forget it. Who cares? Move on with your lives, people.
Well, Recon not going to spot anything here mid. Widely left alone by T1.
Yeah, and this is where I really expect G2 to kind of hammer the point home. So take control of this, find those flanks. And for T1, that means you have to be really good at controlling the links, making sure that those are at least accounted for. And again, you're gonna have to throw bodies at the problem. So in this case, they've got the duelist there.
Salvo on the side, gonna peek, looking for a timing, but he's just gonna get timinged instead. Stacks taking down Jaw.
Got the TP, he's okay, it's okay.
Gets himself out of there. That's why pre-planning is very important. Does stay alive, but player advantage for the moment here in the hands of T1. Paranoia, trying to slow things up, and Jogamo just absolutely blind in the corner, ends up getting taken down. Now the crossfire coming in. Azizu sends out the C's. Just keep them locked in position. Shock into the corner, widely avoided. Azizu rides the rope up to safety.
Should be undoable, yeah. Okay, one for Trent, can't find another. Buzz finds the final 2 in the round. 9-6 now for T1.
2 players lost. Still fairly clean of an anti-bonus. Now, we can get down to the nitty-gritty. Get into our first proper buy round here for G2 on this attack. Fortunate for Jonah P. Did well to be able to push that far forward, but then just caught him at very terrible timing.
Yeah, it's been really good util though, especially from Sylvan and Izu. They've been finding good timings to hit the Paranoias, to hit the Prowlers, to hit the Seizes. Things like that are really opening up the map for T1. And that's another thing that this comp can do pretty well, is just slow you down and make the map smaller in a way, right? Because you want that util, you want to cluster G2 up and hit them with everything at once and just leave them stunned. Let's see what they can do on this one. TP into the back.
Stacks revealed, another Lear sent here from Meteor as he tries to get out into the open, is able to find one, just misses away. It's quite a bit of damage though. Not gonna be concussed up. Spike up towards that back sight. Starting to get planted here, swing out for Buzz. Cannot find the kill there on the lead, but Meteor does. Looks for a fourth, can't make it happen, but the cleanup is still swift. Defuse from T1. Gets them to double digits. 10-6.
This is unbelievable. And this time it's the Reyna. It's the double Lears. He throws out a second one and is able to catch Jog swinging that angle. And then he finds one, gets a miss, dismissed, gets the info. Sets up the good trades for the rest of T1, who are flooding right behind him. This is bringing a smile to my face because it's working. I never would have thought in a million years when I saw this Reyna on screen that this had a hope in hell.
I mean, look, we know Meteor, incredibly talented, can be one of the best players in the world.
But he doesn't play this Aegis.
Aegis never plays this, but it lends itself very similarly to the ISO to a degree. Buzz, it's gonna be stun off the angle. Obviously don't go nearly as far anymore with those tailwinds when you're stunned up, but quickly T1 gonna be forced away from this close hold.
Great covering fire there from Izu to make sure that Buzz could get out safely.
It's all a bit of a ruse here, as now the dimensional drift gonna be coming through. Stacks around the back of sight. Knows that he's gonna be spotted out, desperately just trying to get out to safety. Jaw able to capitalize, finds him with the stinger.
Oh, this lurk.
Lurk from Trent. Decently read though, the shot's not connecting. Izu just dancing around him. Trent just paints an outline on the wall. Paranoia, scale forward, starting to begin. Buzz watching that close, deep corner. Swings out, ends up getting taken down. Talking about now once again striking! Finds 3, Knight pulled out. Sylvan will be able to stop him from finding the embarrassing kill. And G2 will fight back, 3 rounds separating.
They're able to catch T1 overcommitting to save Buzz. They're able to get great info off the back of Jog's ult. Find out that the site just has 1 player on it. Clean him out, get through. Yeah, Stack's frustrated by that one. Yeah, for sure. That was a toughie. You're left on your own there, and G2's got the read.
Full Sheriff buy down here for T1. Gonna pull off a thrifty. Steltron on the chase, not gonna get anything but meteors. Sheriff absolutely will.
Right for the gun.
Collecting Balin's head, making sure that this is gonna be safe. Not able.
Too deep.
Just backs away. Might have actually gone off the side of the map. Can't quite tell either way. G2 now looking to pivot. Push forward into this A site. Izu up in tower. Actually a C's here at the ready. Yes, does go in. Able to find one. The salvo's there on top of it. And Leaf cannot escape, nor can Trent! 2 kills found. Jogamo still desperately trying to escort them forward. But Jonah P is going to be taken down. And it is all on Jaw. They're trying to stop this thrifty from coming through. Binds 2, the reload completed. A dimensional drift online. Swipe it! And he gets it done! Jogamo! What an unbelievable ace! What an unbelievable player! He keeps them alive!
That is absolutely unreal! He's able to isolate those first 2 fights! And then he's got the last 2 lined up for him! He fakes the teleport there, I don't think it mattered. He stands up. He's got Bangkok on fire.
He's got the coaches on their feet. My God. Woo.
Who's next?
An ace to deny the thrifty, to deny T1. We're getting even further away.
Out of charges.
Getting closer to a 2-1 scoreline.
I'm back.
He's gonna see this is wide open.
The paranoia out, but Izu smoked off, cannot try to capitalize. But there's a ping reveal to Haunt, telling all. Izu now repositioning, cuts across that left-hand side, previously left open, and Valen does not get the read. Buzz with the off, able to find Trent in T1. Not skipping a beat. Nonplussed it seems. Like getting aced by a world champion just 1 round prior. They have their eyes on the prize.
And this is brutal because you don't have any more timeouts as G2. You gotta figure out a way. Jonah P, if you can stay alive a bit longer, you can give yourself a bit of a timeout, but he's spotted by the Haunt.
Meteor getting closer and closer. The Lear around the back, Jonah P now well aware. Woo, it's very snappy to get the shutdown. But what do you opt to do? 1 flash, no other utility, just a phantom in hand. And the likelihood of breaking this and getting back-to-back ace clutches
10 seconds left.
across your team. The odds just not in their favor. T1, a fantastic crunch. Shutting down this attack. The haunt from Izu, absolutely monstrous. They win the round. They get up to 11.
And the paranoia as well from Sylvan to back jog off on the initial entry. That bought a little bit of extra space here for T1 to let loose. There's some salvos in there to delay early from Stacks. But it's Izu so on point with this fade. Nice shot by Buzz. But you gotta find a way to slow this down. T1 is just reacting so well. As soon as there's contact, they've got so much util to buy that slight amount of extra time that they need to get into position to shut you out. Look at Meteor, he's just going for a walk. Right
Walking down mid, Leaf. Just there on the opposite side. Cosmic Divide going to be called through. Buzz keeping himself obscured. Damage across Meteor down to 30. Buzz down to 8. Just trying to stay safe. The Armageddon going to be called in the shot. Not going to connect. Valen able to find one, but then mowed down by the ult out from Stacks. Paranoia hits. Stacks swinging in towards backside, finding one. Not ready for draw, but Sylvan is there to capitalize. Suddenly into a 2v2. Committed positions. The decay coming in. Trent frantically trying. Swings the corner. Shots whipping on both sides. 5 bullets remaining now in the map. And Trent has the flick. The 3K to continue to fight back, to persevere. T1 not getting to map point quite just yet.
What a map Trent is having. 17 and 15 on this Sova. The one who's been able to hold on the tightest with this bucking Bronco that T1 has brought into Abyss. Just absolute madness. I mean, what a flick too. That's a great idea by Meteor. Change angles, change positions. Doesn't matter, Trent's just better.
You want to play? Let's play.
Goes Buzz, blades out.
Tour de force on the opposite side.
Here.
T1 another crack at taking a thrifty against G2. And the stealth drone gets the ping out onto 1. Buzz repositioning now. Big call here, it looks like, from T1.
Yeah, I like the pause from G2. You've got to keep T1 guessing. You've got to get into those post plants. Because where T1 wants to win this game is before you can even get the spike down. So you've got to work the map. Got to be a little bit more diligent. Love this take a space. That's a ton of info there. And they know that B could very well be very open. Buzz the only one here. Hide in the smoke.
Shock dart, smattering of damage going to be found. Swings the corner, Giacomo going to be taken down. Buzz thinking about his next maneuver here. It goes right into the shock dart, stunned up there by Trent. Kill going to be found. Valen able to find Meteor, able to find Stacks. G2 now starting to get a very firm grasp on these rounds.
30 seconds left.
Just the one casualty so far. Plant from Jonah P.
Spike planted.
Be one away from that rolling thunder.
Last player standing.
Now has it online. No shot for Izu. Try to force this out. Jonah P. On point. Brings G2 just one round away from tying this up 11-11.
Now I think you need a timeout from T1's side. I think it's time to consider how you're going to be able to react a little bit better on the map. Not able to get info early, especially with the way that G2 is just going to sit and spawn for a bit, maybe send a player down mid, see if they can get a read on anything. Because it's all about the timings here for T1. It's all about being able to react a step ahead of your opponent. And you're only one round ahead at this point. Through a blistering attack side, this defense side starting to show the weaknesses we suspected it might have.
About 16 rounds after G2 burned their last time out. T1 will call their first. The G2 coaching staff, you have to suspect that there's been a wave of relief there for them, but also some praises to sing for the team to be able to get it back into this close of a position.
Oh,
Still
you've got to be
a lot more work to be done.
You owe Jog a dinner after this, because that ace changed potentially the destiny of G2, not just in this map, but potentially in this series. is going to be an op for Buzz. It's going to be a heavy investment for T1. Looks like there's mostly rifles being bought. Jog? Let's see what he's got. Yeah.
Passed.
Thought so.
Passed a little phantom here from his teammate. Buzz. He's looking to go on a very early, deep line with his operator.
I don't think it ever got noted when he had the Blade Storm that he jumped over there early by G2, so he might catch them off guard here. Let's see.
He's peeking in towards window.
This is good info. I think as T1 may want to consider sending an extra player over towards A, but for now, they're keen to just watch for any mid push-ups. I mean, we know Spike is down, but with Buzz getting all that early information, they're still going to lean in towards B, because this is what G2 did last time, was they just paused, they waited, and then they exploded towards the B site. Drone, though, might give the plan away a bit. Izu falling back, Sylvan having to watch that link, because, again, no mid control for T1. They have zero idea.
Rolling Thunder forward, sees, goes out to try to slow things up and draw. Still able to TP up. Hunter's Fury now coming across. And on the one, looking for the follow-up, cannot make it happen. One staying alive here for now, but counter spray out, Meteor. It's quite a bit of damage. G2 now firmly entrenched. Buzz swaps over the off the stacks, picks up a Phantom. Trying to break things open. Talon's forward, oh my god, what a shot from Lee! Finds the second jaw, scaling. Into the back of sight, Izu. Take it down, stacks, dealt with the op. No purchase, no value. And Meteor cannot even rescue it. He has to escape, he has to retreat. The timeout call undone. G2, they will tie things up 11-11. His draw is out for blood. He would love to take this last weapon out of their hands. Either way, that spike is going off. And that scoreline perfectly balanced, perfectly tied.
T1's gonna have to dig deep, because G2's got the read now. They figured it out. Just gotta wait him out a little bit. I think this is another timeout already. Right away. What a shot from Lee.
Disgusting.
Goodness gracious.
So damn good.
They are playing out of their minds right now. They have really come alive. That jog ace has sent them flying. We'll see what T1 wants to do.
I mean, it's such similar scenes from the start of this map, but now inverted.
Yep.
Back-to-back timeouts from T1. 2 rounds separated prior for G2. You can feel the desperation. What is the call? The money. You barely have any of it. Operator lost.
I think something like a 3-man push out of A main. Just take some space early. See if you can bottleneck G2. Brawl. You gotta find ways to get those brawls going. If you can't get them to commit to chokes, if you can't get them to commit to getting stuck in the Fade utility, then you gotta find ways to get the fights to go. The Fade and the Taeho utility. Then there's a chance, then there's a shot. Stack's having a pretty decent game on the Taeho. Speaking of, 17 and 13, but need a little bit more from the rest of the squad. Buzz, 16 and 19. Hasn't really found too much success with that operator. Not gonna have it this round, of course, but couldn't find the difference to be made to potentially take this map for T1. Mid-exploration here, noise being made. That's, I think, to keep some of those T1 players stuck, having to watch those links so that the front entrances of the sites are gonna be potentially a little bit more wide open. And who knows, if you just get no contact, just go for it and see what happens. I mean, granted, T1's done a good job when G2 is pushed all the way up of finding those kills, but no contact off the Prowler over at A. Buzz rotating all the way back over to B.
Starting to get clustered on the right.
This might be the right read.
Side here. Pink's coming down, wary about that
down.
Push out from A main. Potential flank around the back. Everyone from T1 clustered in the correct position. An orb grab here for Jaw. Gives him the dimensional drift. Looks like he's just gonna be pushing forward. As Meteor trying to get up alongside the smoke. pushes in, but Trent keeps him covered. The Vandal shut down immediately. And Sylvan similarly falls. Buzz's Stinger's just not gonna hit the same way. As Izu now, the last one standing, with no hope in hell. G2, they're gonna get themselves up to map point. T1, if they want to steal this map away, it's gonna have to happen in overtime. Because there's no shot. Flawless. G2 swat away both timeouts from T1 with relative ease.
Curious if they're gonna go for an op. Potentially, I don't know, but that's just, what awareness from Trent. He is so dialed in. It's been a big part of this comeback for G2. And just so aware that someone could push that smoke, try to find that timing, especially when you're going up against an Eco. Beautiful heads-up play from him. Now what do? Looks like it might just be a fast execute this time. Cosmic Divide into a quick hit.
Yep, Dimensional Drift. Meteor, for now, dancing around this Yoru. Hasn't quite been scouted until this very moment. Bolt line, flash, sent, drop down, headshot. Meteor dead. Sylvan stacks immediately evaporating. As it's Izu once again. A 1v4 this time. A bit easier perhaps, but still feels like it is overall hopeless. G2 rallying back after such a deficit, after such a devastating first half. But this comp from T1, whatever legs it had on this defense, it's been swept out from underneath them. The time dwindling. Valen holding forward.
Where are you?
Haunt at the ready, but the next fault line coming in, just desperately trying to hold it to no avail. 13-11. G2 regain the lead in this grand final, and they are one map away from claiming the trophy as their own.
It's absolute madness, but G2 is able to keep their heads on straight, and you gotta think back to that jaw gaze, and you gotta appreciate the way Trent was locking things down with the Sova. So impressive the way they're able to mentally bounce back and recover after you having to use 2 timeouts within the first 6 rounds.
Unbelievable perseverance and tenacity from G2. We've seen bounce backs from T1. I mean, hell, we saw it on Haven, able to recover from that 5-13 loss on the opener. But it feels like this one is probably gonna hurt a hell of a lot more. The map that you were basically written off of, that you start so well on. And then you have your back broken as Jogamo pulls off one of the craziest aces that we've had here at the tournament.
It's a haymaker. You're trying to throw the heavy hitter that's gonna knock your opponent out. It's gonna take them completely away from this particular match, but it doesn't happen. Instead, it's G2 who's able to absorb the punch. Yeah, they take a heavy hit. They keep their head on straight, and they punch you right back. Sent T1 reeling, and who knows, may have sent them home. Just unbelievable. That jog ace is gonna live rent-free in my head for forever.
And both teams capitalizing on their advantages so well, but T1 struggling every single time they lost a player. They could not bring the round back. 0-9 on 4v5 conversions. Not something that you want to be seeing here in this grand final. But plenty of absolute treats throughout here from the side of G2. Split, however, coming up as the next map. The question is it the 4th and final? Or can T1 find success there again? Take us the distance. Take us to our map 5 and let us see a final showdown on Pearl. We're gonna find out, but for now, we've got special guests on special guests, so let's go ahead and hear from 2 more. We, of course, have Leo and Anna standing by down on the floor for an interview.
Reina in Masters Grand Finals. Does anything ever get better? Trust me, it does, because we're standing with Leo and Anna, and also it's Sarah for translation. Now, Anna, this event has been a banger. How have you been enjoying Masters Bangkok?
First, Sawadika.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. This is probably one of the most special Masters we've had so far, honestly. This is my first time in Thailand. This is an amazing place. This community is so wonderful. I think this series is incredible. But I think my favorite part so far has been bringing Wele to Thailand. I think being here today, listening to this crowd respond to her was just fantastic. I cried, I had goosebumps, it was amazing.
ครับผมและสำหรับคุณแอนนานะครับผมคำถามก็คือว่ารู้สึกยังไงกับการจัดงานที่นี่ซึ่งคุณแอนนานะครับก็บอกว่ารู้สึกดีมากๆนะครับผมไม่ใช่แค่เรื่องของแฟนๆที่ให้กำลังใจกันตลอดเรื่องของเกมที่ค่อนข้างที่จะสนุกเลยทีเดียวและก็ได้มีการปล่อยเอเจนต์ตัวใหม่อย่างเวเลเข้ามาด้วยทุกอย่างทำให้เขารู้สึกตื้นตันใจและก็ขนลุกไปตลอดจริงๆครับ
Oh yeah, happy birthday to Weilai and also your husband too. And now, Leo, can we get a shout out to this amazing city and the amazing crowd tonight?
You have all been incredible. We're so happy to be here. This is our first time with a global event in Southeast Asia. We hope it's first of many. We want to thank you for being such great hosts, and we will see you next time. Thank you very much.
และสำหรับนะครับคุณลีโอฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับบอกว่าทุกคนยอดเยี่ยมมากๆเลยนะครับผมเป็นแขกต้อนรับแขกได้ดีมากๆจริงๆนะเป็นเจ้าบ้านที่ยอดเยี่ยมและหวังว่าจะได้มาเซาท์อีสเอเชียหรือว่าเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้มากขึ้นอีกประเทศไทยอาจจะเป็นแค่ครั้งแรกขอบคุณทุกคนมากๆครับ
Thank you, Anna and Leo, and let's keep the good time rolling because we have Split coming up.
And I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm having trouble letting go. I close my eyes and wish you were closer. Now we're like footprints in the snow, slowly fading until it's over. Our memories won't last forever. I'll love you for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony. So I propose that we embrace love, hope, and our affection. Nostalgia is crashing down, a bittersweet burning feeling. 'Cause when I start to look around, home isn't the same way you're leaving. Our memories won't last forever. now longing for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony.
Nice. Nice. Let's oh, nice. Oh, pistol. Oh my god. What is he doing? Oh my god. My god. Nice and cold.
Oh boy, and by hook or by crook, G2 manages to steal away Abyss, which, by the way, is a sentence I did not think I was going to be saying, given that that was a permaban for T1 throughout the entire event. But by the way, you probably are noticing that we actually added a fourth person to the desk. If you're a fan of Talon, which I know there are many of you, you might know him. It's Cruz joining us here on the desk. Cruz, pleasure to have you here, my friend. How's the event been for you so far, man?
It's amazing. I love the crowd. I think everybody is very hyped with the event, and I love to see everyone here happy that we have an event in Southeast Asia and especially in Thailand. So very grateful.
Yeah, it must be nice to have an event at home so you can just go back to your bed. Exactly. All right. Well, let's go ahead and break down what we just saw there, because I thought that we were going to be singing the praises of T1 coming into this one, Kakuka, but instead it was G2 right at the end that managed to squeak it by.
Yeah, exactly. And as we're seeing right here, the composition for T1 has some holes, right? They're not having, well, besides the double duelist that they've been leaning on a lot, that worked in the first half. Seeing Bass back on the jet, the first time that he's playing in this year, and actually the first half was all about him, all about all this explosiveness that they had.
I think the fact that G2 weren't able to shut down just basically a jet entry into the site worried me a little bit, but Buzz was frying, they were playing loose, they were playing flexibly, and T1 really gave them a lot to worry about. It required some serious clutches to get back in the game.
I feel like they had a really hard time for G2 to adjust into like how random they were, and I feel like VALORANT took a bit of time to figure them out, which we'll see. I think in the future as well that they're pretty prepared in a sense.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure.
I mean, Cruz, you were talking when the side swapped about the fact that you thought it had quite a lot of holes in the way that they were going to play on defense. I know that we pulled the pistol round, but as we were going into the pistol, you were saying this is going to be a mid-walk down. Like, that's the only thing that they can do in this situation.
Yeah, it's probably because they don't really have like a true sentinel, so they need to rely on fights basically. So that's why Breach, which is Jonah P, he was ready for it. He knew they were coming. He stunned the whole line, and then they just swung into him, and everybody's mid. The game ended at mid. So they just had a really good read.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think one of the things that stood out to me there is exactly as you pointed out, Cruz, and Kakuka, I wanted to go to you on this, was that it was that composition with the gaps, but I really do got to praise T1 for playing with the cards that they were dealt in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. Meteor had only played Reyna once a long time ago in a third-party tournament. As I'm saying, Stux playing Deco for the first time, the way that he was comboing with Iso, this did not look like something that was not prepared, that they didn't go over. So we do believe Autumn when he said, we have a composition that might work very well. But in the end, I feel like especially individually, not only understanding and finding those gaps, but individually, they had to believe they could win the duels against all of that aggression.
But you know what was even more impressive throughout all of that was the fact that G2 managed to dig deep in some of these big rounds in Sideshow. We saw Jogamo pull off a play that nearly kicked me out of the damn building.
And Josh RT couldn't believe his eyes either. Jorg's in a spot here where he gets another kill that just allows him to get that gate crash back. Gets another, puts the gate crash fake onto the other side of the choke point, and just happens to have both of the players perfectly lined up to ace, to clutch, and to pull them back. Because if he doesn't win that, if Trent also doesn't win this clutch, this 1v2, I think it's curtains for G2 here. I think they're losing on their opponent's permaban, and they're boomed heading into a tournament point, essentially, for T1.
Yeah, they definitely needed that momentum to get back into the game, and they actually did it with 2 clutches in a row. I think that's why they started to play their own game now. They played slower, they played together, and then they held the flood, closed out the round. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they also are thinking of that MVP bracelet that everybody wants. And for that, they will have to win also on split, because now they are on that match point. Again, this is a map for T1, we expect that double duelist to come back. But I know, Josh, you wanted to talk about G2.
Yeah, I want to take a look at G2's defense here on split and talk about how it's going to interact with T1. So it's the initiators for G2 versus T1's duelist. I'm going to use Kang as a replacement for T1's duelist here, and we're going to take a look at what they do. So instead of T1's defense, where they anchor people in these hard anchor spots behind map, instead, for G2, they're going to be running one initiator taking information and throwing salvos in the choke point, and then the other one tries to flood in. So we'll have a look at how this actually plays out in reality. Trent realizes that they're going for the A exec, throws down salvos and a stun. This classic combination of a stun down the line, salvos in the choke point, and what that does is it isolates the duelist. But remember, T1 are going to be playing double duelist. So while as here, Kang gets very isolated, remember that you're going to have 2 players holding hands for T1, and that is going to make things more difficult for G2. So as they go in here, Jonah P is able to get an opening kill, Trent's able to get played in, and if we just pause here and take a look at the minimap once more, Trent has managed to get in through heaven onto rafters and has isolated all these players in the choke point. They're finding it difficult to get through because of the stun salvo. And that, again, has created a spot where Kang is alone on site, and you're going to see Jorgamo flood in through this choke point. And it's all about getting the flood in before the rest of EDG connect with Kang. But I want to reiterate again, T1 are going to be playing double duelist. And I'm sure, Cruz, that it is more difficult to stop 2 of these players than just the 1.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the key comes down to communication. If they play together as a team and then they flood out at the same time, I think they'll be able to isolate those 2 and leave the 3 behind. And I think that's the key where if Jonah P and Trent does that, or on the opposite side, I don't remember who, but then if they do that well, I think they'll be able to close out the round, close out the half pretty well.
Well, ask and you shall receive. Double duelist is confirmed, as we knew is going to be coming. Izu is going to be rocking the Yoru with Buzz on that Reyna. But on the other side, this is it, Kakuka. I mean, big opportunity here for G2 Esports to lock it in and win this championship.
Absolutely, and as Josh is saying, they have a very good shot on the defense. So starting on this side, they can actually get a little bit more proactive if they manage to shut down Izu, who is playing brilliantly today. That is task number 1. And on the defense, it's all about shutting down the operator, but they should be pretty served for that.
Jorg is going for his 2nd trophy, already has champs looking for a Masters, and the rest have been hunting for one for so long.
Does this end here and now, or are we going to get a 5th and final map? Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters for the call. Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Despite what people may believe, myself and Paper Thin, we want nothing more than a map 5. Outcome be damned. Whoever walks away with this trophy, they will have earned it. I just want to see it go the distance.
Yes, I want that map 5. I want that Pearl. But it's going to be an interesting battle here. Love the way that Sideshow is breaking down, the way that G2 plays their defense. So much of what they do is going to be reliant on those 2 initiators, like he was pointing out. Sometimes they combo their plays. Sometimes they'll set up for some crunches. They love to control mid. They love to explore mid. You can see that they've got 3 players leaning in that direction already. And that same double initiator setup towards A that we just saw being broken down, being set up. So for T1, it's can those duelists get that space, create that chaos, open things up for the rest of the squad.
Was looking to rush forward, but Jorgamo is having none of it. Not skipping a beat. After his performance there on Abyss, immediately finding 2 kills.
Well, that answers my question. You got both duos dead. Just right off the rip. I mean, that's the exact same pistol, though, that T1's been doing time after time. And G2 just reads right into it. Nice shot by Sylvan. Takes out Leaf. It's 1 down. Can you find any more?
Plenty more to go. Woo. Not taking any damage. Just gets himself out to safety. Fault line at the ready, but eyes over towards this B site for the moment. T1.
Good luck getting
Being
out of this.
quiet. Silent drop down, but
Salvos just came online.
and with that fault, Jonah P at the ready. Wall raised, swing. Trent not spotting anything now. The stun coming in. Rushes in from behind.
Wow.
Stacks. Will turn back. Somehow, T1 have gotten this into a 2v2. The plant coming through.
10 seconds left.
Default in the open. Sylvan still in heaven. Flush against the wall.
Stacks gonna try to help him out.
The smoke dissipating. They're gone. They've drifted across over towards screens. Stacks backing off the angle. Like ships in the night, both just narrowly missing each other. Stacks the positioning though. Slid in behind the screen. The smoke now coming through, waiting to hear the tap, waiting for the backstab. Finds the first. Cannot transfer there on to Jogamo. He finds the third, but Sylvan out from heaven. Gets T1 the win.
I thought this was curtains. You take out both duelists early on that mail hit that T1 has been doing time and time again, but Stacks dials up a beauty here. Gets them to work their way back through. Oh, Jog just reads that so nicely. And then they somehow escaped what I thought was a death trap there with the stun and salvos available for Trent and Jonah P. But that toxic screen still available, is able to obscure it just long enough that they're able to bypass and get onto that site. Oh boy.
Looking for a crunch, running them down, but return fire. Solid here from the side of T1. Seemingly anticipating and ready for this aggression. The bounce forward, Buzz gonna be taken out as Jaw is able to go ahead and find that right click point blank.
Give me some of what he's having. Goodness.
Comes away with an elimination, but doesn't have the gun. Couldn't grab that Spectre fast enough. So for now, T1 avoiding economic damage, but G2 potential for them here to inflict a bit more. Down on the push. Not taking the bait. 3 players over towards this elbow side. Meteor playing point guard. Smoke comes out, spray across. Leaf able to find one. As Meteor gets eliminated. Leaf looks for a little bit more, but cannot. Jaw dead at the same time. T1 start things off 2-0 here on Split.
All right, not bad. You're not gonna fall to an eco again. Able to avoid that disaster this time around. This is very similar actually to what G2 did against EDG. After EDG had won a pistol, they set up these traps on these ecos to try to catch you by the orbs, except it was on the B side, not the A side, but very similar ideas, different location. T1 very aware of it, is able to dodge that bullet. So nicely done. Let's see if they could convert a bonus, or if G2 is gonna be able to answer back. Basically Valen all alone on this B site. Stacks gonna have to be so diligent here in mid. He's just gonna disrespect his smoke. Oh, that was close.
Spray not quite there. Decay on the Stacks, no damage taken. Leap, hold position, able to find Buzz here on the entry. Just setting up the flash. Isu's able to mow down 2. T1 looking to get themselves another bonus conversion.
Gun here.
Fake out just storming its way down into the site. No one going for the shot. Izu eyes back over towards Ali. Jogamo able to find one. Quick reposition into backside. As Meteor gets ready to swing around the pillar. Does so, finds one. Trying to 13 HP. Can they clutch it out? Jogamo now. Still alive. The Prowler, the chase, looking for it. Stacks setting out the haunt. The reveal is there, but he's held it up to half. Chips away at him. And on the swing out, Jogamo stands tall. Another monstrous round from the previous champion. G2 do not allow for T1 to get the bonus converted.
It's gonna give him the dimensional drift as well.
He had it going into this round.
Jeez, man. He is just so good. Great plays here by Izu. Breaking things open and then TPing back. I thought this was gonna work well for T1. The push and pull they had around the pillar looked like it was gonna work a treat, and Stacks frustrated with just a ghost. Couldn't scoop up any guns. They were all on the floor.
Well, they're regretting not just going for the swing. Sends the haunt instead, gives Jogamo that opportunity.
It's got the Nightfall. Izu as well with the Dimensional Drift. So both Yorus could be entering another realm, and they will.
Izu on the hunt, but Shona one is that show with a classic. Izu will run him down with a shorty in hand, but Trent now forward here into the side as things start getting chaotic. Izu Sylvan will fall to the wayside, Stacks frantically spamming, looking for anything Meteor arriving here in heaven. Only able to find one. Spike is in hand. This round is getting out of hand. T1 quickly trying to reroute, but weapons now being picked up, being recovered.
If you could find the moment for the C's for Stacks, could have an opportunity to get a twofer.
Cut noise. Wall raised. Trying to wait this out. Right now, T1 playing this very wisely. 2 players nearby. Smoke cycled forward, but already past this here. Stacks and Meteor, they want to win this out. Not allow for G2 to tie it up. They're gonna have to go absolutely monstrous. Haunt not spotting, Meteor not ready. Valen picks him to pieces. The salvo's checking. Stacks now spotted, still reading this approach here from heaven. He's just now arriving on position. Bite thrown down, the swing in, and Valen absolutely on it. 2-2, we're all tied up.
Yeah, the early brawl here for G2 works a treat, gives them a numbers advantage. How in the world do you hit that shot, though? Outrageous how crisp the G2 players are today. When it comes to firepower, in my opinion, they're besting T1 in that department. And if you go and look at the current stat line as well, you will see that that is absolutely the case. And it's shots like that they have in their repertoire that are making it so difficult. 9 times out of 10, Buzz is onto that site, and he's making life miserable for you.
Right now, he's been completely nullified, 0-4 and 0. The Bucky back in play, a weapon that's been old reliable for him so far in the tournament, but G2 is looking like another beast.
Here.
Shorty in hand at Male. Lead spotting one behind the box. Look at the scale forward. The C's, the nade gonna be thrown in. Lead able to find one, but he and Trent both gonna be taken down. Joggerbo pushing forward, finds Izu. But it's a 3v3. Some weapons scooped up. And now a pivot over towards his A site. It's Jonah P. An outlaw in hand, and this is his site. How many clutches have we witnessed from this man in this position?
Cover going out.
Now the 2 players stuck in place. Valen, wise to it, reads it well. And Stacks now a 50-50 split. Spots out one, backs away, the paranoia. Valen encroaching, just looking to keep him absolutely pinned.
Just not many options for Stacks at this point. Tries to press. They could be right behind him. Tries to rotate. They could be ahead of him.
Swings out. Valen has backed away. Stacks not going to get the opportunity. Joggermo holds his ground, and G2 now hold the lead.
This is just, again, great awareness from G2, understanding the tendencies of Meteor in particular, reading that he's going to want to push through that smoke. Isn't that crazy? It is something that Meteor loves to do. Yeah, and it's Meteor's own smoke to boot.
That was cringe.
Not sure what in particular he's talking about, but either way.
I think just the whole end of it, just the kind of slowdown of the inevitable.
Could very well be. Fake out. Clear. Gate crash not going to come into play. Valen, paranoia at the ready. No one nearby to really reinforce this position. Joggermo, quick little peek out in towards mid. Nothing going to be spotted. Immediately starts trying to join in here. Alongside his IGL. Paranoia going to be connecting Buzz into the back. Taken down as Valen destroys them all! 3 quick kills! Meteor on his lonesome. As everyone from G2 fired up.
They know.
Gun barrel gonna be spotted. No hope in hell. Solid shutdown, one casualty, but it's the hero IGL himself. And Valen, he'll take that every single day.
Throws out the paranoia, and he catches them right as the TPs are coming through. What a transfer from Valen. Like I said, they're just better right now. Gotta find ways to slow them down as T1. You're not confusing them. You're not out shooting them. You're gonna have to do something different. And you're gonna have some difficult situations coming up ahead of you. You've got the Armageddon. You're gonna be on a weaker buy. You're getting close to the showstopper. You're getting close to the Viper's pit. But it's gonna take some real heroics. One of the players that I'm looking to step up here is Meteor. The guy who's been to 3 Masters in a row so far today is the bottom fragger for this T1 squad. He needs to step up. He needs to start kicking into gear. Because that's why you brought him here. You brought him to get you to these moments, to get you these trophies for T1. And can he find it within him to change the destiny of T1 and get through this map at the very least? So far, hasn't been the best day for him.
It's been a very different look here for T1 compared to what we witnessed from them versus EDG versus Vitality. Right now, they're just looking exhausted, defeated. The tank is empty. It's time to jumpstart the car. They want a chance at winning this series if they want that map 5.
Gonna need one of those remember the Titan speeches to get everybody fired up here. It's gonna be tough. They're gonna be the ones going for stingers this time. Said, hey, these guns look pretty good. Seem to go well for our opponents. Let's see if we can give them a go. That's a lot of info.
Cleared out, gets number 1. Suppressed here for now. Buzz trying to escape, but John Trent peeked down the ramp. Trap gets sprung. Buzz, Izu, both taken out. Aftershock, the further delay. Straw still here alongside Trent. Whole position to try to shut down this approach. And once again, T1 looking frazzled, looking confused, looking like they just don't know how to fight themselves, how to fight their way out of this position.
And those util combos are disgusting.
Jiggle on the corner, elbow spotted. Some shots through. Trent, Salvo's here to try to create a little bit of additional space, and Jogamo swinging back into heaven is able to find stacks. Vent not being watched, but Leaf
30 seconds left.
rotates around up into heaven. The snake bite to slow the approach. 25 seconds now remaining. Jogamo, Trent continuing to play neck and neck alongside each other here, brothers in arms, just pushing in from behind. Storming their way closer and closer to the plant here, into the smoke, and the spray is good. And in the blink of an eye, the round comes to a conclusion flawlessly as G2 are up by 3.
It's 5 in a row now for G2. They are smothering T1. It's util, it's reads, it's everything, it's shooting. They are well on their way to winning this map and winning this match. Still some work to do, but every step the salvos are there. There's something to stop T1.
Books, boys, good.
I agree.
Absolutely.
The one thing that's concerning me as well is they're not identifying that backside position on B that Valen holds all the time. I mean, he did it every single round almost, the last time they played this, and he's been brutalizing them there. And they just don't seem to be aware of it. So this map seems to be the one where they're a little bit lacking on some of their reads. Looked a little okay early, but since then, they just haven't been able to find comfort. This round, they do find some space in the mid, and this is oh so important for T1 to get this win. The economy is in the gutter, whereas G2 is full buy almost with everybody.
Showstopper thrown out. Buzz, a bit of a double pump there. Site, however, completely emptied.
This is
Meteor.
Crazy patience from Jog.
Huge walkabout footsteps going to be heard here. Meteor not going to be able to get that line of sight quite just yet, and Jogamo starting to rotate as well. He starts running, footsteps can be heard. Yep, Meteor turns back, is able to find one. Gets the hit, the Armageddon out. Sent to try to open up the sight, everybody forced forward. Valen wins the fight against Sylvan, but Buzz able to find Leaf there in heaven. Starting to the corner, dodged by Izu, but he cannot align the shot. Valen takes him down, finds Buzz to boot. As now he's on for the spike, and Stacks is dealt with. Meteor now arriving, finds the first, but he cannot interrupt it. He can just hold it for days. And he'll even find the 4K on the back end. G2 are beating down upon T1 at every twist and turn.
I mean, they just beat Sylvan at the punch here. Sylvan's holding that angle. Valen isn't even looking that way at first. Sylvan can't win the fight. He wide swings, takes out another.
Shout out Def Cam. Holy shit.
They're just destroying him. Every single move they make is the right one, and the Teho utility has been so brilliant to keep the players of T1 off balance as well. Trent is an absolute nightmare on that agent, and he's a huge part of why G2 is where they are. The way they have embraced this meta has gotten them here, and is seemingly getting them closer and closer.
Flash forward, Meteor once again caught the shorty, finding value. Buzz once again just not given an inch, not given any opportunity to get himself back into these rounds, into this map. Renoy set pop flash out here from Jaw. Sylvan up over the top, able to find one, but Valen is still alive, which means that the round still very likely in the hands of G2. The site take absolutely squashed.
Do you invest in ult? As T1, you've got two. Look at G2, they know.
Seems maybe a bit of a bad idea. Stacks able to avoid the stun. Has the spike in hand. Going for the plant. Salvo's available here for Trent. Sent now. He slides forward. Spotting one here on the rafters, but cannot confirm the kill. G2 are indomitable. 7 rounds consecutively as they look to bring this final to a swift end here on Split.
They're frying, man. It's so hard to get through the choke points as T1. See there, the salvos available to slow you up.
Let's get it. So easy.
Yep. Certainly is looking like that, isn't it, Jog? Now you're going to be able to invest in an op as G2.
Cutting through.
Got Jogamo with it. Sends out the TP, gonna go back towards mid. Post up here. Is T1 even gonna be aware? I mean, you've had plenty of cash for it for G2 and you haven't dipped into the op until just now. Oh, Buzz.
Who's next? Dimensional Drift will scout it. It's gonna be spammed out a little bit. Smattering of damage gonna be taken Izu. Spotting out just a bit more. Leading the way here, guiding Buzz. Meteor able to find one. Lead. Shooting there at the fake out. Gate crash set up. Easy to get out of this corner. They're steadily trying to creep forward here. Trying to poke and prod the swing onto the corner. Izu able to put him down. Meteor with a 3K. As T1 finally break the win streak. They get themselves a 3rd round win. If they can continue a chance to rescue this half, make it a 7-5.
What a tremendous use of the ultimate there. Kept the operator out of play. Meteor with a brilliant lurk. Holds right outside of the vents. Waiting for Trent to come through. Knocks him down, swings up into mail, finds 2 more.
Breathe deep.
That keeps T1 alive. Gives them some signs of life, some signs of hope. Jog going for a very similar play. The Viper's pit there as well. Kind of good to see if T1's going to contest it. Not something T1 actually does very often. They're not going to EDG you. Kong Kong will just dash in there with a shorty and see what he can get done, but that's not T1's game style.
Trent just strafing into the open. Catching Meteor completely off guard. Both players get by unscathed, but spotting Meteor obviously not going to be meaning too much here. He's just been trying to lurk all over the place. Jonah P. Gonna use their wall, tucked into the corner! The push forward comes in. Sylvan Izu book's gonna be left on the floor. Meteor only able to find one. Stacks on the push. Backpedaling frantically. It's Meteor. He's able to find an opening. Leaf gonna be taken down. The pit is gone. 2v3, but immediately the dimensional drift. Brought to bear by Jogamo. Can just sprint over that snake bite and spots both players out.
I'm back.
Drift expiring, Valen arriving! Jogamo on the peak finds Stacks before the pit can bloom.
30 seconds left.
Meteor now tucked in at alley. Away from the site. Jogamo push into the back. Some shots flying through the salvos. Meteor able to avoid them. Pushes out, finds the first, would have to be an ace clutch. Taps it again. Finds another. Just continuing to try to beat the forward. Valen swinging around the flank. And Meteor pulls off the ace clutch. T1's hero has returned.
How has he done it? When they needed him most. When they needed everyone wiped off the map. It's Meteor. Insane. The patience here to know that they're going to try to push him on that last plant. He has had a couple great reads today. It hasn't been his best, but he's had some moments. And T1 clings to life. They're over the edge, but they're not off yet. Just madness. 2 rounds in a row where Meteor is the one to get it done. To really break things open for you. They're gonna try another mid exploration here. Nothing to speak of in the way of ults, other than the omens.
Stealth run from Trent, catching a glimpse once again. Meteor noted, doesn't tell the full story of what's going on, but trying to be still paying attention here towards the vent. A shift around from Trent as well. Seems like the read
Pistol
coming out huge as there's a salvos, buzz up over the top, they both land! Dead on the floor. The drop down, the stun, Sylvan able to fight back for one. Trent at 30. Just the fake out. You're now confirming it. TP into back of sight, Sylvan trying to get the plant down, but Jogamo still here. Push out of the wall, Meteor this time. Not going to be the hero, not going to be the one that takes him over the line, but it might just be Sylvan. And Stacks in heaven, finding them both, looking for the kill. He cannot make it happen. Sink right into the back, the smoke now in bloom. Sylvan, stagnant for the moment, repositions here behind the screen. The swing out and Leaf will deny the clutch away. G2, 8-4 at the half as they look to bring this final to a conclusion.
It's a great half of timings, a great half of reads. They're so good at cutting you off before you can get your executes to go. And it's a Red Bull clutch there for Leaf. Stupendous stuff. Stupendous individual efforts on both sides, but particularly G2. This is what I was worried about in the pistol round. They somehow got through it, but this time they're not going to fumble that play to keep T1 from coming up the ropes. Sylvan doing his damnedest. Stacks trying to help, but Leaf is so ready for that position.
They're just so smart. And as they said before, just getting the read. We'll go into the halftime and hear from another legend. It's the ultimate six-man himself. Let's go ahead and hear from CGRS.
กลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วนะครับโอ้โห The fans love you, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with CGRS. Such a great representative for Thailand. I'm going to ask a question in English for all you global fans out there. First of all, I really want to know who he is supporting right now in the grand finals of Masters Bangkok. น้องกล้าครับ เชียร์ใครครับ
T1 ครับผม
อ้าวเชื่อไหมว่า T1 เชื่อหรือเปล่าครับว่า T1 จะกลับมาได้หรือไม่
เชื่อครับผมอยากเจอแบบว่าอยากดู5แมปเลยครับ
He is rooting for T1 and he really wants to see map number 5 as well. And you know what? The game is really intense. I would also want to know, he has tried playing the new agent Waylay. How is Waylay so far? อยากรู้ว่าตัวใหม่เป็นยังไงครับกล้า
โอ้ผมบอกเลยว่าน่าจะได้จับกันทุกทีมแน่นอนครับผม
Okay ก็นะครับผม yeah he believes that you know what every team will have a Waylay for sure and last but not least พูดอะไรกับแฟนๆหน่อยครับ say something to the fans
ก็ดีใจมากครับที่ได้เจอทุกคนนะครับแล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าครั้งนี้ผมว่าทุกคนได้ทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ผมเชื่อว่าทุกคนจะไม่ใช่แค่ไทยแล้วกันผมว่าทุกคนในโลกน่าจะเห็นว่าพวกเราแบบสุดยอดมากครับขอบคุณมากครับ
And a shout out to the fans, both Thai and international, who have attended the UOB Live Stadium here in Bangkok, Thailand. The fans have been amazing, and it's such an honor for us to be hosting such an amazing crowd here to show the global fans that what esports is all about. สำหรับกล้าครับผมตอนนี้ทีวันใกล้แล้วนะครับโอเคถึงเวลาแล้วครับผม I'll see you back in the game right now.
Found his way into an interview, not quite onto a team here at this event as he tries.
He tried.
He's trying the
he
deal, but
sure did try his darndest.
That he did, but T1 now need to try their damnedest. 2-12-2 from Buzz. A shattering performance thus far. Needs to get into gear as they now shift over onto this defensive side of Split. G2 claiming the pistol here. Could very well be the beginning of the end.
They're just slow creeping their way through. Using a little bit of util to make sure the site's clear.
It's only Meteor here.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Rotation quick from Izu. Is able to snap over, finds one.
Oh.
Giacomo taken down, just blind spam through the smoke. Leaf tucked away, Izu scaling forward, the paranoia connecting, but cannot find Trent there at backside. Still been out from Heaven, however, able to find one, finds his second, as Jonah P will get taken down. And T1 get what they needed the absolute most. Another pistol win to start off this second half.
It's a lifeline. Izu there. Just a timing, maybe. Not sure if you heard a footstep, but...
How many times did we see Izu getting timings on this map, on this Yoru?
That's a good point.
Just come away with absolutely insane kills.
He is a thief. Absolutely just wild stuff there. A lot of good trades for both sides, but...
Full investment from T1.
Yeah, they gotta go big. Couple Guardians, couple Bulldogs, Spectre. No pistols for Stacks this time. Didn't like that he wasn't able to win. See what Jonah P can do with that Marshall.
Peek it. Shot not connecting. Buzz now up on top of the box. Gonna be fault line here, trying to give his life. He does so, but Giacomo gets traded out, but now Leaf far forward, catching Izu on the approach out from screens. Meteor going down another two here at main. Now Jonah P still alive. Might have just about been able to have that shot, but Stacks saves their asses here as Jonah P trying to pressure him out. Eventually finds it. T1, they will win the round, but they lose out on so much weaponry. Everything invested, and only two carried forward.
And G2 is so fast to scale into sight. Off just a little bit of contact, they just disrespect the smokes. They just push forward, and it catches Izu off guard. Not expecting Leaf to be pushed up that far forward. The fans trying to get their favorite team back into this, but that's a pretty brutal loss. And this bonus looking pretty minimal for T1 in terms of the weaponry they're going to be able to bring to bear. A couple Guardians, a shotgun, a Sheriff, and a Ghost. And now, a little bit of a slowdown here. G2 generally pretty cautious on this attacker's side. They'll flirt with a little bit of mid-pressure. They'll grab the orbs, they'll min-max, and they'll keep you guessing. They are very tricky to keep track of. And then sometimes they'll just accelerate on you. Sometimes they'll just start running hard executes that are extremely well coordinated with that initiator util. So it's something that's very tricky to deal with because they're so hard to predict, so hard to read. That's a spot.
I don't think Buzz caught a glimpse of anything there, but Leaf getting some information. Salvos now. Sends out. Poke and prod takes him mid-control. Izu.
Made of the rotations.
Position down. Held position on B. Buzz does rotate over to heaven. Nothing going to be spotted there.
30 seconds
Stacks
left.
rotating away from the vents. Meteor alone on the site. Paranoia going to be sent. It's Buzz tagged up down to 44. TP forward, Buzz here on the corner. Stacks able to find one. Bound going to be taken out. Trent as well. Dying. The Bucky finds an immense amount of damage. Stacks looking to get himself an ace clutch.
10 seconds left.
The 4K Selman will take it away. But T1 will take that every damn day.
It seems like time and time again, especially on this map, Stacks is good for those 3Ks, those 4Ks that keep you in the game. He's been doing it time and time again throughout Masters Bangkok. And he showed up and given T1 a bonus win and put them one round behind G2. Absolute insanity. He's a big game player from time to time, and this could be one of those moments.
Cover going out.
Stingers galore for G2. This one seems to have a bit more pace behind it. Get the spot onto Meteor. They're just gonna line up. Sylvan have to show up big. Can he match what Valen did not too long ago in a very similar position? Oh, they're backing off. Don't like what they see. And instead, they're pinging out Mail. Unsure if that's just a, hey, make sure we're watching this, or that's the way we're gonna actually try to break through.
Looks like it might just end up being a split here.
There's been zero contact on A, so T1 can definitely lean into this B hold.
Attempt at a trap here, but no one there to receive it. Izu out on the rafter. Meteor, decent line of sight here below. Just that fake out. Not being paid any credence to Trent. Gonna be taken down. Izu trying to make a quick exit here. Sylvan will find one Joggermo getting another Meteor. However, here at backside, only gonna be good for a single kill. Buzz, however, now arriving. Looking to keep them in this. Valen tagged up by that paint shell. Down to 30 with the headshot. He's so damn snappy, Buzz. He's been having a rough go of it so far in this map. But he does not back down. The sole survivor, T1. 4 in a row on the half, tie things up at 8-8. And I think G2 likely calling for a timeout.
The fact that they get absolutely zero attention over towards the A side means that T1 can lean into this defense, and it's really fast rotations from Buzz and company to get there to help. Still, it's damn close. G2 is still fearsome. They play off of each other so well. The trades are so good. But T1 just a step ahead and able to maintain their wits about them. I like the pull-off. I like the rotate from G2. Again, reading the map nicely, but T1 there, able to work their magic just enough. See what the buys look like coming out of this. Plenty of money for some on T1. Stacks is sitting on a hefty stack.
Yeah, quite a bit.
G2 in danger of, if they lose this one, going down to another thrifty.
And you suspect that that's going to be T1 getting up to double digits, granted. Did, for the most part, choke away the advantages that they had on Abyss, so doesn't mean that G2 would be out of it by any means. They still just don't want to give them that opportunity. So, first timeout call here for the squad. Multiple ultimates from G2, narrowly offline.
I'd like to see T1 lean into a bit more retake style here. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Dimensional Drift, you've got some great ults to use to just kind of give up a little bit of space and see if you can catch G2 unawares. That TP is going right at Meteor. He's in trouble.
And he's been caught, but he still finds the headshot. What a shutdown. Pauses, he's letting the bullets whiz by.
Playing Frogger.
Still scaling forward. This man, he's absolutely a lunatic. And now he'll exit. Oh, you stop shooting at me, now I'll run away.
Yeah, now this is the time to leave, clearly.
Spotted on the one. Their advance Buzz, noted. Bite over towards Stacks. It's bouncing back though, bit of a whip there on the molly from Leaf. Snipe ball coming across, just gonna get a connection onto one. Spallin falls for the fake out and stacks. Push forward, find him, that's the spike now. Drops here at the front of the site, Buzz. Peeks out into main. Seeing multiples. The swing out though, and Meteor comes up with another solid 3K. Flawless round from T1. They break down the economy from G2 once more. And now they find themselves here in the lead on a split.
This is just really solid play here. Not giving up any space. Meteor holding the line. That's massive. Stacks, though, working that backside area very nicely, and then they coordinate. It's a 3-2-1. They all swing together and swat G2 away from that A site. And it's back to Stingers. Stacks trying to stay focused, trying to stay dialed in. You've got the Rolling Thunder, you've got the Dimensional Drift for both Yorus. Meteor has his ult. Pacey trying to catch Meteor again.
Looking for it. Manages to drop that punch, trying to go on a timing. Find some pressure, peeled up. Ends up getting dropping Stacks out into heaven, finding two. Jogamo, Leaf, both gonna be taken down.
Dude, Stacks is starting to answer the call. G2's been crisp, and he's starting to get snappy.
Two here in heaven, one in the garage. Dimensional Drift off the pause, gonna be coming through. Meteor stabilizing for one, tries to turn back. Cannot get the kill there on a Valorant. Sylvan absolutely will. Jonah P trying to push forward, reposition. Jonah P fast to shut it down. Swings around the corner. Aftershock not gonna find anything. Full Flash connecting into his face. Sends out one of his own, but Flash swings into it in fact, and then gets picked apart. T1 up to double digits. Not allowing for the Thrifty to come to fruition. 3 rounds now to try to take this grand final into a fifth and final map. But G2 get ready to go into another bye with 5 ults.
Everything in the kitchen sink to try to get themselves closer to T1, to try to take the championship here and now, to avoid that 5th map. So you have to imagine the momentum could be in T1 sails. Clear the haunt there. Not much info garnered here for the side of G2, but again, Meteor being tested. He stood up pretty well. He's been able to either get the kill or avoid the traps.
Who's next?
They're gonna use that Dimensional Drift first. Try to figure out if they have a good opportunity for that Rolling Thunder. See if they committed.
Has it at the ready. Rolling Thunder going over towards that heaven side. Now the Armageddon gonna be layered in as well. Shoving them back. The pit invested. G2, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at this round to try to bring this back within 1.
Spike planted.
Everybody from T1 clustered up. A counter pit out from screen to try to keep them interested here, to try to draw some attention. As the rest of the squad trying to push out through main, but Jonah P is on such a deep lurk. Paranoia holds them back at main for now. A blind on a 1. And Izu taken down by the salvos.
Fake teleport.
The drop down, Jogamo hearing it, goes for the timing, swing, pushes out, finds one. And Buzz can only get Trent. 4 players left, Stacks reading the lurk well, but cannot win out the fight. Meteor will look to throw in the towel. G2, it costs them absolutely everything available, but they win out this round. They keep it damn close.
Jog will claim Meteor at the very end, but yeah, it took everything. And T1 tried to dodge that utility as best they could, but the way that G2 is able to layer those ultimates, to use the Rolling Thunder, to set up the deep Viper's Pit, to take complete control of that extra flank angle. Plus, you know you have Jonah P, who's making sure that sewers and your spawn are clear. Really, really well-crafted, well-designed execute there from G2 to give them their first attacker side win. Can they continue on? Trent even only able to afford a Guardian.
Showstopper, just a Hail Mary send there from Buzz. No real information, no real damage found. Weak down to 78, has that regen armor. More than safe here for the moment. Paint Shell still in the back pocket. Jonah P checking in around sewers. It's Meteor now starting to go for the rotation.
God, he's got tremendous patience, but Jonah P is on Meteor duty. It is his job to make sure that those flanks are secure. Meteor can just wait this out until the execute actually starts to go through. And T1 has the complete read on this. They've got everybody surrounding this A site.
Checks around the back. The slide forward coming up. The gate crash there. How patiently does he play it? Damn patient, in fact. Opens up here, does Meteor. He's rewarded with 2. Jogomo able to find 2 here on the site. Snaps back now, is going to be in the back line. Meteor peeks over towards main. Leaf here on the Raptor, up and over the top, finds one, looks for the transition, can't quite make it happen.
Fake teleport.
Jogomo now on his lonesome. A 1v2, the instant rotate.
Can he be the hero again? He's done it so many times today already for G2. Another clutch opportunity. Plenty of time to plant.
10 seconds left.
T1 had fully committed to just locking the A site down.
Now to get the bad news. Rotate can begin. 76 here on Izu. Sylvan, full HP. 2 teleports, a smoke. They have some flashes.
Jog has no util.
Based on what he's shown, he doesn't need it oftentimes.
Yeah, no doubt. Timing.
The footsteps, and they're all lined up! Red Bull clutch! Jogomo is that guy! He is the thorn in T1's side! 10-10!
He's already got a Champions Trophy. He wants to be the second player ever to also have a Masters, to join Saucy in that elite group. And he is willing, G2 right now, tooth and nail, fighting every step of the way. And his senses are immaculate. He is reading the game at a next level.
And it's another dimensional drift. He's just building them up so damn rapidly. Tries to bait them in. Paranoia gonna be sent across. Trent continuing to try to keep interest on that B site. Izu under pressure, crumbles. Jogomo with a shorty, able to find the opening kill. Takes a bit of damage. T1 about to lose this lead that they were fighting tooth and nail for. Paranoia at the ready on the corner, catching damn near everyone. Meteor gets out in front. Paint shell gonna be sent. The swing in Jonah P. Looking for a timing there into the smoke. Gonna be good for 1. Sylvan, however, alongside Meteor, continue to break things open. Trent and Leaf, 1 in main, 1 trying to rotate desperately into heaven. As the Haunt gets cleared out, positions widely confirmed. Poison dissipating, head spotted. Spike held to half. Meteor will find 1, but Trent cleans up the remainders. G2 now in the lead.
Trent says, I saw what you did, Jog. I've got some too. No problem. Just hold the sprays down. There was a moment here where I thought Meteor might have been able to do this. Trying to break things open. Stax is showing quite a bit of frustration. Back-to-back clutches. Incredible the way these G2 players have stood up. It looked like maybe we were gonna get that Pearl, but then Trent and Jogomo had other ideas. And T1 has to take a timeout. They have to figure this out. They have to calm down. They have to avoid these moments where you're giving these opportunities. G2, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile every time. This is the grand finals.
3 rounds in a row for G2 to get to this position to regain the lead. And that's exactly what T1 needs. They want to avoid overtime and send us straight to Pearl. But right now, the money, not great. The coffers getting drained dry. As these rounds have been scrappy. They've been back and forth. They've been nail biters in some of them. T1 just have not been able to bank up the cash. They also have not been able to find the impact that we're used to seeing from them at this tournament when it comes down to thrifty plays.
You have a judge for Buzz there in Vents, as well as Sylvan over on the other side towards B.
Fake out there against the wall. Giacomo sticking around. Gate crashes, a crossover towards this B site. Everyone from G2 getting ready to storm in. Sylvan, his own judge here in hand, starting to back away from the garage.
Cover going out.
Stealth drone looking for the pop. They hear it. Paranoia at the ready. Izu sending a pop flash. Trying to scale forward here with that stinger. Gets in along the box. A bit of damage on the Giacomo, puts him down to 60.
Yep, this is wise. Don't like what you see there. That judge in hand. No great read on where Sylvan could have repositioned to. Let's try exploring mid a little bit. Leave.
It's a spot out.
Scrape of damage on the Meteor. And now out of the frying pan into the fire, potentially. Right around the corner there with the stinger is Izu. Stex gets a seize.
Looking to hold him at bay. The paint shell coming into the back end. Giacomo just so damn low. Time now. Getting away from them. This Buzz looks to try to reinforce something to happen, but Leaf able to find one. Meteor swinging out. Cannot find that kill. Leaf down to 68. The pivot again, coming through. The judge! Knocking them down! 8 seconds remaining! And Sylvan arrives exactly when he is needed.
Oh, the patience there from Sylvan. Holding that B site the whole way. Just his presence was enough to scare off G2. They try to make their way through to A, but they lose a couple players there. And so they say, let's pivot to the other side. We know that's the weak side at this point. Let's make a go of it. But Sylvan is a step ahead. And me oh my. Couple more rounds. Is it gonna be 2 for one team or the other to send us to Pearl? Or is it gonna be 1 for each to send us to overtime? It is indeed split. And we do indeed only have bangers here. But you can see even Valen, not super frazzled, but certainly a little bit wary. This match has really started to drag on. There's such a hot start for G2 on map 1. A punch back on Haven, and then Abyss. It's just wild, no other way to put it. Now you're here on Split, and who knows what could happen. A couple more rounds to potentially seal the fate of one of these teams.
G2 do not want this to go to a map 5. This is a marathon. They'd like to just bring it to a conclusion right here, right now. Move that finish line forward rather than have it set back a couple more miles.
And look at the buy. This is how scrappy things have been. You know, you've been talking about it.
Going out.
They're back on, after winning 3 in a row, they're back onto an eco.
Stealth drone to try to check around. Nothing going to be spotted right now for the moment. High-low setup from Sylvan and Izu on the B side. Buzz rotating around into heaven. Noise absolutely cut.
Trying to set up a bit of a crossfire there with Izu. Meteor uses the pit on the other side of the map.
Statuesque not hearing anything. Meteor just wants to make sure that they can't try to go for a pivot.
Yep.
And there's a check from Sylvan. Spotting out a couple players there in the garage. Gate crash set out, it's pinged. T1 hoping that he would go for it. Set up the clear.
Toxin screen down.
This would play into T1's hands. This is what they want. It's just, can they execute?
Giacomo making some noise. Salvo's gonna be sent out. Buzz, that first contact coming through. Izu out here, wide, able to find one, but Trent, even in that range, the Stinger able to find him, but Sylvan comes up with 2, gets himself a 3rd. Meteor finds him. 12 to 11. T1, 1 round away from sending us to Pearl.
Right into T1's open arms. Using that pit nicely to deny any easy rotation, forcing the hand of G2, and the crossfires are beautiful. Sylvan coming up monstrous again. He's got 23 kills on this map. Meteor with 25. The 2 controllers are keeping T1's hopes alive here in Bangkok. Can they get it done? Izu with the op. Gets, oh, he misses it. Valen
The
got
shot
him.
is just off. What a shutdown from Valen. Absolutely huge. The changeup. This has not been bringing the operator into the fold this entire time. And now he's dead. The dimensional drift cannot come into play.
Oh my God. What a play from Valen.
Time to jump.
When they need him the most.
He's had some big moments. Everybody on G2 has.
You're thinking about exploiting this space, but there's a gap in the smoke, and they capitalize. A 3v5 needed from T1 if they want to avoid this overtime and just cruise into Pearl. Right now, the reactions are not there. The sense is not there. Sylvan, alone on the site, starts off with one, but strafes back into the Armageddon. You can tell the wheels have come off. Strap in. This map is not over yet. We jump into overtime.
Of course we would. It's split. And this puts so much pressure on the T1 shoulders to try to avoid elimination, to try to keep themselves alive. G2 as well, but man, they read this round so well. But the smoke there just a little bit off from Sylvan. Maybe that's something, a bit of a mistake, and not sure, he just wasn't expecting that to be there. It's hard to say for sure, but that's backbreaking for T1. Of course, losing that early op as well. No ops in play, no glass cannons, all rifles for both teams. Stacks going on a bit of an explore towards B. 3-man push towards mid. These were some of the rounds that did end up going T1's way, is when they could successfully make their way through and be able to find those pivots towards the site of their choice.
Leave. Looking to try to stop this, but ends up falling. Jump down, Buzz. Gonna be traded out. Valen able to come away with one, but they zone them away from the site for the moment. Paranoia sent. No one there to receive it. TP across. Gate crash set up from Mizu into backside, but he and Stacks both dangerously low.
Meteor.
Looking to be the one to try to stem the tide here. Swing onto the corner. He can't find either. Juggermo with a kill. Now the player advantage here for the side of G2. T1 trying to stay fanned out, but Izu going to be taken down off the rip. Stacks here at the default box, trying to hold the ground, as Sylvan has to try to keep them occupied from behind, and he cannot. Another 3K from Jaw, as G2 get this up to series point, the trophy within their grasp.
One more round. They're able to find that big kill on the Buzz on the entry. And then Jaw just working his magic. So diligent, just checking every corner. And he's so accurate today. He can sense that trophy. And he's just chill. He's just having fun.
He's been here before. He's been on that champion stage. He has won that trophy.
It begins.
And one more pop-off round from the man himself. And he will add a Masters trophy to that collection.
Look at this, 26 kills on this map.
He's just been an absolute fiend. Trent creeping forward. Fake out. Get themselves pushed up. Meteor peeking out. Jonah P. Puts him a little bit lower. But Izu striking. Somehow gets a fadeaway headshot. On into the enemy breach. A happy little accident perhaps here for T1. It's something that they desperately need to extend this overtime.
Trying to get a read on where the remaining players of G2 are. No other attention paid towards B. Now finally Izu gonna start sliding his way in. See if he can reinforce this A site. Buzz and Stacks.
Stacks repositioning, draws out into the open, instantly collected Leaf. Finding the headshot. Stacks similarly pushed out into the open, and Izu looking for timing, pushes up, cannot find any, but Stacks comes away with two.
30 seconds
Gives his teammates an opportunity. A 1v2 from Valen. the fragging IGL, the captain, who has guided them to this very moment. Can he pull it off? The smoke dissipating, just looking for their feet, and he just can't quite get it done. So very close, but for T1, a sigh of relief as they reset the OT.
It's just a little bit of a trap position there. Meteor trying to pull a bait and switch, and Izu makes the most of it, finds 2 huge kills. Stacks on site, holding the line. Buzz gets caught in transition. Just not reading the map here very well. G2 almost punishes them for it. A nice one-way setup. Almost works a treat, but barely Meteor. Still some joy there in Stax' voice, despite how stressful this has been. Now back to this attacker's side. Again, T1 gonna spread the map a little bit. Stax over at B Garage, trying to get some attention over there. Some smokes being sent towards Mail. Try to keep players busy. Izu just gonna tuck in a corner for now. Everybody else wondering if there's maybe gonna be some kind of push out. Stealth drone out. Not gonna get any info. This might bait some rotation. Stack's gonna start throwing util. Izu as well on the move.
Yeah, Gatecrash is here. Giacomo just himself is here. Players' attention tied towards the side of the map. Trent tucking away, looking for a timing, pushing the smoke, and Meteor able to snap in his Buzz. Dives in on top of Jonah P. The shorty for the elimination. Meteor checking around, trying to watch here below. Reads it well, takes out Leap, peeks back into heaven. Some damage found, Giacomo down to 72. Sylvan just staying sat here quietly behind the screen. Eats a bit more ops to go for a reposition. Slide in from Valen, last one left. Stacks out from main, finds them both. Back into their hands, T1. Map point.
And it's an attacker's side win there for T1. The side where both teams were struggling on this map. Great play there from Buzz to get that shorty out. Jonah P was trying to find a timing to catch T1 off guard. He had snuck underneath their noses, he thought. Buzz was having none of it. And then we're gonna take the timeout. Oh boy, yeah. The stress starting to mount. Buzz can feel it, feel that pressure. Only 9 kills here for him on Split. It's been a map to forget, for sure. But still, chance for redemption in the cards.
I think it just speaks to the efforts of the rest of his team.
Yes.
Meteor, Sylvan, Stacks in particular. So even with Buzz not being very present here on this map. Crying out loud. We had another reset here on that overtime. Could have another as the timeout will expire from G2. We'll see if it's enough to tie things up at 14-14. Stacks and Buzz were a part of the longest map we've ever had in overtime at a global. 1917 scoreline, DRX versus FPX. As far as I'm concerned, let's shatter the damn thing.
Why not? I'm all about it. This can go on for forever, and I've got nowhere better to be. Looks like a bit of a mid-crunch, potentially. Nope, just sending a couple players up towards Garage. There is that op again. It's going to be in the hands of Izu. He's further back, sitting in back sight. Instead of trying to contest that angle, I think G2 was somewhat expecting it. Meteor again.
It's this position where he was able to
They're just
break
spamming it
open.
right away.
Yeah, the previous defender's round and get the reset.
Just know.
Gonna slowly drift across. Tucked in, fault line, not connecting. It's the fake out, the push, Giacomo dead. Stun in the aftershock to try to push him off the position. He's strafing across, damage hardly taken. Repeaks, goes for some spray. Does put one into the shoulder of Trent. Stealth drone pushing forward, but not gonna be seeing much of anything there.
Leaf.
On the back foot, and Buzz holds things down from ramp. Sylvan spots out the rest. Izu still here on the side, still with up in hand. Meteor finding him. Spike on the ground.
Down B.
2v4, fault line avoided. Izu catches a glimpse, gets a shot. As it's all on Valen. Taps the plant, the push of the smoke, and he goes down. 15-13. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This series, it is not over yet. Map 5, we go to Pearl.
Unbelievable. One more map to decide who will be the first Masters winner in 2025. Who is going to lift that trophy? Do not go anywhere.
Vamos, brother. Good job, guys. Good job. 섹시해. 그래. 구해서 그래. 그래. 예? 예? 미리오. 나이스. 나이스.
And it can only end this way. T1 dig deep and manage to pull off the win on Split, sending G2 to the back with their heads held low while T1 have their heads held high. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here. Golden Boy alongside Mimi, Kukuka, and Sideshow. And what a freaking match we just saw. guys, what am I supposed to do with my hands right now? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? Because this is insane.
Apparently this.
Yeah, I guess
I've heard.
Do a little bit of that, you know? Shout out to the Purple Cobras. But seriously, though, let's actually talk about one of the big moments that we saw from that game, and that was going to be coming from Meteor's sideshow, because Meteor is just putting on one hell of a series right now.
He definitely is, and especially in this map. He stepped up massively when Buzz had a bit of a stinker, dropped 30 kills, including this ace inside a pit, to recover what was a pretty appalling first half that looked like G2 were going to run away with the trophy.
Extremely appealing also from the first kills, 5-1 onto him. I know that at the first map of the match, he wasn't the strongest one, but he is able to make the difference. And I said it at the beginning of the day, if he's on a final, it is going to go to the map number 5.
And he had a tough ask playing into this G2 comp with the Breach Teo. They have a ton of util to clear out players trying to hard anchor. Yet Meteor did such a good job of varying where he was playing in these sites and still finding success to get multi-kills in pivotal rounds repeatedly as G2 was execing onto his site.
I think it's so impressive as well that T1 were actually able to fend off a tournament point there. Valen had an opportunity playing around that one way. It was an uncomfortable spot, but there was a moment where it looked like G2 were going to be able to get it across the line, and T1 held strong. That is so difficult to do in spots like this.
Oh, it most definitely is here. Now, obviously, you're looking for some hero moments there, but you're also looking to see who is your most valuable player without a doubt. And for us on the desk here, these are the two players that have definitely been standing out for us. Trent has had a heater of an event, and for me personally, Izu Kakuka has just shown his flexibility, his range, his talent that has allowed T1 to be able to get to this
Big
point.
words, but all words that apply to him from the Cypher, from the Duelist, from the Initiator, measuring up with people that play in this level, that have such curated synergy as G2 has, is very impressive to see them moving around and swapping around. He always locks in exactly where his team needs him.
I do think, though, that there are other people that could be there for that MVP race. And it's all about who steps up when the time matters. You know, we saw Buzz have a little bit of a fall off and Meteor step up to the forefront. Trent didn't have the greatest split, but Valen was there almost getting it across the line. Who is going to make the difference in map 5?
You have to look to the veterans, the guys who have done it before. Meteor was massive on that last map, and Jojimo, he has built his way into this finals as well. Both those players, an opportunity to lift their second trophy going into this map 5.
I mean, you could definitely see the pressure, the moment. It's building for these players here as they know that everything is on the line. What an opportunity this may be. What an emotional game this has been as well, Sideshow.
It's had everything. It's had elation to crushing disappointment. It's had moments of nerves. You can see it in the way that they're playing once the stakes get super big, pop-offs. Everybody's had their opportunity to have impact in the game, and the clutches have been ridiculous. But I think G2 were hoping to close it out there. There's something to be said about getting closer and closer to the trophy, feeling like you've accomplished it, and then realizing you have to reset into a whole new map.
And now it all settles in the underwater world of Pearl. And here's a little fun factoid for you people at home. G2 5-0 on this map, Mimi, but boy, oh boy, would it be crazy if T1 pulls something off today.
Josh Ortiz talked about it before, that in BO5s, he likes spreading out the maps he feels are the strongest for his team. And I think it was an intentional choice to leave the Pearl this late into this series. You lost a tough map, but you're going into one where you are absolutely undefeated. But T1, they've been good on Pearl this year as well, going 1-1 in this tournament thus far with a very unique look on the map.
Exactly. We expect to send the Neon back, but something that actually is a big worry for me on the side of T1, we expect to see the Killjoy back. When asked in the press conference about this Killjoy, Meteor just said that he just hopes Tejo gets nerfed. But so far, and in this tournament, it is not nerfed, and it's Trent on the other side. He has proven time and time again everything that he can do with his agent.
You need to be removing that Killjoy utility when T1 are on the defense side, and Meteor can move it around. It's not as simple as salvos go out and they just break it immediately, because there are other spots that you can put that in. But I think that's so crucial, because otherwise T1 are just going to be stacking all over the map in the right places at the right time. Meteor, though, might end up playing more of a info role, or more of a supportive role, and that's going to require other people to step up. And that's where I'm looking at people like Bus and Stacks, who haven't been able to get it done before, have made their best run ever at this kind of event, and are on the precipice here to be able to win a trophy.
Yeah, exactly. Another person that I'm looking at, Leaf, where are you at the beginning of the tournament? You proved that you're one of the best. This is the best moment to prove to the rest of the world and to your team that you are a winner.
The last time G2 was in a position like this, deep in a BO5 against global competition, they lifted the Ascension Trophy, earned their spot to be in the Partnership League. Now they have a chance to be the first Ascension team to lift a trophy on a global stage at a Masters tournament.
It all comes down to this, Mimi. It's map 5. The trophy is on the line. Glory is on the line, and it's a first for both of these teams. One final time and for one last dance. Here's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. We would not have this any other way. Blessed in our grand finals we seem to be as we get ready to jump into this map 5, this series. An all-timer already. And who knows what the hell is gonna happen as we dive into Pearl.
You could convince me of just about anything at this point. We've seen it all today. We've seen dominance on maps. We've seen crazy comebacks. We've seen crazy clutches. We've seen Reyna being played of all things. And G2 undefeated on Pearl. But this is a map at T1. No slouches on themselves. Gonna run that interesting double duelist with Buzz on the Neon. Obviously, not the performance he wanted on Split. Looking to bounce back, looking to pick it up. Same with Leaf for G2. See if he can get it going, but it's gonna be T1 on the defender side. They are stacked right at the choke.
Nesk was talking about it, that Killjoy. Meteor has been having a rough time of it. Getting value off the util when there's Tejo isn't in play. Difficult, but there isn't one here for G2. Attempted a little bit of a trap here. Glimpse of the cape around the corner is Buzz jiggling. Just the fake out.
It's probably best that he doesn't go any further there, because all 4 of G2, Leaf on the other side. The headhunter, of course, Buzz gonna see a lot.
Missed Trent on that cross. Still just backpedaling here, trying to stay safe. His mine's gonna be cleared out. Flash over, gonna be connecting some decent damage across the Stacks. His shock dart is able to find 2.
Stacks!
He draws down the ghost, finds another. C1 continuing to be dominant here on these pistols, and Meteor just swooping around the back. Leaf. Absolutely no way that he has any idea in hell. A single bullet in the headhunter. As the corner gets swung, and Meteor will take him down. T1. Another pistol win. 6-3 in that regard across the series. They put their right foot forward here on map 5.
Stacks has hit some absolutely nasty shock darts today. He's not letting off that pedal. He has stepped up as a Sova player, especially this year. We've seen him struggle on it in the past, but he's put a lot of work in. Looked a lot better on that agent. Finds a ton of value. Outlaw for Izu. Looks like he's gonna be in mid. Something you really have to be cautious of against this G2 squad on Pearl is they love to explore mid, and particularly Leaf. He's so good at working this space. Might see a lot of battles between him and Meteor from control of it. Both those Sentinels players love to open up those opportunities to go for those lurks, go for those flanks.
Death ball though through Art. Nobody checking for this. No early alert systems in place here for T1. Star going to be situated, but they're already out in front of this one. There's Buzz here on the corner. They try to mow them down. Finds the first. The spike going to be dropped. The relay bolt out. Slides forward. Point blank against Jonah P. We'll be able to have it. Stacks just with the ghost purchase forward. Will pick up the Guardian, all weapons carried in, T1. Damn clean in the anti-eco.
Great play there by Buzz. Just deciding to accelerate, knows he has some backup behind him. With Sylvan covering the other side. He's got the opportunity to hit a fantastic relay bolt. Just knock a bunch of players down. Relatively clean there for T1. They're going to be able to bring a rifle into this round, keep 4 guns from the previous. Now they're really going to spread the map. Buzz all the way back in spawn, waiting for his opportunity to try to find a moment to rotate.
Nobody to clear the drone. Izu is going to go ahead, takes his exit out. Get that re-ping so they know it's not a fake. Look for a couple shots here, just blind through that nebula. Izu repositioning. Ready for the setup here on that next gate crash, but it looks like G2 wanting the reroute. So once again, they'll look to go ahead and explore this space around mid.
Yeah, they're really, really good about being patient on this side of the map. And they're really good at sussing out trap plays. This alarm bot gets cleared, does Meteor.
He's tucked, it's just a Spectre. Jonah P starting the back pedal. Not gonna overextend, not gonna give anybody the opportunity here. For now, it's just quiet. Leave peeking around the site, looking for something. Relay bolt gonna be sent over towards main. Try to stop the push from coming through. Slide out was gonna be taken down. Stacks able to answer one back. Leaf able to take his head off.
Spike planted.
Figures up. Sylvan noted here at dugout. It's Meteor. Pounded and eliminated on that flank.
Need that back.
Sylvan finds another Izu. Trying to get into position here at Secret. Retaking from here. Looking nigh impossible for T1.
Scooped up the Phantom.
Recon cleared. Tap not coming through. Fuse now going to be started. Timing on that flash. Damn good. Shot's not quite coming through. Surely not! He's done it! Sylvan! He just sticks to the fuse. He doesn't fake. He gets the Red Bull clutch. Bonus converted.
And the madness just continues here in Bangkok. This looked like a great round for G2. They've got the crossfires set up, but Sylvan just pops a smoke, squats down, and waits it out. Unbelievable. And that's got Sylvan out of his chair.
And he was already tagged up.
Yeah.
Anything.
And
Should
one
have been able
bullet.
to take him down.
One bullet.
That flash timing out on Art, catching that, offsetting the crosshair.
Beautiful.
An inadvertent hero play from Izu.
Take flight.
And I like what Buzz did there. Use that relay bolt to cut off the forces that could be coming from A main, from G2. Slowed them up a little bit in that attack, allowed Sylvan to kind of sit in the back of Cubby relatively unaccounted for a while. Jog going on and explore. Seeing what's what. Finding quite a bit of info. Hello?
Oh, just trying to go for a very hyper-aggressive play forward. Does get traded out. Valen able to find Sylvan. Still some damage taken. Leaf at 59. Valen 59 with some regen on top. Conquer Divide going to be called, but Leaf swings the angle a bit too early. Pop flash ready to be sent. Might not even be needed, but it gets a catch on the Valen all the same. Ult commitment not doing a damn thing for 0T1.
This is just great stuff. Great timings. Buzz again, sliding in when he's needed. Sylvan aware that the dimensional drift could be coming out near him. He takes Jog down right before it pops. Leaf swings. A momentary mistake potentially costed G2 that round. And after a 4-0 start for T1, it will be the timeout for G2 Esports. See if they can somehow stop the bleeding. This is such an incredible start, and like was talked about so many times, a map they have not lost yet this year.
T1 previously had that same accolade. Got taken away from them here at this event, and they're looking to do the same to G2. Make sure no one gets away unscathed. But it's just shades of Abyss once more. The way that that map had begun.
But it's different because of, this is a little more standard comp, we'll call it, than what we saw in Abyss, but absolutely, yes. You know, with that operator there, that's fearsome, especially with nothing but close range weaponry to bear for G2 in this eco. A couple Stingers and a Sheriff, a couple classics, of course the Headhunter for Leaf, but now I want to see T1 just be patient. No need to push the tempo here. Make G2 force the issue. It's going to be the operator in mid again. A couple players thinking about going out for a push. Buzz and Sylvan out of Art potentially. Izu just going to be watching this angle. Jog could just send the clone.
Has full armor. Just play it up patiently here.
Was able to get that.
Doesn't want to take any early damage.
Yeah, was able to get that Phantom in hand.
That's why he needs to be the one sticking around here for the long haul, but Buzz caught out on this lurk. A nice swing.
It's an attempt to sneak underneath G2's nose, and they read it like so well. Although you kind of maybe expect Meteor to be the one trying those kind of things.
Clear on the dart, jaw up, over the top, stacks. Wants a re-challenge, goes for the swing, and it's ill-advised. Trent will mow him down, and that's just a weapon picked up for free.
That's multiple guns you're hearing there.
T1 starting to lose the plot here a little bit. It's Meteor trying to hold them at bay, but he's going to be stunned up. Trent able to find a third elimination now.
Here. 30 seconds
Sleep
left.
slowly creeping forward, up towards that screen. Off shot from Izu, able to find one. Knows now where Leap is at, sends out a flash, does get a connection. Come at the same time, able to find one, but then gets traded back. Valen
10 seconds left.
here around the corner.
Spike planted.
Spike now planted. Izu looking for it, cannot find it. G2 off the back of the timeout. We'll find some stability, we'll find T1 making some very large mistakes.
And this is the opposite of what I wanted to see in this round. I didn't want to see them getting aggressive like that. There's no reason when you have the weaponry advantage to be pushing out there into open space, to be giving 3v1 opportunities to your opponent. Got to be more disciplined than that. You started out great, but after 4 in a row, investing in that operator is going to bring you down to a weaker buy. A marshal, sheriff, a judge.
Money to play around with. Izu considered going for that purchase again. Man, what a shot. Leaf down to 14.
It's huge that he
Marshall
can even,
rules the day.
Yeah. Huge that he can even close to winning that fight. Do have a Hunter's Fury potentially for Trent in the post plant. Buzz has
judge.
his ult.
Relay bolt trying to pinch in. Has a shot. Overdrive pop. Buzz is absolutely massacring them. A 3K, the fourth! Maybe looking for the ace, but Valen a bit of a world away, but Buzz is hot on his heels. He is looking to run him down. Tucked into the corner, can't quite make it happen. A last stand for Valen, but it doesn't last long. MasterCard Thrifty, T1, what an answer back.
Buzz just uses their util against them. As soon as he's spotted, he just goes, he accelerates. And he lets the lightning fly. What a strafe there on the Leaf, who is already weakened up from Izu's Marshall hit. What a counterpunch there. The MasterCard Thrifty. Oh my God. Just insanity.
They haven't been popping up much in this series, at least not for T1. We'll see if that is just a glimpse of what's to come. For now, 5-1. Being able to very quickly realign, readjust after the multitude of mistakes from the previous.
It's been very readable here. Shock Dart to clear some util.
The Killjoy.
TP right
in a
next
different
to
castle,
Izu.
in a different site. And we'll just go ahead and clear that out. Hunter's Fury. About to be dueling here between the both sides. Looks like Buzz maybe tagged up once here, but elimination's not going to come through. G2 unscathed. The Nebula falls, and at this point, G2 are all in committed on B. Smoke's about to dissipate.
Trying to send some flankers through. Buzz pretty aware. Meteor still over on A, just making sure there's not a rotate. Sylvan finds a pick on the Leaf. That's the operator down. Izu gets another.
Jonah P now scanned out. Buzz, the jiggle peek, the relay bolt set, gets the stun. And Valen can't counter swing. He's locked in place, he'll finally go for it, finds a kill.
My ult's ready.
With 20 seconds, what are you meant to do? The spike still here in mid. Meteor creeping forward, doesn't have gun in hand. Maybe now an opportunity for him. 12 seconds.
10 seconds
Plenty
left.
to still get that spike planted. Cosmic Divide available. Izu, however,
planted.
Dimensional Drift at the ready. When does he send it? Footsteps are going to be heard. Valen absolutely going to be checked on, but he still hits two!
Player standing.
Looks for an ace of his own, but Izu able to shut it down. But look at the health. Only 36 remaining. And Jonah about to swing out. Absolutely nails the shot. And Valen continues to be the hero that G2 need. A second round win now.
Just monstrous stuff from Valen. Catching T1 way too off guard a couple times. This should be round over. It's a 3v5. Might even be better than that. Buzz got another. It might have been a 2v5. And Meteor, usually so good at understanding the spacing of the map.
Check your posture.
And somehow doesn't anticipate that Valen's gonna rotate through there. He knew right where Valen was.
Let's play.
Just didn't read it. Now the ult for the chamber gonna be popped. Leaf going on a walkabout. Buzz right around that door again with the judge.
Izu still here, but no one to clear the drone. Swings up the opposite side. The shot gonna go wide, and he barely escapes with 5 health. Judge on the corner, Leaf. Stuck here for the moment. Drifting back. Gets in range of that rendezvous.
Now you've got a Cosmic Divide and the ult for Jonah P. So you've got a lot of opportunity to get that plant down, to create some space. Buzz being extremely patient. Alarmbot gonna confirm Valen's presence. Meteor had crept way up there. Had to use the tour de force to take out turret.
Catching players on 2 different angles. T1 should know that this is going to be the site that gets attacked. Seal guarded, sent out. It's just a fake out forward. Space opened up. The site in the hands of G2. Everyone now in position here for T1. Just have to wait out this ultimate, but Meteor trying to go, trying to start pushing the pace. It's falling to the wayside alongside Buzz and Sylvan. Solid shutdown here from the side of G2 as Izu out in the open. Ends up getting taken down. It's just stacks here.
Neutralized.
Finds the first. There's far too much to try to claw back, however. Spam through, peek out from main. G2 start running it back into their favor. 2 rounds separating.
Yeah, they're doing a really nice job here, being patient, putting those ults to great use to give them the space they need to set up those crossfires. And T1 just tries to go for the flood. They just don't have enough util. Not able to flash and blind their way forward.
Son.
And they're just cut down the moment they walk through that Cosmic Divide. Jog's just out there playing. He's having another okay run of things, but really it's been Valen who's kept G2 alive. A much needed timeout here for T1 to get their heads back on straight. Try to see if they can dial up some answers to what G2's been able to do. See if they can shake off some of those nerves. Seen a few wonky moments coming out of T1 today so far. So certainly the pressure's there. The players are giving it their all. But the weight of that will wear on anyone. No matter who you are, no matter how many times you've been here.
Timeout per team still remaining. Economy broken down, T1. Pull off that one Mastercard thrifty earlier on. See if they can get another, get up to 6, but G2 should be very well poised to bring that gap to just 1 round separating here.
Cutting through.
Some Sheriff, Sabaki, a Marshall.
Jogamo 1 away from another dimensional drift. Looks like he's gonna try to get himself this orb. Izu, gonna be noted, flash out, not spotting much. Has to pull off the angle.
Let's see. I mean, they're just gonna try to lock down A. Spike's all the way on the other side of the map. There's that dimensional drift. If he committed it towards the A site, he'd get the read. But most of T1 is over here. For now, they're not really sending much out to give any info. Still though, I think the idea from the get-go was B. Try to use that long-range weaponry advantage that you have. It's just Meteor with the Marshall on the other side.
Can be deadly with it, but right now...
It's his trademark weapon, I'd say.
Yeah, it's peeking in towards connector though, so. Turret, give a bit of contact, quickly cleared out.
Time to jump.
Dimensional drift's gonna be sent forward. Shock dart getting the clear. Nano sent to try to interrupt here on the approach. Thorns now popping. Buzz gonna be locked in position. Izu gonna be taken down.
Spike is down.
Sylvan finds one. Trent eliminated. Meteor does come up with a kill. The replies here from the side of G2, which is a bit strong. Buzz, Phantom recovered. Now suddenly looks to try to turn the tides. Marshall in hand, but Chogamo swung out wide. Damn close, a good effort. But G2 now within touching distance. One more round to tie things up at 5-5.
It's getting scrappy. T1 this time able to get here in time to cause some chaos. Great stuff from Buzz. If he had any more bullets, probably wins that round. But that Phantom was already low on ammo when he scooped it up.
Roadrunner indeed.
Yep. Back into the op for Izu. You do have the lockdown. No Hunter's Fury to counter it. But back into another Cosmic Divide for Valen. Chogamo, of course, still sitting on his ult. TP's back into spawn. Just again, looking for one of those push-outs. You will see this from T1, where they'll use Buzz and Izu or Buzz and Stacks to try to take space at elbow. But T1 has been very cautious, other than the opening at the pistol, of really trying to challenge that. Trying to crunch here. They come through double doors.
We're clear on that. Shock dart lobbed forward. Quite a bit of damage there onto Izu, but Buzz, Meteor, one apiece. Leaf and P both going to be taken down. Chogamo has to sprint back, scoop up that spike.
That was a great read on that ultimate.
TP's in over towards Art, but Sylvan here, hearing all of this. Fake out struggles to try to get its way into the site. Cosmic Divide now going to be called through. Corner plant. Going in potential wall bangs. 3v5 with Meteor rotating around. Lockdown at the ready.
So crucial that Buzz stays alive here.
This forces Chogamo forward. Playing up onto the corner. Buzz trying to backpedal. Gets around the corner a little bit faster. Keeps himself alive for the moment, but Chogamo is able to find it in the end, but Meteor finds the timing. Pushing forward, fully blinded up. Valen able to find Izu. Meteor going to be gone. Sylvan and Stacks. As Chogamo looks to try to pull off yet another clutch dive forward into the smoke. Finds one, but cannot get them the round win. T1 maintain an advantage, maintain the lead. They keep the AWP in hand.
It just felt like T1 had a read on the way that Chogamo was going to want to use that dimensional drift, because they hit a player behind the smoke, and they hid Meteor behind the cubby, and they throw out the relay bolt right after the ult gets popped, because they're expecting players to try to follow off the back of that, and they knock him right down. It's a phenomenal read, and Meteor knows he has to take space there. He knows that they have to keep those players away from that defuse. That's a great heads-up play from him. And T1 that round had their heads on straight, able to profit from it. Now, spreading the map a bit more. Once again, right outside of that B door is Buzz. Meteor behind him, bit of a different look. They're stacking up, maybe thinking about a walkabout. But you know that Leaf is watching this. You know he's got his eyes trained toward this mid area. That's his job for G2. B is completely undefended, other than some, you know, Killjoy util.
Okay, Crash pushing forward, doesn't go all the way in the halls. Meteor just having to tuck back rotation. It's not really even beginning quite just yet. Meteor's position going to be known.
Gotta play for retake now.
Stacks up above. Shock dart at the ready. The push comes in, Meteor has to reestablish the aim. Finds one, Stacks now dead. Valen continuing. Just pull rabbits out of hats here for G2.
Buzz gonna have a tough fight to win with Valen back there.
Does have the overdrive, but the question is, does he pop it? Fake out the lead, Chogamo holding close. Sylvan on the swing, dead. Chogamo finding that elimination, the overdrive now in play. Buzz, Meteor, one apiece, just like the round prior. The push forward, Trent out into the open, taken down, and now it's just Jonah P. With a stinger in hand, time starting to dwindle. Izu down to half, re-peaks, gets the shot. And T1 get up to 7-round wins here in the half.
Great decision there by Buzz. Knowing that he was potentially going to be in a bad spot. Trying to work that angle. Says, I've got the ult, let's go for it. Let's slide through there. Him and Meteor working in conjunction very nicely. But I like the cautious play. I like the discipline here from T1. Meteor not giving up his life early. If Stacks get spammed through a smoke, okay, so be it, that happens. And it's timeout time again. G2's got to rethink this.
It's the second one.
The crazy...
Just not feeling confident.
Yeah.
Giving over a potential 8-4 scoreline.
Well, what's crazy to me is a lot of the things that normally work for G2 on this map aren't working at all. T1 has done a good job of shutting down the mid pushes, the mid lurks. They really haven't found any purchase in that space of the map. Whereas when I've watched some of their previous games, that's where they're really doing a lot of destruction because they're able to set up for those flanks. Whether it be on the B or A, they're able to control that space and make retakes really, really difficult for their opponents. But so far, T1 has had good ideas on how to deal with that. In particular, Meteor and Buzz have been shutting that down pretty nicely. And for T1, it's been a lot of let's lean A at the beginning, and then if they get B, okay, so be it. I like the change up in that previous round from T1 where they finally go for one of those longer lurks. Come from the attacker spawn side. Keep G2 off balance. They work to treat. Jog will have his ult, so will Izu. See if Izu can find some more impact with that operator. Maybe Jogamo has got some more heroics in store for us. Valen as well has been, God, he's been frying on this map.
My blind is dead.
Leaf, just a bulldog. One parked up here outside of club. Anticipating this deeper and deeper push from Izu. Starts to back away.
Next?
We'll just run off. They'll miss each other for now. Dimensional drip pop from Jaw. Checking around, TP's back over here at A main. Some space given up. Maybe anticipating that the Steel Guardian's gonna be coming through. They will be able to successfully avoid it. Gravwell looking for a pull. You're just able to get out in front of it.
Trying to find that combo with the Nano. The spot there, Meteor gets a little bit of damage. Into Trent and Jonah P. Clear the drone, has to get out of there though.
Backs away over towards Secret. Shocked are flying, and oh my god. Trying to be down now to 11. Izu scouting them all out, says, yeah, it's here. They're at Art. The swing onto the corner, coming through, relay bolt, not quite connecting. But T1 just mows them down.
Oh, Jog!
30 seconds.
Solid shot, but needs far more of that. Will not be given the opportunity. Weapons juggled. Leaf heads up on a Guardian with 4 bullets. 3 might just be all that he needs. A tap. But T1 not quite falling for it as Buzz slides over and finds a headshot. 8-4. T1
Switching sides.
out in front.
What an incredible defender side there from T1. We have a short break, guys. A little bit more to go before the conclusion of Masters Bangkok.
pressure mounting. G2, the closest that they have ever been to winning a trophy. For Chogamo to get his second. They are now down by 4 rounds at the half. T1, they've been dominant in the pistols, 6-3. G2 absolutely need to find success from the outset here as they move over to that defending side on Pearl.
And it's just insane how back and forth this has been throughout the entire day. Can G2 muster up the strength? Can they plant their feet? Can they set up a brick wall and keep T1 from using this double duelist comp to break through? Or is T1 going to be able to speed their way to victory, to use that momentum from that first half, from that overtime win on Bind, to take home their first Valorant trophy? Only time will tell. Bit of a spread formation. 3-2. Izu getting out pretty deep, jog tucked right behind the screen.
Sliding across, Trent watching here. Spotting out a couple different players. Melee Bolt trying to take some space. Thorns into the corner and Buzz absolutely destroyed. Shock Dart finds the kill. Izu trying to open things here from main. Flash up over the top, the turn from Jaw. Realigns it, finds a headshot, and finds another. Sylvan Meteor both going to be taken down. It's a flawless pistol. The exact start that G2 so desperately need.
And they're just set up around this Vice utility. And T1 has no way to break through. They're completely cut off at every twist and turn. Whether it's the wall, whether it's the razor vines. Able to play behind it is Jog. Nice setup there for Jonah P as well. Trent steps in with a shock dart and a classic kill. Massive, massive stuff for G2. Very much keeps their hopes alive. There's a shorty for Buzz. Ghost for Meteor. The only buy-ups to speak of for T1. That's going to be the tricky part of this.
Stars on the setup, looking like they just want to go for a really fast crunch into this A site. At least just escort forward, take that space, get the orb, hand it over. 2 charges towards that dimensional drift.
Let's fold
Now
those stars
going to be
yeah.
taken away, keeping things quiet. Trademark just on the opposite side here. Side exec now, getting ready to come through. Those checks here for his teammate, nothing going to be spotted there. Trent, shock dart, lobbed in. Just fishing for some damage, fake out. Baits out one of the pumps of the shorty. He's into the smoke, goes Izu. Tagged up a bit, the nano cleared. Buzz on the corner. Valorant going for the push and leap. What a shot.
Last player standing.
As they are looking for yet another flawless. Sylvan is just a world away. Grav will try to buy some time here. But no peaks, no nothing. See if he can take out Leaf. Does catch the timing to find one, but needs to be eliminated and will. G2, solid back-to-back rounds, damn near flawless. Now just 2 away from running this back. They can convert the bonus. They're in such a fantastic spot to try to close out and steal away this final map.
Absolutely, just tremendous patience again by G2. Leaf in particular, great reactions there with the Outlaw. That could have been really dicey if he doesn't find that kill.
Try not to.
Great fake out. Reveals the presence of the shorty of Buzz. I've got full rifles. There's one player who could die to 1 shot from that Outlaw, and that's Sylvan on the Astra. It's a 4-man push. Don't want to deal with that Vice utility. That's the biggest thing for T1 in my mind, is finding ways around that, because G2 is so well drilled.
Time to jump.
Slowing all of this down. Go, little teleport, you can do it. There it is.
All the shock darts available. Thorns, however, do get popped. Buzz sliding it forward onto the corner. Valorant going to be taken down. Meteor just able to spray him away. Finds that kill. Shock dart's going to go bouncing forward, but not too much damage found. Buzz widely able to avoid it. Izu watching over towards Secret. Trent going to be eliminated. However, a couple shots through. Falls down to the headhunter. Finds a second elimination. 3 players off the live, all disconnected back in towards main. Leaf at 11 HP. Can they break this open? Util lacking. The star set up here for the grab. Leaf considering trying to go for that push forward. Instead, we'll look to just go for a body block. It's going to be the concuss. No swings. They're just holding it, but eventually they will realize. Get the peek in. And with 3 players surviving, T1 close out the anti-bonus.
Now my big question is how much is T1 going to keep leaning into this A site? And how much is G2 going to commit to try to stop it? This round, some different ideas, we'll see. But we've seen T1, sometimes they'll just run it down at you. And they'll just say, we're gonna go for the brawl. We've got the duelist, we've got the util. See what you can do in response. This time Trent way further up for the side of G2. Trying to get a better read on this early. Clear the dart. Let's give you too much info. Pretty similar to what we saw in the previous round. Could get that dimensional drift going. Get some info for T1. Meteor lurking through art. Stacks making his way back around. The Owl drone gets a spot on 2. That's gonna send a bunch of G2 players rotating over. This is taking a bit long for T1 if they want to make this A execute work. They're really taking their time.
Here.
See what they do off the back of this dimensional drift. Should be able to get some decent info.
Scouting out, seeing Trent lead, punishing the lurk. Pop flash sent, Buzz sliding forward, able to find one. They force that gate crash away. Draw back across the opposite side of the map. Leaf now getting ready to go on this lurk. His way all the way up through mid. Stacks, however, cognizant of it. Watching from behind. Just swing fully into this though. Hops to back away. And now Leaf starts scaling forward. Sylvan still watching for it. Balance in the meantime, pushing up. Sylvan dead. The back line now exposed. Stacks. Last one standing. Tries to swing out and cannot. G2 continue to fight back. Once more, 3 rounds separating them from tying things up.
The timing there, just a bit off. The senses for Stacks, good, but Leaf's patience better. That opens up those angles. Ooh, first shot a little bit whiffy there, but able to connect on the Meteor regardless. Just great stuff, great hold. Kind of knew where Stacks was. Need to work the map a little bit more here as T1. Way too readable. The whole time G2's leaning in for that, even though you have that dimensional drift to clear some space. You're opening up the opportunities. For G2, keep doing what you're doing. They're great at lurks on this map. And this is what I love to see. Leaf with the tour de force controlling mid.
Oh, Meteor. Once again, not quite gonna connect Leaf. Just a hair off from finding that kill. Trademark still around the door. Wraps around. As Leaf joins in alongside Jogamo here. Buzz just frantically bouncing forward. Has the judge in hand. Looks for the punish, turns back, and somehow Leaf gets caught up in the crossfire.
Time to jump.
Loses his life, but it is traded out. Dimensional drift, however, still going to be committed. G2 not wanting to allow for this round to get away from them. They have the weapon advantage. It's Meteor widely just ignoring this Yoru, this devil on his shoulder. Thorns pop, enough of an avenue through. The Nebulous come through, Izu is looking for the stick. Spike now in play.
Cutting through.
2 Bulldogs, a Sheriff, and a Classic to try to hold this, and Izu able to escape out towards main, joins in alongside Stacks. Sylvan trying to go for a flank, but this is being watched, or was, by Jonah P. But now Sylvan, potential opening here. Meteor falls. That art side opened up. Izu gonna be taken down. Stacks needs to try to interrupt him, but he cannot. G2, rocky at the start, but steady at the end. They do not allow for the Thrifty to come in. And now it's just 1 round from tying this up.
Oh, got the spot under the leg of Buzz there. TP's out. Right there for the Classic. The Trademark got him. Got Buzz as well there. But it's a lack of patience again from T1. They don't play it cautiously to try to wait for Sylvan to get in a position to strike.
Time to jump.
They're contesting, they're trying to throw flashes, trying to make peeks happen with weaker weaponry. And they pay the price. G2's not gonna fall to that. Now finally they're gonna try B, but now Leaf's got it out.
Cleared, but Stacks will have seen enough. Ooh. Goes for the Hunter's Fury. They have a blind opener here.
Well,
Rendezvous going to be used. Gate crash as well. They clear out, but they're looking to refill this space. Leaf right back in here at Halls.
Enemy mark.
How do you try to clear them out? T1, they're completely committed.
Here.
And they're in a very precarious position now. Cosmic Divide going to be used. Shot ringing out. Action not found. Izu TP's forward. Back to back there alongside Trent. Just a wall apart as the plant gets ready to come through.
Spike planted.
Fake out sent, ignored. Turret cleared. Buzz rotating around the back. Jonah P on the flank. Dogamo trying to open things up. Spotted out by the dart. Turn to the flash. Izu right back into it with Meteor. Take it down. Leaf able to find one. Scopes in and finds the shot point blank.
Last player standing.
Buzz trying to be the hero. Cannot. As Jonah P, that backstab comes to fruition. 4 players alive. We are tied up 9-9.
they're just doing such a great job of dissecting the post-plant situations that T1 is trying to use. It's extreme patience again. And Izu, they're so eager to try to push through and clear halls. But instead, he pays the price. So ready for it is Leaf with that op. And Jonah P, extraordinarily patient. T1 has to take a timeout. They have to figure this out. Because right now, they're getting beat at the punches. This defender side from G2 is rock steady.
Only the anti-bonus round 1 so far here for T1. Now tied up. G2, even after having both timeouts expended in the first half, after having that 4-round deficit, they are not giving up. They're fighting back harder than ever. Led by Valen, top of the board across the entire lobby.
And the IGL for G2 stepping up, fragging when they need him to. Huge round wins that kept G2 very much alive in that first half. Will anybody be able to step up for T1?
We'll have to see. Everything to play for. That trophy right there in the center of the stage can only be claimed by one. Overdrive available here for Buzz. Stingers and a Sheriff to try to pull off another MasterCard Thrifty. G2. Fantastic weapons, tons of cash.
Where the Vice Wall is, right in Art. They're dropping 2 smokes in there as well. So Buzz might get past it, but now he's isolated.
It slides through, and Jonah P can go up and over the top. They line up for him. Buzz at the turn back, able to find one. Does manage to take him down, a weapon that can be recovered here once that wall is gone.
Got the overdrive.
Sylvan does grab it. But a 3v4. Plant getting ready to come through.
Here we go.
Overdrive now pops slide into secret, and it's just double stacked. Jogamo taking a tiny bit of damage. Is able overall to find the kill. Zach's in a far back position. Sylvan whittled away at the shorty. The pumps not finding anything. The Chiggle peek. Absolutely disgusting from Jogamo, and Stacks tries desperately, but to no avail. G2 look to slam the door in their faces as they make it to double digits.
Just love the way Jog plays this agent. And this wall hadn't been noted. It had been there a couple rounds before. But that area of the map had not been explored by T1, and it catches them off guard. Nice! And it's gonna take everything for them to come back. The economy looking great for G2. The ops still in hand. The ults are flowing. You do have the Yoru ult for Izu. Outside of that, it's just your guns and your util. Can T1 find a way to break through? I mean, this double Sentinel composition is giving them fits on this defender side. They get so slowed up. They can't really push the pace like they want to. Bit of a check in towards mid, right into the dimensional drift. Nizu here. Get a decent idea. It's gonna see one, two.
Spots them both out. Jonah P, though, just swinging out of Izu. Trying to go up backside. Now the Steel Guardian going to be in play. They take away all of their weapons. The slide out denied. Valen catches Buzz through the fast lane. The spike is out. It's not stranded on the site. The T1 still look like they are absolutely screwed.
They have enough time for a rotate, but they're not going for it. It's hard committed.
Game stagnant.
Have fun with this Hunter's Fury.
Recon over the top. Meteor able to find one. Lockdown gonna be coming into play. Hunter's Fury sent. Meteor tagged up. Dodges out the final pulse. Can he use it from here? He's stuck on the side. Swings out. It's gonna be good for one. But the ult cannot come to fruition. Divide here on the wall, trying to get the knife. Valen pumps in, and he finds them both! 11 rounds! G2 have figured out T1. They have downloaded the playbook.
T1 just looks lost. They're just pressing now. There's no fluidity to their movements. There's no guessing to what they're doing. It's just an A hit, and they're trying to brute force their way through it, and that just isn't going to work against a team of G2's caliber. You've got to dig deep. You've got to find some kind of hope, some kind of miracle play if you're going to keep yourselves in this. But it is looking dire. They have yet to find more than one round on this attacker's side in a double duelist comp.
Couple shots from Joggermo, enough to shove Sylvan back. Meteor rotating back across. Quietly just quiet from here. Smatterings of util thrown. Nothing gained. No space, no knowledge, no positions.
They might just try another short B hit or a long one.
Eve is here.
Know that op is there. What's your plan?
Op in play. Just a recon. Nebula to try to get the cross. Buzz bouncing forward. Beats out the first shot. The rotation's now starting to rejoin over towards this B site. T1 slowing things up a bit. Now pushing the accelerator once again. Buzz, Izu forward into halls. He's getting himself positioned up top, above. The lockdown now in play. Looking to zone them back.
Look at this stack in halls.
Nothing to try to clear this out. They're just sticking around, desperately hoping that someone peeks this corner. Stacks is playing around with it, but in the end, has to fade away.
Here.
One detained. Gonna be found. No, it's a fake out.
Obscuring vision.
Buzz trying to push the corner, but leap from above. Finds that kill. Meteor run down. Sylvan in the smoke. Finds himself a second. But Trent will flush him out. A swap of the weapons. The defuse being held. Trent, he's out at safety. He's desperately trying to get it done. And he's just managed to do it. The spike goes off. And somehow it is a Red Bull clutch at the hands of Stacks by the narrowest of margins.
You have got to be kidding me! This looked like it had G2 written all over it. Doing a great job clearing out that whole angle. They're getting the kills. Sylvan comes up with some huge shots with the Sheriff. And then Stacks just has enough of an angle.
Let's go, let's go.
Just enough. And there's hope again. There's hope again for T1.
You can tell he didn't quite know if he had done enough. T1 breaking a 5-round win streak, but still down by a round. Able to afford a full purchase here for the most part. A couple half armors in the mix.
Stacks there, trying to find the Vice util. Actually just comes up short on the second shock dart. So doesn't get that cleared. Now they wait again.
There's 3 players on this site.
Pinging out Secret. They really feel like that's where the players of G2 have been kind of posting up, and they're right. And you do have a Hunter's Fury, you do have a Cosmic Divide. See if they can get it to go.
Divide coming through, Jogamo forward here on the side, and Valen once again able to strike first and foremost. Hunter's Fury now from Stacks opened up. He's going fishing, hoping for something, but no tags to be found. Ping here onto Izu, sets up for his escape. The flash connecting from behind, but Jogamo still swinging on the corner, able to find it now back into the dimensional drift. Trent pushes out, Meteor dead. As they all just get mowed down, G2 not batting an eye. Previous round, who gives a damn? They sweep that Red Bull clutch under the rug. And in flawless fashion, get up to match point.
Trent just having none of this. Another beautiful flash. The util timing from Jogamo has been so darn good. Whether he's jumping in your face and then TPing out, throwing great flashes, dimensional drifting around. Trent there,
literally just
big play for him.
Full holding M1.
Yep, just hold the trigger and run at him. And it works a treat. And now it's everything that T1 has to try to get this to overtime for G2. Just one more. You get a couple shots at it. See if you can claim that Masters trophy.
Swing out Sylvan. That's so bold, I think they caught Jogamo off guard. Just a stinger in hand. He swings out. Gets himself behind the pillar, but it's gonna have to be alert play.
Obscuring vision.
Star through. Leaf. If he just goes for a timing shot, he's got Sylvan absolutely dead to rights. What does Sylvan do? Smoke about to dissipate. Leaf not on the angle. Sylvan able to tuck into the cubby to safety.
They know, they know.
They have a very strong suspicion, that's for damn sure. Now the rotations called back around. The G2 maybe start believing in it just a bit. Perhaps they have rotated.
Time to jump.
But it's about to get noisy. On this B site, fast lane in play, Leaf. TP's back out to safety, avoiding getting stunned. The fake, oh, the teleport. Rather is Izu, is just absolutely destroyed. Ping on the Sylvan, push up the corner, Jogamo puts him down.
Whoa!
The flank, noted. Stacks firing back. He and Buzz, the dynamic duo, who have been together for so very long. Try to keep the team in this map. For Jonah P. The 1-2. The clutch. To try to bring it back, but he cannot find it. T1. They hold on by a thread as they look to take us to yet another overtime.
Oh, for a moment. I think G2 saw that trophy in their eyes, but this flank finally, a lurk is able to go for T1. Meteor, Buzz, able to get in there. Oh, Stacks with that Guardian. The hero plays, hits those headshots. But they need one more just to send it to overtime.
Can they do it again? Can they push this to the brink? They've gotten us to 5 maps. Can they get us to another overtime back-to-back?
They're trying to sell a fake. Tour de force could be in play, but for now they're just causing a little bit of commotion, setting up similarly to how they did in the last round. Let Sylvan try to create some pressure over on the B side on his own. No noise made by T1. They're looking for some kind of aggression, some kind of push out. None coming. Sylvan again.
Leaping forward, Leaf, the spray, some minor taps. Sylvan forced to back away quickly. Has to get tucked in. So starting to get deja vu. Stacks, however, he shifted towards this side of the map.
Who's next?
But now the fake. He's ready to try to come into play. The dimensional drift forward here onto the A side, spotting him out. 37 seconds remaining in this round. Leaf, however, still here. Trent sticking around. 1 kill.
30 seconds left.
Gives him a Hunter's Fury. Leaf watching the angle, shifts back around. 23 seconds. They are running out of time. They need to get going right here, right now. G2. Rotation's about to begin. A stun under 1. Leaf gonna be taken down. Trent backpedaling, tacked up just a bit. Tries to counter straight through, but cannot find it. The spike now gonna be planted. Player advantage here for the side of T1.
Jonah P's gonna be late to this party.
He's watching for a lurk. They haven't spotted him out. And Izu gets rid of Valen. Takes him out of the equation. Time once again dwindling. Trent gonna be taken down. Strap in! It is far from over! We are going to overtime. T1 pushed back. And they extend this series once more.
The crowd is absolutely loving it here. They are thunderous in Bangkok. And no way in hell did I think there was any way that T1 was coming back in this. They look burnt, they look spent, but they dug deep. That experience coming through. And Sylvan there, doing such a nice job, 2 rounds in a row, creating some distraction, creating some opportunity, creating some confusion, selling the fake with the dimensional drift, going deep into the playbook in the very last round as T1 to finally find another win. And here we go again, 2 maps in a row, overtime to decide who will be your Masters Bangkok champion.
It can all come down to this opening round. T1, damn strong on that defense. If they drop this here, it could be as good as done.
You see there's been nothing over at A main.
What is that shot? Down to 4 health. What a way to start this off.
Look at this, T1 can lean towards B. They haven't seen anything over at A. Buzz and Meteor trying to line up, see if they can knock a few players down on the way in.
Flash out the smoke here at the ready. Meteor sliding across into the corner, finding 1. Buzz getting another, picking up 2. Gets a 3rd, pops the Ultra. We'll be able to sit him down. He's been clutch for the team here in the past. The spike's gonna be picked up, the dimensional drift. Just sprinting his way across saying, howdy folks, see you next time.
30 seconds left.
Gets his way over to this A side.
This is insane.
He's gonna have to play this out in a 1v3. The spike now getting planted, T1 getting on the move.
Spike planted.
He's done it too many times today. Can he do it again?
This would be absolutely back-breaking. Jogamo, the Champions Trophy holder for G2 to try to clutch this out. So right now T1 just playing without information. There's a recon available for Stacks. Opting to send it now. Gets the ping reveal. They know his position. He's tagged down, and the shot dart has him. And with this defuse, T1 get themselves to match point.
This time around, Stacks isn't gonna let it go. Beautiful util here at the end. The recon dart into the shock dart. What a hold from Meteor and Buzz. Those nanos buy Meteor the ability to create that extra angle with Buzz. They're able to dodge that initial flash from Jog. 1 more to go. And I think that's about the loudest you'll get out of Autumn. And it's gonna be an immediate timeout for G2. Josh RT, once again, trying to rally the troops, trying to get them back into this. He's been so good at it throughout the year. Does he have some more wizardry for G2? Or does T1 have it in them to find some way to claim their trophy when it all started to look like it was going to come crumbling down, they dug deep and gave us one of the best finals we're going to see in Valorant.
2 overtimes, map 5, in front of this electric crowd here in Bangkok. Both teams have been fighting tooth and nail to get to this moment. G2 now have to fight just a little bit harder to extend this and reset this overtime. Operator in hand here for Leaf. It's gonna be set up on an angle over by Art. Meteor potentially on the chopping block.
Meteor's challenged him here before, went for the crouch peek, but this time just leaves the turret. Doesn't want to mess with that again. It's gonna get cleared early.
It's just Jonah P right now. Jogamo not too far away.
All right up ahead again.
Flash over the top, Thorns to try to cut off that Hall's access. Line up here from Meteor, sending out that nano. Wall broken. Another Thorn though, saved. Taken out by that shock.
And this execute has to be immaculate if they're gonna stick to it. Are they gonna be ready for Jonah P's position? Tucked into that corner. The back of the hall. No lurks, just brute force.
Gate crash gets broken there by the Thorns. Gonna have to just push forward. Out of this relay bolt, however, gonna get a catch on the Jonah P. Spams up from the corner, but it's gonna be Trent. Coming to the rescue, Buzz, Izu. Both taken down. There's 3 players remaining here on the side of T1. Rethinking this, 40 seconds remaining. Starting to pivot now. How long does G2 give it? How long do they wait with the silence before they start rotating themselves over to that A site, trying to get the jump?
Alan, somewhat in the vicinity, but not really close enough. Checking water, unsure if maybe there had been a lurking player. They didn't get a full confirm. Everybody from T1 was there. Now, kind of a very good idea. Meteor can hold down Art. Maybe a chance. Keep those crossfires good.
Plant is in. A kill for Stacks. Gives him a Hunter's Fury.
Here.
Ping comes down. Stacks' position. Sussed out, it would seem. Sylvan, however, the first to fall. Meteor trying to wrap around the back. Stacks finds one. Decides to fight forward. Ends up falling for it. Up point blank. Flick does not come through. The fuse, however, is already being held. And once again, we reset, we go deeper.
Again, just not much confusion to be found in the way that T1 sets this up. Oh, the ping reveals from Trent. Absolutely beautiful timing on the Sova util. He finds a third in the round as well. Coming up big here when G2 needs him. Still though, Jog, Valen topping the frag. Kill count for the side of G2. T1, Buzz, Meteor holding the line. Now we go again, this time Izu with the op. They've got him way far forward here at main.
Need that back.
May challenge Valen.
It's not been something that's been favoring the people on the opposite side today. Valen has still been absolutely on point. It's a big part of the reason why G2 got themselves back into this map.
Portal closed. Time to jump.
They're still alive in this tournament.
Things have really slowed down. Both teams don't want to make that mistake. It could cost them the tournament.
Izu needs to hit this if he wants to have any hope in hell. The swing coming through and Valen loses out on the fight. 3-player push now coming through Art. Sylvan sliding over towards that position. Opting not to go for the peek though. Main being watched, the fake out. Sends a shot, Leaf strafing forward. Meteor, however, able to find him. The ping out on the Jogamo. Takes the exit. Back over into main.
30
But he fights back for one. Izu gonna be on the floor. The operator now out of the equation. Meteor dancing around. Needs a shock dart. The Jonah P falls to the wayside. Jogamo Trent trying to fight back. But Stacks with 2 once again gives T1 match point.
They're able to get such a good read on this. Phenomenal patience from Sylvan. Izu there gets that first kill. And they're able to backpedal, put that operator to good use. Stacks stepping in, finding 2 big kills again. He has had some heroics here in the later stages of Pearl. T1 has championship point. Can G2 bring us to another? They're leaning in towards this middle push. It's the op for Leaf, but this time Meteor plays it a bit different.
Goes with the change up. The drone just now getting the spot out. Recon on the floor. So too is Meteor. Fantastic opening kill. G2.
Wall tripped.
Got to try something different here.
Just feels like the same setup.
It is.
Fake out forward, breaks the wall.
They have no information. I mean, they're just trying to rely on getting the reads on these executes.
Izu TPing forward, trying to play here on the corner, finds one, Buzz. Able to answer it back as Jogamo gets taken down, Balin. However, dying, Buzz tries to fight their way back into this. Once again, it's just he and Stax to try to close this out. 3 players on the opposite side, the slide forward. They look to try to push him out of the corner. Stax, the IGL, sees the shoulder, knows their positions, but can't quite do much about
30
it.
seconds left.
12 bullets remaining. They reposition, they toy around, they bait the clock, they play this smartly. 20 seconds remaining, Stax needing to make a move. Looking to try to get the barrel stuff. Is able to do so, but he's down to 30 HP. The reposition, opts to go for the fight. And Trent will just about find it. A knife's edge, but we carry on.
It's a crazy back and forth. I mean, they're able to gain a little bit more space this time, our T1. Able to push past some of the defenses. There's only so much you can do. They've got those high-lows, those crossfires set up against you. Sylvan got caught on the edge of a smoke. Sussed out by Jonah P. We go again. It's been defender-sided the whole way. Who's gonna be the one to break that curse, to break that streak? This time, getting aggressive towards A main. They remembered where that op was last time, seeing if they can maybe catch it out early. This time, all the way on the other side is Izu.
As repositioned, alarm bot, as you say, just outside of Art here.
Sylvan could play off of that. Sliding back in towards site. Him and Meteor, they're util to work with.
Some spams through. Not so ambiguous anymore. G2 starting to ramp up the push. Trying to take this site before the rest of the players from T1 can try to get into position. Buzz just now looking like he's going to start trying to rotate over. For now, site completely obfuscated here by smokes, but Stax still able to find one. Ping reveal out, sprays through. Leaf on the floor. Stax will get timing on the reload. Jonah P! Oh, the professor nearly takes him to school. But Buzz and Izu play hooky. They skip class. They get back up to match point.
Stax has been unbelievable on this defender's side in these overtimes. He is getting multi-kill after multi-kill to keep them in this. And he's letting the crowd know. Little shake of the hand warmers. Hop again for Leaf. And they're stacking towards the A side. They gotta feel like eventually T1's gonna test this area. They are correct. Leaf trying to hold that tight angle. See if it gets red.
It's a narrow margin.
Could throw the Yoru util.
It's gonna be the drone. Nope, never mind. Stax backing away.
Sylvan over on the other side of the map trying to sell a bit of a fake. It's kept Jogamo over there, but
Gate Crash is starting to work its way out so he can join in.
They popped the wall.
Yep, walls popped. Thorns there as well. Sylvan able to avoid taking some damage. The swing onto the corner, the off shot not going to connect. Leaf just a little bit too slow with that one. TP's back in towards Knockout. He's stunned up. He's dead. Step one taken. T1 in with the advantage. Buzz in Demon Secret doesn't want to overextend. Opts to pull back. It's Valen on the opposite side. Izu down to 6 HP, but still swinging, still finding value. As Meteor finds Trent. A 4v2, a 4v1, Jogamo! The one champion on this stage!
You should run.
Asked to do it all! The lockdown in play! No hope in hell! 16 to 14! The uncrowned kings of a forgotten throne are at long last anointed! T1 are your Masters Bangkok Champions!
And look at the players! Immediately, Buzz and Stax went right to each other and were jumping and hugging their first international trophy. Over 1,300 days of playing professional Valorant together, and they finally get it. Meteor, another Masters trophy in the book. Sylvan and Izu coming in here in their first time at the international level, and they get it done in the grand finals. What a performance, what a game. Both of these teams gave it everything they had today.
It's absolutely astounding perseverance from both of these teams. T1 just a little bit better on the day. G2 gave it their all, but unfortunately, it's gonna be a GG go next. But for T1, they will lift that trophy to the elation of this crowd as they kick off 2025. Not the best team in Korea, but the best team in the world.
A team built to win trophies, a super team, and they have absolutely proved it. Everybody had their moments here today. The emotion still shining. Tremendous, tremendous stuff. Oh my, that is one of the most insane matches you will ever see. And Stax the IGL, he showed up huge when it mattered most. Split and Pearl was putting up those multi-kill rounds. Just dragging T1, kicking and screaming with him to victory.
From a third place finish at Istanbul so long ago to Buzz and Stax besting it, getting into a grand final, guaranteeing at least second, and now claiming the trophy as their own. Such incredible plays the whole way throughout. T1 had the hardest road through that lower bracket against every single first seed team at this tournament.
And they beat them all. They beat every single one. It was just the hardest road possible to get here. In Pacific, they had to battle tooth and nail the whole way. 2 best of 5s, they come here into the grand finals of Master Bangkok in front of the Pacific home crowd, and they're able to lift the trophy here in Thailand. Stunning. I just am blown away. I thought it might be done there for a moment. I'm not gonna lie. It looked like G2 had the read. It looked like G2 had it figured out. It looked like Jonah P and others had solved the equations, but no. Hero plays came through, and T1 got us to overtime and got themselves that victory. Oh my.
And for Sylvan to come back into this tournament, he didn't start on the starting roster when this began, but he was asked to come back in to play, and play he absolutely did. Absolutely instrumental in every single map. The assist god of this tournament, involved in damn near every kill.
Brilliant utility usage, absolutely brilliant. And Izu may have been the best player overall for T1 this entire tournament. So consistent, no matter what role he had to use. Whether it be a duelist, whether it be a sentinel, whether it be an initiator. The flexibility of Izu was pivotal for T1 to get this win. They were so creative with their compositions. They didn't run much Taeho. So many teams ran the Taeho meta, and T1 said, nah, double duelist is the way. We're APAC, baby.
APAC indeed. For G2, further commiserations. A gut-wrenching loss here in this final. But what a statement to the world overall to come into this, make it to their first global final, and put up that insane of a performance. Those players will be back. We will see them in Americas. I'm sure we will see them in Masters Toronto. But for T1, it's their time, it's their moment here in the limelight. And my God, I'm sure they have a hell of a lot to say. So let's send it down. Hear from all of them. The Verizon Post-match.
Thailand, give it up for your newborn champions, T1! And here to celebrate our winning team, we have Anna and Leo with us. Now give it up one more time for T1!
ทางนี้ก็มีทางคุณแอนนาและคุณลีโอนะครับเพื่อมาแสดงความยินดีให้กับแชมเปี้ยนผมขอเสียงดังๆอีกทีหนึ่งให้กับ T1 ด้วยครับ
Congratulations, guys. What an intense series. Now, Buzz, I want to hear you say it. Who is the best team in the world?
T1! As you can see, T1 is the best team in the world!
และ T1 คือทีมที่เก่งที่สุดในโลก
But seriously, that was too much. I didn't know if I wanted to cry, if I wanted to cheer. What was it like for you in that last moment when everything was at stake? 심장이 너무 아파서 이게 아픈 건지 아니면 가슴이 벅차오르는 건지 모르겠더라고요. 마지막 순간에 정말 우승을 하느냐 못하느냐였는데 선수로서는 어떤 경기였을까요?
일단은 제가 3회 때 너무 못해가지고 5맵 가면은 이겨준다고 하면서 열심히 했는데 또 이렇게 결실을 맺게 돼서 너무 행복하고요. 첫 우승을 이렇게 힘들게 할 줄 몰랐는데 그래도 뭐 하게 되니까 진짜 말로 표현할 수 없을 정도로 행복한 것 같습니다.
Map 4, I wasn't really performing my best, so going into map 5, I was telling my teammates, hey, sorry about that, let me win this for you, and I'm very, very glad that I was able to back up my words. And I mean, the first trophy, why did it have to be so hard? But you know, it feels unreal, and I cannot describe how I feel at this moment. I am just so elated.
สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับผมอยากรู้เมื่อกี้นี้ครับว่าเกมสุดท้ายบัสจะรู้สึกยังไงนะครับผมแต่ท้ายที่สุดแล้วคือต้องบอกก่อนนะครับว่าในแมปที่4เนี่ยเขาทำได้ไม่ค่อยดีเลยสัญญากับเพื่อนของเขาไว้ครับว่าแมปที่5เขาจะกลับมาและเขาทำตามปากของเขาจริงๆครับผมกลับมาได้จริงๆและยังไม่จบเป็นถ้วยแรกทำไมถึงต้องยากขนาดนั้นตอนนี้ไม่รู้จะต้องพูดยังไงเลยครับโอ้โห
And Meteor, I'm gonna turn to you. I mean, you've been here, you've lifted the trophy before, but the question coming into Masters Bangkok this year, it was, can you do it again? And here's your second trophy. So what does it mean to you to be able to lift this trophy, your second trophy, this time with these guys? 메테오 선수, 올해 트로피를 다시 한번 들어 올릴 수 있을까? 이 질문이 스스로도 가장 궁금했을 것 같거든요. 두 번째 트로피입니다. T1과 함께 들어 올린 트로피인데 어떤 심정일까요?
며칠 전 인터뷰에서 저희 팀원이랑 새로 트로피 든다고 약속했었는데 약속 지킨 것 같아서 기분 정말 좋은 것 같습니다.
Well, in my other interview, I said I'm leaving the past trophy behind and I will be lifting this trophy with T1, my new team. And I am very glad that I made that into reality today.
ครับผมและสำหรับคำถามเมทิออร์นะครับคือเคยได้1ถ้วยมาแล้วนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงที่ได้อีก1ถ้วยในวันนี้นะครับผมซึ่งคำตอบของเขานะครับก็บอกเลยว่า ถ้วยเก่าเราทิ้งไว้ตรงนั้นครับ วันนี้เราได้อีกถ้วยหนึ่งกับทีม T1 ทีมนี้รู้สึกภาคภูมิใจมากๆเลยครับผม
Izu, I'm gonna turn to you because I remember you in Pacific Kickoff, your very first debut, and you were in tears after the team got knocked out. But here you are, looking at the trophy and it's yours. Can you tell us about your journey and how you were able to bounce so hard, bounce back, and eventually become the world champions? 이주 선수 퍼시픽 킥오프 때 눈물을 흘리는 모습을 볼 수도 있었는데 트로피 이제 이주 선수거든요. 그동안 이 순간을 위해서 어떤 노력을 해왔는지 자세히 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 제가 T1에서 플렉스 롤을 맡게 된 것도 있고 제가 좀 여러 가지 역할을 하면서 오늘도 솔직히 좀 안 좋은 퍼포먼스를 많이 보여드린 것 같은데 그럼에도 불구하고 같이 이겨내주는 저희 형들이 너무 고맙고 연습 때도 같이 좀 많은 고생들을 했는데 이렇게 좀 국제 대회에서 의미 있는 성적을 남길 수 있게 돼서 너무 기쁩니다.
트로피 들어보니까 어때요? 무거운가요?
무겁던데요.
Well, I don't think I put up my best performance in this series. I mean, there were moments where I let my teammates down, but I am glad that we were able to do this as a team together. And for me, it means a lot because I've been taking over the flex role, taking on different roles for my team, doing different things. And I am very, very glad that we're able to make this happen together. And yeah, damn, that trophy is so heavy.
และสำหรับตัวของอิสุเองนะครับบอกว่าคือคำถามเนี่ยต้องถามก่อนนะครับว่าเมื่อก่อนเนี่ยหมายถึงว่าตอนต้นเนี่ยครับอาจจะแบบมีขรุขระกันบ้างทำยังไงถึงจะกลับมาได้นะครับผมและกลับมาถือถ้วยเลยทีเดียวซึ่งคำตอบของเขาก็คือก็ต้องขอบคุณจริงๆนะครับขอบคุณสำหรับเพื่อนร่วมทีมที่สามารถทำให้เขากลับมาตรงนี้ได้แล้วก็เชื่อใจกันนะครับผมเพราะว่าจริงๆเนี่ยเขาลองเล่นกันเฟล็กซ์พอสมควรเหมือนกันแต่ถ้าเกิดเพื่อนร่วมทีมไม่เชื่อใจเขามาถึงจุดนี้ไม่ได้ครับ
Now, Sylvan, I think you've done an incredible job, especially when it comes to dealing with the pressure. Not only the ones from the fans, but also the pressure within yourself. So talk to me about how you stepped up, you had that massive blow up as a player, and how much you feel like you've grown throughout Masters Bangkok. 실반 선수 굉장히 부담도 많이 됐을 상황에서 너무 잘해줬어요. 정말 더할 나위 없이 잘해줬는데, 정말 실반 선수가 든든하게 해주고 알을 깨고 나온 것 같다라는 평가도 많이 나오고 있거든요. 선수로서의 어느 정도의 성장을 이뤄냈다고 스스로 느끼는지 그리고 이번 우승이 개인적으로 어떤 의미인지 궁금합니다.
일단 여기 방콕 와가지고 저의 실력은 거의 한 90% 정도 올라갔다고 생각하고요. 그리고 지금 제가 첫 국제 대회인데 첫 오자마자 바로 트로피를 들어가지고 일단 거기에 너무 기쁘고 일단 앞으로도 계속 트로피는 될 것 같긴 한데 일단 첫 국제 대회에서 바로 트로피 되니까 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
Well, I feel like in Masters Bangkok, I unlocked 90% of my full potential. So there's a lot more potential to be shown, a lot more that you can expect from me. But given that it's my first international tournament and I lifted my first global trophy, it feels good. But I see more trophies coming in the future. So I don't know. It feels really good. That's my lucky charm here.
และสำหรับคำถามนะครับผมสำหรับซิลวานะครับผมนั่นคือแรงกดดันที่เยอะมากๆจากทั้งทีมทั้งแฟนตัวเองนะครับผมต่างคนนะครับก็ต่างมีแรงกดดันเนาะซึ่งต้องถามก่อนนะครับว่าซิลวาเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงนะครับซึ่งตอนนี้เขาก็บอกว่าเขาภาคภูมิใจมากเนื่องจากว่านี่เป็นทัวร์นาเมนต์แรกของเขาและนี่ก็เป็นถ้วยรางวัลระดับโลกอันแรกของเขาแล้ววันนี้เล่นไปแค่ 90% ของตัวเองเท่านั้นเนี่ยประสิทธิภาพยังมีให้อันล็อกอีกนะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเขามองเลยนะครับว่าอนาคตรอดูถ้วยเพิ่มขึ้นได้เลยครับ
And Stacks, 5 years in the making, but you've done it. And even before coming into Masters Bangkok, even before that first match, you said you have confidence in the team, you have faith in the team that you guys can lift this trophy together. What was the source of your confidence and your faith in your teammates? 우승할 수 있을 거라고 팀원들에게 믿음이 있다고 대회 시작 전부터 얘기했잖아요. 우선 이 믿음의 원천이 어디서 오는 건지도 궁금하거든요.
일단 거짓말은 아니었고요. 우승할 수 있다는 게 저희가 연습하면서 저희가 우여곡절도 많았지만 저희 팀이 이제 제가 하는 콜들이나 제가 하고 싶었던 것들, 우리 팀원들이 하고 싶었던 것들이 다 모이면서 이 게임을 이 방콕 대회에서는 질 수가 없다라는 걸 저희는 먼저 생각을 했고요. 비록 바이탈리티에서 처음에 패배를 했지만 그때조차도 저는 의심하지 않았고 저희 팀원들을 끝까지 믿고 저희를 믿어주신 분들 때문에 충분히 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Well, yeah, I really meant it when I said I believe that we can definitely win the whole thing. And it was just me looking at how my teammates were following my calls. They believed in my calls. And we had executes, and we had great comms and great friendship, great bonds. Everything just put together. It just made me feel like, why not us? We can definitely win this. And even after losing to Vitality in that opening match, I still had that faith in my teammates as well.
โอ้โหบอกเลยนะครับว่า 5 ปีนะครับผมที่ Stack ทำได้แล้วนะครับผมในวันนี้ถามว่าอะไรนะครับผมที่สามารถทำให้เขามั่นใจขนาดนั้นในการคว้าถ้วยนี้ได้เพราะตอนแรกเขาบอกไปแล้วว่าเขาจะต้องคว้าได้กับทีมนี้คำตอบเลยครับทุกครั้งที่เขาเล่นเขารู้สึกว่าเล่นกับเพื่อนเล่นแล้วมีความเชื่อใจกันเล่นแล้วมีการสื่อสารที่ดีเลยตั้งคำถามง่ายๆครับแล้วทำไมถึงไม่เป็นพวกเราล่ะแล้ววันนี้เขาทำได้แล้วครับ
But what about today? It was not easy. Did you ever doubt yourself?
이것도 전혀 의심 안 했고요. 저희도 우리가 즐기자고 폴더 나왔었고 그리고 비록 마지막 맵에서 제가 엄청 자신이 있었거든요. 근데 제가 실수를 하거나 뭔가 마음에 안 드는 게 있으면은 제가 저희 팀원들한테 제발 지적을 해서 그걸로 어떻게 해서 만들어낼 테니까 그 효과 때문에 저는 진짜 이긴 것 같습니다.
Well, no. I was really confident in my calls and on the last map. And there were moments where I made a little bit of mistakes, but my teammates called me out on it, and I told them, please do so, because we can definitely win this. And it was those little moments that led up to this trophy.
โอ้โหแล้ววันนี้นะครับที่เขาคิดว่ามันน่าจะยากนะครับผมแต่ท้ายที่สุดแล้วเนี่ยก็ต้องบอกเลยนะครับว่าบางครั้งผมก็พลาดจริงๆแต่ท้ายที่สุดแล้วเพื่อนร่วมทีมช่วยกันนะครับบอกไม่เป็นไรเอาใหม่เอาทีละรอบครับผมจนตอนหลังได้ถ้วยมาเลยฮะ
And Autumn, our coach. Everyone thought this tournament was going to be all about Taeho, but you guys, you stuck to your own style and you played into your strength. Do you feel like this trophy is a reward to your creativity and how you believed in yourself? 이번 대회 태호와 메타를 누가 가장 잘 파악하느냐에 달려있다고 다들 말을 했었는데 T1은 T1만의 것들로 우승을 했거든요. 덕분에 더 의미 있는 우승일 것 같은데 어떻게 생각하시나요?
이게 탑게임과 다르게 이 발로란트라는 게임이라서 가능한 거라 생각을 하고 저희처럼 이제 타격대 둘을 쓰거나 캐리롤을 몰아줬을 때 잘 전략을 준비하고 준비를 잘 하면은 이렇게 우승할 수 있다는 거를 보여줄 수 있어서 이 우승이 다른 팀들에게도 큰 의미로 다가왔으면 좋겠습니다.
I think honestly this was possible because it's Valorant, but I would like to show the world that you can definitely win with double duelists and sometimes having someone take that hyper carry role. I hope that I inspired other teams when it comes to the meta and composition, and it definitely means a lot.
สำหรับทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้นะครับผมเราคิดว่าจะเป็นทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่มีแต่เตโฮแล้วนะครับผมแต่สำหรับออทัมเองนะครับเขาเชื่อว่ามันไม่ใช่แบบนั้นนะเราสามารถมี strategy กลยุทธ์ใหม่ๆนะครับผมที่สามารถมี double duelist ก็ได้หรือว่าจะเป็น hyper carry สักคนหนึ่งเลยก็ได้คือผมรู้สึกว่ามันเป็น Valorant มันทำอะไรก็ได้และที่สำคัญที่สุดเลยผมรู้สึกว่าผมอยากให้คนทั้งโลกและทีมอื่นๆได้ลองสร้างสรรค์คอมใหม่ๆและวิธีการเล่นใหม่ๆเหมือนกันครับตอนนี้ผมรู้สึกภูมิใจมากครับ
And Carpe, over to you. I think you're very much part of the success as these guys over here. I see you supporting all of these players backstage and always hyping them up. So what does this trophy mean to you and how do you feel? How proud are you of your teammates? 카르페 선수도 정말 이 트로피에 많은 기여를 했습니다. 정말 뒤에서 묵묵히 서포트를 해주기도 했었고 정말 많은 것들을 해주는 모습을 볼 수 있었는데 지금 이 순간 스스로도 굉장히 자랑스러울 것 같거든요. 소감 들려주시죠.
일단 트로피 이게 들게 돼서 되게 행복하고요. 그리고 제가 팀에 조금이라도 도움이 됐다면 그것만으로 저는 만족합니다.
Well, it definitely feels like a dream to be lifting this trophy with these guys. And as long as I was part of this success, as long as I was able to help these guys, that's what matters for me.
ครับผมและสำหรับคาเป้เองเนี่ยครับผมถึงแม้ว่าอาจจะไม่ได้ลงทุกเกมนะฮะแต่ว่าก็มีหนึ่งส่วนสำคัญเหมือนกันนะครับผมในการทำให้ในการยกถ้วยนี้ของ T1 เนี่ยเกิดขึ้นได้สำหรับทางคาเป้เองก็บอกว่ารู้สึกดีครับผมถึงแม้ว่าผมอาจจะไม่ได้เล่นจริงๆแต่ถึงแม้ว่าผมจะช่วยอะไรก็ตามได้ในกับเพื่อนร่วมทีมเนี่ยยังไงก็รู้สึกเป็นเกียรติครับเพราะนี่คือทีมของผมที่สามารถยกถ้วยได้ในวันนี้ครับ
And production's going to kill me for this, but Buzz wanted to say one last thing, so there you go, Buzz.
일단은 여기까지 오는데 너무 힘들었지만 저희 T1 직원분들도 너무 감사드리다고 말씀드리고 싶고 그리고 제가 감독님이 퍼시픽 준우승했을 때 꼭 자기가 세계대회 우승컵 하나 들어주겠다고 약속했었거든요. 그래서 그것도 너무 감사드리다 말씀드리고 싶고 제가 5년 동안 프로 하면서 이 자리에 쓸 수 있게 도움 주신 분들이 너무 많아서 그래서 꼭 말씀드려야 될 것 같아서 일단은 젠지의 먼치킨 형한테도 너무 감사드리다고 말씀하고 싶고 그리고 DRX의 코칭 감독님들 너무 감사드리다 말씀드리고 싶고 그리고 유정선 코치님도 감사드리다 말씀드리고 싶고 제타 손선호 형도 고맙다고 한마디 드리고 싶고요. 그리고 크레이지 라쿤의 파반 코치님도 너무 감사드리다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
You're really testing my memory here. But yeah, what Buzz said, I couldn't have done this alone. I would like to thank the T1 org and also other coaches and coaching staff and fellow players whom he mentioned. You can look it up later. To help me get over here, 5 years, it's been a long, tough journey. Couldn't have done it without them. And when we placed second in Pacific Kickoff, Autumn told me, hey, don't worry, I'm gonna get to that trophy. We're gonna win it together. And I am very grateful for Autumn for believing in me and my teammates as well. And that's it from Buzz. Now congratulations T1 once again! So we heard it from our champions, but stick around because we will be announcing our MVP in a while. We'll see you soon.
And that was your Verizon post-match interview, and a massive congratulations to T1, your Masters Bangkok Champions. You're hearing everyone in the back lose their dang minds. It's awesome stuff here. And as Jen said, make sure you stick around because we're going to be awarding the MVP in just a little bit. But folks, I mean, guys, this was what a wow. Best final, right?
I mean, an insane final. And actually, one of the truly great matches of this tournament that couldn't have come at a better time. Both teams had 3 championship points spread out between the final 2 maps. G2 just could not grasp onto their opportunities. T1 finally able to convert on the 3rd.
Yeah, there's been moments where, for example, seeing the Abyss, seeing finally that new composition, seeing a match that we had not seen so far, especially in a tournament where we had such little teams, to get this quality, to get this many overtimes. These people, this crowd deserve that.
Who would have thought, though, after how low T1 was rated coming into this tournament, that this 10th tournament would be the one for Stax and Buzz to finally win a trophy together. The first one where they're off of that DRX organization, and they do it in 5 maps, in overtime in the last 2. Just such an incredible journey from beginning to end.
Yeah, without a doubt. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't, give commiserations, of course, to G2 on an incredible tournament run. Both teams just showed us so much grit, Sideshow. That's the biggest thing I took away from this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we'll see G2 back at these kind of moments in the future, but T1, their sun run could not be stopped. It felt like they had gathered all of the momentum like a giant avalanche throughout this tournament.
Like a meteor?
No.
No,
meteors burn up as they go through the atmosphere. Not this guy. He keeps getting better.
Okay, I guess it's completely fair. Now, it's time for your MVP. This was chosen by a mixture of influencers as well as journalists and us, the on-air talent. So let us find out who is the most valuable player of Masters Bangkok and send it back over to Jen at the stage.
Welcome back, everybody. The votes are in and MVP is ready to be announced. We have Leo on stage with us. So Leo, take it away.
This player joined T1 in 2025 to help them form their new all-Korean super team. This was his third consecutive appearance at a Masters Grand Finals, and he also becomes the first player to win 2 Masters titles back-to-back. Please give it up to Masters Bangkok MVP, Meteor.
Meteor, where are you?
MVP ของพวกเราในปีนี้นะครับผมในรายการ Masters Bangkok นะครับที่จะมอบโดยคุณลีโอนะครับฟาเรียนะครับนั่นคือมิทิโอนะครับผู้เล่นที่อยู่กับ T1 ในปี 2025 เคยได้ Masters มาแล้ว1ครั้งและนี่คือครั้งที่ 2 ของเขาสำหรับ MVP ของเราขอเสียงให้เมเทียด้วยครับ
Okay. Masters bracelet. What a wholesome moment.
What a wholesome moment and of course
What a wholesome
wow
selfie too.
and a selfie can we join
At least my hand was in it.
okay
Thank you, Leo.
thank you Leo yeah.
And Meteor. How do you like that bracelet? It looks very shiny. 어때요? 반짝거리는데?
정말 예쁜 것 같습니다.
It's so beautiful and pretty. Now, Meteor, you're the first one in Valorant's history ever to win back-to-back global event. What does it feel like for you to, make history? 최초로 2연속 마스터스 우승컵을 들어올린 유일한 선수가 됐습니다. 역사를 세우고 있는 기분이 어떠세요?
제가 좋아하는 게임을 하면서 그 역사 안에 제가 있다는 것에 또 감명을 깊게 받는 것 같고요. 그리고 늘 뒤에서 응원해 주시는 팬분들 덕분에 또 힘 얻는 것 같아서 항상 감사하게 생각하고 있습니다.
I am so grateful that I get to be part of something that I've enjoyed and something that I lived through. So I am very, very grateful for all the support and everyone that's helped me to get here at this point.
ครับผมและสำหรับคำถามนี้นะครับก็คือว่ารู้สึกยังไงในการสร้างประวัติศาสตร์โดยการคว้าแชมป์ติดกันนะครับผมสำหรับรายการมาสเตอร์ถึง2ครั้งเลยทีเดียวนะครับสำหรับคำตอบของเมทิออคือหลักๆคือคำขอบคุณนะครับผมที่ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มีส่วนร่วมในการทำให้ผมเนี่ยมาถึงจุดนี้ได้ครับยังไงก็ต้องรู้สึกดีมากๆอยู่แล้วครับ
And lastly, everyone kind of dreams of moments like this, and we usually just look in the mirror and practice what we want to say if that moment comes true. So anything you would like to say? 원래 약간 이런 상상하고는 하잖아요. 나의 순간이 찾아왔을 때 거울 보면서 막 연습하고 상상하기도 하는데 지금 그 순간이 찾아왔거든요. 하고 싶은 말 다 하게 해드리겠습니다.
일단 제가 2회 우승을 했었는데 앞으로도 더 우승컵 들 수 있도록 열심히 할 거고 그리고 이 순간 꼭 잊지 않도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, yeah, so today I became the first one in Valorant's history to win 2 back-to-back Masters events, and I will never forget this moment. I will cherish this moment forever in my heart, and I will try my best, work hard, come back stronger to lift another trophy too.
นะครับสำหรับคำถามนี้นะครับผมเขาเชื่อว่าทุกคนนะจะต้องมีโมเมนต์ที่เราคิดถึงความฝันแล้วเราก็ต้องจินตนาการว่าเราได้รับความฝันนั้นจริงๆนะครับผมแต่วันนี้ความฝันนั้นมันเกิดขึ้นจริงอยากรู้ว่าเขารู้สึกยังไงนะครับสำหรับตัวของเมเทียเองเนี่ยก็รู้สึกยังไงก็ต้องรู้สึกดีอยู่แล้วรู้สึกว่ามันตื้นตันหัวใจจริงๆต้องขอบคุณทุกคนจริงๆนะครับผมในการที่ทำให้ฝันของเขาเนี่ยเป็นจริงในการสร้างประวัติศาสตร์ที่ได้แชมป์มาสเตอร์ถึง2ครั้งอย่างไรก็ตามครับนี่มันยังไม่จบแค่นี้นะครับผมและอนาคตน่าจะมีถ้วยมาเพิ่มครับ
Well, congratulations, Meteor. Enjoy tonight. Well deserved. And that's it from us on stage. Thank you so much for a great event. And this is us saying Sawadee Krap.
Sawadee
Kokun Krap. Bye.
Thank you so much for that, Isara and Jen, and congratulations to the soft-spoken slayer, Meteor, your MVP here at Masters Bangkok. and this guy absolutely lit up the server every time he was in there. But more importantly, Mimi, it's the fact that this guy has made history with this win today.
It's truly incredible. Meteor last year being on that team, the first Korean team, the first Asian team to lift a global trophy in Valorant. They couldn't do it at Champions, but then they come back here. He's on a completely different roster, and he manages to win it again. And not only that, take home that MVP bracelet.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that we can also make an argument. I'm very happy that he got it. I think that he 100% deserved it. Love the Vice, love the ISO, love even the Killjoy. He's been one of the only people, not the only one, who got it. But also I think that we can make an argument, like, for example, a player like Stax, for such a long time, he was the IGL to beat when you went to an international event. And sometimes it was lackluster performances. And I feel like today he had so many good moments, not only in the calls, but also individually. Same goes for Izu and his flexibility. I think that we can make an argument for almost anyone in this team.
It's an incredible run that they've gone on where everybody feels like they've reached that full potential super early in the year. And I love the spread of accomplishments that we've seen, from Stax and Buzz, who've struggled so hard to get that trophy, to Meteor, who seems like he just plucks them off trees whenever he likes. And you've got those newer people in the middle of Sylvan and Itsu, where it's their first or second time attending an event. They don't know the struggle, and this is their first time picking up a trophy. Their history's yet to be written. It's such a sick blend of stories.
Yeah, for Izu, he'd only been to one global event before, bombed out 0-2. He won his first ever global match at this tournament, and has won the whole damn thing. Same thing over for Sylvan as well. A rookie tournament, being subbed out, subbed back in, and in his first global event, lifting that trophy.
Absolutely, and once again, we thought that Tejo was going to dictate the winner, the one that gets the further, and even though it worked for a team like G2 that had an amazing final, like, do not forget for a single minute that this was a map 5 overtime, for them to be playing the double duelist, something that was not that popular since like a couple of years ago, even when we had the chamber and we could do some mix and match here and there, the way that they've been doing it, I love the fact that we can still see these things working in Valorant.
You mentioned that fifth map, fourth consecutive global grand final to go to a map 5.
I mean, that's just sick, isn't it?
That's crazy.
One of the people to thank for that is Meteor.
That's very true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
He only plays bangers.
Yeah, that's all
it's in
he
his
plays.
contract.
They all spins all the bangers all the time. Well, folks, look, Masters Bangkok is wrapping up quickly here, but the action ain't stopping, baby, because we have VALORANT Champions Tour gearing right up across all the different regions, with VCT China starting March 13th, BCT Americas, where you'll find myself, Mimi, and Sideshow there, March 21st, VCT EMEA, March 26th, where you'll see Kakuka, Yinsu, and everyone else, as well as Seth and Achilleos, and the champions of Masters Bangkok T1, March 22nd, VCT Pacific launches. And Mimi, I think this is going to be a season for the record books.
It absolutely will be. Remember, despite winning the trophy here in Bangkok, T1 didn't even win back in Pacific. It was DRX
They're
to
the
do
number
that.
2 seed.
Yeah, so them now in a position to try and win that domestic.
Are you saying they're not the best team in Korea?
No, I think they proved that. Maybe even the best team in the world.
Yeah.
And also, do not forget, we're back with the leagues. We're going to have a new agent. We're going to have some maps coming back. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see, once again, apparently for every stage, how the meta is going to be
I know,
shaped.
I feel for the pros, because they've only just got used to the Teo meta, and they're like, wait, maybe it wasn't a Teo meta, maybe it was a duelist meta, and then now you got Waylay, and
You
you're
can
like,
never trust us.
It's got to be a duelist meta now. Everyone's going to be retooling. It's going to be crazy.
Personally, I blame Plapchat, meaning. Sorry.
For what?
I just felt like
For something.
Just for apropos.
For doubting? Yeah, that's fair. It's also all leading up to Masters Toronto, second Masters tournament of the year. It's going to be 12 teams at that event, and the first event in Canada for Valorant, and already the grassroots scene, the amount of passion in that city for Valorant is huge, and I'm so excited to see these teams back again
I've always wanted
in
to go
Toronto.
to Canada.
I mean, Jonah P, Canadian player, potentially making it to Masters Toronto. There's still quite a way to go. But I do have a feeling that G2 might end up being like a Team Heretics of last year. They've got that in them where
Why
they make
are you
it deep
saying
and
that
fall
right
at the
now?
final hurdle.
the double map ban into having 3 championship points and losing. It's given heretics.
Hello, Egg. Coming from Brown Egg. Please stop, okay? Please stop.
I'm just saying my truth.
Do we have to do this right now? Goodness gracious, Sideshow, I can't take this man anywhere. Look, guys, first thing I want to say is, of course, a massive thank you to everyone who stuck around with us to the end of the show. You guys who make this game happen, all of our co-streamers who are watching right now, who hopefully are listening to the words that I'm saying. We thank you very much for the support and everything that you contribute to this great sport. And also, I want to thank my colleagues here. I only came in for the last 4 days. These people were here the entire time, busting their ass for you guys at home because they love this sport, they love this game, and they love you guys. So I want to give a big thank you to everyone that came out to watch this show, all these incredible fans that gave their heart and soul to the people on that stage.
They're after
still
midnight.
Here. It's after,
Yeah,
girl, it's past my bedtime. All right, folks, let's go ahead and close this show. But that is going to do it for us here. Stage 1 is right around the corner. And then coming up next, we're going to one of the greatest countries on God's green earth, Masters Toronto. We're going to Canada, baby. We'll see you then. And we thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, not bad.
That's how you end it.
Take care, everybody.
Of course.
Peace.
The world's top 8 teams have come to Southeast Asia for the region's first ever global event. The Road to Champions starts right here.
Dodging, juking, Chichu can't see a bloody thing. Blind as anything, yet still wins that fight out. Dominates the angle. It's important to control A main. And Simon with the slam bloody dunk. EDG, what an opening here to Masters Bangkok.
Use the DRX Classic, then Delsis is an easy cut.
Oh, you got me.
my
You got
God.
me.
Shunman is trying to hold things down over for Waterfall. Flashback trying to get in there on the opposite side. Cannot do someone freeing! What just happened? Tap after tap! DRX rock up the Bangkok 2-0 over Sentinels.
This is the 2 super teams of 2025. It does not get more hype than this.
T1 want to try and flood into this. Tucked into the site. Is there any defense in order? Durka coming alive, and no one clearing this guy out. But they breach-ulted him and didn't clear him. One-man army. They're not clearing him. They're not clearing shite.
You're up against Tracy Sports, and they surprised everybody last year.
Last year's last year, and they're gonna have to do it again.
If you're gonna be that high tier, stand up to the test. Jorgamo again, absolute control, chaos, 3 big kills, and this man is just something else.
It's time for the best of EMEA to take on the best of Pacific. Right now, IGL, they have to frag.
The anchor of Mako, he's good for it. Bane again tries to get out onto this site. The ult will push him back. Mako still standing strong. It's all Mako. Durka on the timing to fight in.
Vitality have a lot to do. Dash up on top side. Durka gets a third. Vitality on pace. Potentially steal this round away. Durka on 4. Durka holding. Flashback comes into him. And Durka sits him down. It's the ace.
That's my MVP. That's my MVP. LeBron James.
Chichu has been golden so far, and a big opportunity. Oh, he's still fighting! A huge 1v2. He knows about Leaf. 7 bullets, 17 HP. Trent trying to call him forward. Chichu, he answers the call! No free orbs, no chance, nobody. Oh, it's just gorgeous from nobody, farming him up. EDG living up to their legacy.
Today is do or die. 4 teams are up for an early exit. Nobody wants to be the first one to go home.
Steph getting the reveal. It's the one tap. What is that transfer? Oh, pushes forward. Hits the headshot. Another player right here in front of him. Double peeks back in with a shorty in hand. They will be able to just shut this down. Flawless from T1.
That was outrageous.
T1 persevere. They send Trace home. They send them packing.
Do you have any spicy takes? Anything?
Everyone is horrible. We're horrible. The blades whistled away. Kamek with a chance, potentially to contain. That is unbelievable. It is popular. No coverage inside. That's got that. Oh my God! And it's all nuts. What a beast of a performance, an all-timer.
We have never seen this inter-regional clash on stage.
Value has been found. Monko going to be taken down as Dax looks for a little bit more. Izu gets a second. Woo! 7 seconds remaining. Rotates around towards backside. Izu finds a done. And he gets the bar. A monstrous Red Bull clutches Izu. Left in towards Hall. The cut across. Izu with a peak. Flash back going to be taken down. TP's forward. Bane stunned up. He's knocked out of the park. Yemin cannot find anything.
Who's the best team in Korea now?
13-4. T1 reigns supreme on this day. Get their first ever victory over DRX.
All I can smell here. Success smells like playoffs to me.
It's an absolute mess. Jonah P putting them in their graves. Offsets the time, wins the fight. He's basically won him the round. Look at this.
It's not gonna happen.
Nats is still here. He's in control of it again. He's always good for it. Nats is outstanding at his job.
Now G2 on the approach.
This is really risky. G2 clearing house. G2 setting the record straight. America's keeping their hope alive.
4 teams are in the top 4. They're all from a different
Unique
international league.
identities. It's like a freaking anime come to life.
Sylvan swings the corner, is able to find one, needing to ace clutch to keep them in the map. Avoids the fault line, swings back, finds one! Sylvan there again, but Chichu, how has he come away with 2? Almost gets caught, one's on the entry, however, going to be taken down. Chichu finding 2, Izu also taken out. Meteor falls to the wayside, and Chichu rips him to pieces. EDG take control. The defending world champions will not go quietly into the night.
It's up and over though, and not anticipating that Durka is going to try and hold this one down. First line of defense, and my God, he might just be the only one necessary. But these damage done and bodies piling up into that direction. Less is not given much to work with. Smoke still down, bit of safety to play in and just leaping into the fight. Running rampant into the back of the side here, Jorgamo! And Armageddon forcing them out into the open. There is no comfort, there is no surviving, and G2 get what they want.
Look at this one. This is the Jogamo one. He actually went for a little header.
If Kangong and Chichu have a really good game, oh, I'm so close, man.
G2, they're right behind you. Leaf tears them apart. They've got TP on Smoggy, but does Leaf let him leave? He doesn't. He keeps them tethered. He keeps them down. G2 smothering EDG. The Ascension Dreamers reaching new heights.
Do or die for both of these teams.
Dax just going to be dead. No assisting util. This is similarly just going to be absolutely torn to pieces. Going to take absolutely everything out of their hands, and they shall. Meteor going for the reset, now the last one standing in a 1v2. You know exactly where he is. Only a wall for his util. The shield gone, regains it, Kek swings into the crosshair, and it's another Red Bull clutch. Izu tucking back, paranoia hits, but he still has the shot. Showstopper out. They're finding one, but Izu continues to massacre one after the other. He beats them back. T1 earn their position in the lower final.
It's the salty run back we've all been waiting for. T1 gets an opportunity to get revenge on EDG, and let's see how the chips fall.
And EDG look like they're gonna try and force themselves out. No one's looking at Izu, and it's an ace to kick off the day. Early undercut, and Kangong's off just doesn't pay off.
It's a little bit trickier. Chichu dead as well. Buzz is just coming alive here. He's still got to do a lot more though. Oh, Buzz! He's going nuclear on the side. Oh, it's incredible! Oh, Buzz! Might just be heaven sent, but he's been hurt. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Oh my God! Chichu! Out of nowhere! But Buzz answers back. You want a brawl? We'll give you a brawl. And Buzz having his moment. Closing in on the thing that they've dreamed of since the very start here. Something of their wildest dreams coming true. T1 are going to the finals.
The dawn of the duelist starts right now.
It's going to be great to see these two teams matching up. So many fan favorites taking the stage.
Find them ready. Here it is, vulnerable to the side. Salva's up and over towards the top. What a combo! That's impressive fire.
Oh, that's huge.
The line of lead in the air. Here it is. Conversion. Pop! Slowed to a crawl. Team Ty, your victors here in the show match here. I mean, what an opening as well for Waylay.
It's time for the grand finals here in Bangkok, Thailand. G2 Esports, T1, two teams that fought tooth and nail to make it to this moment.
Keeping his eyes over towards that connected door, but as he swings back in alongside Valen, Buzz is going to be taken down, and Valen is taken over. 3 kills from the IGL. 8 seconds remaining here. There's the push, there's the spike dropped. And I don't think they have the time. They need the stinger right now. They just can't get it done. Everyone is dying, falling to the wayside. Stinger Vandal doesn't matter. Leaf is just different. 13-5 G2, making a statement on their map pick of Lotus. Izu hearing the footsteps, tries to go in for a timing, ends up falling down. Does he get the pull? It does! Spike, I believe he might just have it. He's got the play of a meteor, brings it to a 1v1.
Oh my God.
Noise made. Jonah swing. Oh, yeah! What a shot! What a play! Quick exit, the gate crash coming in, Sylvan. And now the Spanish is coming through. T1 needs to try to counteract this, but that Hunter's Fury is far too late. It's already over. G2 have absolutely robbed them blind. As Trent comes up with 4.
Baby. Let's go. Get that bracelet, King.
Nowhere to go. He's just out into the open. He's instantly dead. Valen good for 1, but now it is all on Leaf. The wall will fall. Stacks out into the open. Taken down, but Sylvan on the counter swing. Gets them the win. 13-9. We have a series on our hands as T1 tie things up here in the grand final. Another Lear set here for Meteor as he tries to get out into the open. He's able to find 1, just misses away. Towards that back sight. Starting to get planted here. Swing out for Buzz. Cannot find the kill there on the Leaf, but Meteor does. Cleanup is still swims. Able to find 1. The Salvo's there on top of it. And Leaf cannot escape, nor can Trent. And it is all on Jaw to try to stop this Thrifty from coming through. Finds 2, the reload completed. A dimensional drift online. Swing! What an unbelievable ace! 13-11. G2 regain the lead in this grand final. Gonna use their wall tucked into the corner. Meteor is able to find an opening. Leaf gonna be taken down. Meteor able to avoid them. Pushes out, finds the first. Would have to be an ace clutch. Taps it again. Finds another. Valen swinging around the flank. And Meteor pulls off the ace clutch. How patiently does he play it? Damn patient, in fact, opens up here, does Meteor. Talking about able to find 2 here. The footsteps, and they're all lined up. Looking for a timing, pushing the smoke, and Meteor able to snap in his Buzz. Dives in on top of Jonah P, trying to watch here below. Reads it well, takes out Leaf, stacks out from main, finds them both. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This series, it is not over yet. Jonah P can go up and over the top. They line up for him. Overdrive now pops slide into secret. Absolutely disgusting from Jogamo and Stacks. Tries desperately, but to no avail. Rotation's about to begin. Stun under 1. Leaf gonna be taken down. Time once again dwindling. Trent gonna be taken down. Strap in. It is far from over. He's back in towards Dunkout. He's stunned up. He's dead. As Meteor finds Trent. A 4v2. A 4v1. Jogamo asked to do it all. The lockdown in play. No hope in hell. 16-14. The uncrowned kings of the Forgotten Throne are at long last anointed. T1 are your Masters Bangkok Champions.
Man's on a mission, wavy like the ocean, ain't got time for inhibition. Eyes on a prize, lock it in your vision. Straight up, man, that's gotta make a decision. Stay focused, man, I gotta go. Can't be going backwards, I can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. It's a straight up madness, you know how we roll. controlling. Yeah, I got a gal going crazy, and the man them on one too. Don't know about you, but man need a drink, I make it free. Thought I was gonna say 2, but the rave looking like a zoo. Gotta finish what I started, cause that's the way we do. Stay focused, man, I gotta go. Can't be going backwards, I can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. It's a straight up madness, you know how we roll. Straight up madness, you know how we roll. Give me that. Straight up madness, you know how we roll.
Stay focused. Stay focused.